Kumar Barnwal ji, Additional Secretary, Higher Education, Government of India. Professor Rama Shankar Dubey ji, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Central University of Gujarat. I request all the dignitaries to kindly grace the dais. We are also honored by the presence of Honorable Vice Chancellors from more than 50 central universities who represent the vast, diverse, and dynamic landscape of Indian higher education, all united in a shared commitment to engage in a meaningful discussion on transforming higher education in alignment with the National Education Policy 2020. We begin this momentous occasion with the traditional lighting of the lamp, symbolizing the dispelling of darkness and the awakening of knowledge. I request our esteemed dignitaries on the dais to kindly come forward for the lamp lighting ceremony. At this juncture, we are honored to felicitate the chief guest and other distinguished dignitaries gracing the dais today. I now request Professor Rama Shankar Dubey ji, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Central University of Gujarat, to honor our chief guest, Shri Dharmendra Pradhan ji, Honorable Minister of Education, Government of India, as a mark of our respect and appreciation. Sir, I now request you to kindly felicitate Dr. Hasmukh Adhia ji, Honorable Chancellor of Central University of Gujarat. I now request you to kindly felicitate Dr. Vineet Joshi ji, Secretary, Higher Education, Government of India. Sir, may I now request you to felicitate Dr. Sunil Kumar Barnwal ji, Additional Secretary, Department of Higher Education, Government of India. Thank you, sir. To formally open today's proceedings, I invite Dr. Sunil Kumar Barnwal ji, Additional Secretary, Higher Education, Government of India, to deliver the welcome address.
Good morning. It's indeed my pleasure and privilege to welcome Honorable Union Minister for Education, Shri Dharmendra Pradhan ji, who is the chief guest for this 2 days conference of Vice Chancellor. Indeed, we are grateful for his taking out time from his busiest schedule and being with us to inaugurate the conference. And it's not just the inauguration of the conference. He has prioritized his time to give for full 2 days to be with us during the conference. So I really, from the bottom of the heart, we welcome you, sir, to this 2 days conference. On this occasion, I welcome Honorable Chancellor of Central University of Gujarat, Sri Hasmukh Adhia ji, who is a well-known figure not just in Gujarat, also at the national level. He has served in different capacity to Government of Gujarat as well as to the Government of India. I welcome you, sir, to this conference. On this occasion, I welcome Honorable Secretary, Department of Higher Education, Ministry of Education, Sri Vineet Joshi ji, under whose guidance this conference is being organized. He has been instrumental not only in organizing this event, but also in selecting this place, Kevadia, for this conference. So I indeed welcome you, sir, for this conference. I welcome Honorable Vice Chancellor of Central University of Gujarat, Sri Ramasankar Dubey ji, who has really worked hard for last 1 month in making this conference a big success. I must tell you, while this conference is being organized under auspices of Ministry of Education, it's the Central University of Gujarat who has been hosting and organizing it at the place Kevadia in Gujarat. So indeed we are thankful and welcome you, sir. I welcome all the distinguished Vice Chancellors who are participating in this conference. Vice Chancellors who have come from all across the countries, who belong to different central universities and select deemed to be universities. I welcome you all to this conference, which is first of its kind to be being organized especially for the central universities. So indeed we welcome you to this conference. I welcome all the distinguished expert speakers who are here present and who will be guiding on different thematic sessions during the conference, and many of them are with us for the whole 2 days. I welcome you, sir, to this conference. And I also welcome all the senior officials of Ministry of Education and University Grants Commission who have worked hard in organizing this conference. We all know today is a very auspicious day of Guru Purnima, and on this day we are organizing conference of all Kul Gurus. It's indeed a great occasion, and it's in fact there could not be any better day to hold such a conference for distinguished teachers or gurus of this country. Further, this conference also gets huge significance in the backdrop of completing 5 years of national education policy, which we are going to celebrate 20 days down the line on 29th July. While we celebrate the 5th anniversary of national education policy, this conference becomes important and provides an opportunity to assess and evaluate our journey in implementation of NEP. While doing so, it is important to re-emphasize the broad objective of national education policy, and we all know the 5 pillars on which this policy really seeks to make India a global hub of education are extremely important, and these are access, equity, quality, affordability, and accountability. I think during the conference, we will be discussing on each of them and will be deliberating through these 2 days. With the mandate to provide high quality education and conduct of cutting edge research, central universities play a pivotal role in shaping the educational landscape of country. While central universities have demonstrated significant momentum in embracing NEP reforms, disparities remain in terms of depth, consistency, and impact of the reform. So this conference will provide an opportunity to undertake critical review of institutional progress and collectively shape the path ahead. In the next 2 days, the conference would provide us ample opportunity for peer learning, knowledge exchange, and sharing our best practices. The best part of this conference, I must mention, sir, today, that in this conference, all the vice chancellors have been involved for last 20 days in groups for preparation on each of the thematic sessions, and their presentation during the technical sessions would reflect their collective insight into challenges and the road ahead. They have also worked on the outcome paper for each session, which would get finalized after the conference and would act as their collective roadmap for the future. We all know Honorable Prime Minister's vision of Viksit Bharat is not just a dream, it is our shared responsibility. And with your active participation in this conference, it would reaffirm our shared responsibility of building a strong, inclusive, self-reliant, and enlightened Viksit Bharat by 2047. The place Kevadia signifies unity, vision, and progress embodied by the iconic Statue of Unity. The world's largest, tallest 182-meter tall statue of our Iron Man and the first Deputy Prime Minister and the Home Minister, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, who is the architect of unified India, provides huge inspiration for building a stronger nation. The serene and captivating surrounding of the place provides ideal environment for all of us to deliberate on several path-breaking ideas. Let us make the best of this opportunity to connect, learn, and inspire. Together, let us pave the way for a future that is innovative, inclusive, and prosperous. Once again, I welcome you all to this conference and wish a great success with your active participation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your warm and thoughtful welcome address. Now, I request Dr. Vineet Joshi ji, Secretary, Higher Education, Government of India, and Chairman UGC for opening remarks. Sir, please.
Honorable Union Minister of Education, Honorable Chancellor, Central University of Gujarat, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Central University of Gujarat, my colleague Shri Barnwal, distinguished academicians, esteemed Vice Chancellors, senior officers from the Ministry and UGC, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning to all of you. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to this 2-day Vice Chancellors Conference of Central Universities here in the serene surroundings of Kevadia. This gathering is not merely a formal event, it is a collective reaffirmation of our shared responsibility to shape the future of higher education in India. We meet today at a transformative moment as we complete 5 years of the launch of New National Education Policy 2020. This conference provides us with an opportunity to reflect on our progress so far and refine our roadmap towards achieving a vision of holistic, multidisciplinary, inclusive, affordable, and globally competitive higher education system. The NEP 2022-2020 laid down an ambitious, yes, achievable vision for India's higher education system, which is rooted in accessibility, Indianness, equity, quality, affordability, and accountability. It reimagines our institutions not as degree granting bodies, but as ecosystems of innovation, critical thinking, research, entrepreneurship, and holistic development. The past 11 years have seen our center universities take significant strides in reimagining the higher education landscape, from the adoption of the 4-year undergraduate program to the digital transformation enabled by Swayam Plus, Samarth, strengthening research ecosystems, and promoting Indian knowledge systems. Your leadership has played a vital role in translating this vision into practice. Over the next 2 days, through 10 carefully designed thematic sessions, we will deliberate on areas that lie at the heart of NEP 2020, which is flexible learning, academic mobility, research excellence, governance reform, and inclusion. These discussions will not only help us take stock of where we stand, but more importantly, where we need to go to realize the aspirations of Viksit Bharat at 2047. Over the next 2 days, we will engage in 10 focus sessions covering themes such as FYUP, future of work, digital education, equity and inclusion, education in Bhartiya Bhasha, Indian knowledge system, research and innovation, ranking and accreditation, internationalization, and faculty development. We are also at a stage where collaborative leadership is the key. The collective wisdom in this room can help us shape institutional strategies that are locally grounded but globally competitive. Whether it's strengthening equity, embracing Bharatiya Bhasha and Indian knowledge systems, or preparing for the future of work, your institutions are uniquely positioned to lead by example. Esteemed Vice Chancellors, please realize that your role is not limited to your institutions only. Central universities are pace-setter institutions. Anything that you do in your institution will be followed by many around you, especially the state universities and the colleges. So you carry a double responsibility, which will require a commitment that is unshakable. Therefore, let us seize this moment with clarity of purpose and collective commitment to make our universities instruments of national development and global excellence. I thank you once again for your presence and look forward to insightful guidance by the Honorable Shiksha Mantri Ji, Honorable Chancellor of Central University of Gujarat, and expert discussions and the outcomes. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful remarks. We now look forward to a thought-provoking address by on the 6 principles of Karma Yoga by Dr. Hasmukh Adiyaji, Honorable Chancellor, Central University of Gujarat. I now request respected sir to address the gathering.
हाँ सर खुली जैसे सन्नी ओपन करो फुल स्क्रीन स्लाइड शो में डाल दिया हाँ स्लाइड शो ये रहा ये नहीं लेजर नहीं जरूरी occasion of Guru Purnima, the auspicious day of offering our respect to the Guru, I bow before all of you who have been the teachers of higher education in the system. My respectful pranam to Honorable Minister for Education, who will go down in the history for his remarkable achievement of coming out with the new education policy, the national education policy, 5 years ago. It is the second education policy in the history of independent India that somebody has thought about. And the way Honorable Minister has led this entire initiative of consultation with so many people, and with his own personal interest that he has put in, the policy has really come out very well. I am glad, sir, that this initiative, I'm told that this is for the first time that a conference of all the central universities is being organized, which is a good thing. And that too, we are going to discuss the implementation of national education policy. So it's a wonderful opportunity, and my compliments to the Ministry of Education for having thought about this initiative and also for keeping it in the state of Gujarat. In the national education policy, sure, one of the aspects that we need to cover is the emphasis on the Indian knowledge system, IKS. And a lot has been done already to develop the idea of IKS, to develop the syllabus for IKS, and to sort of try to implement it in various degree programs wherever possible. Today I'm going to touch upon the concept of Karma Yoga, which is at the foundation of Indian knowledge system. It is the concept of Karma Yoga which only can motivate each and every citizen of this country to achieve the goal of Viksit Bharat. Because so far, we have behaved with a slave mentality, we have sort of had a compromise in quality kind of mentality in our society. If we have to spur everybody to action, and that also rightful action, without selfishness, without ego, then it's only the concept of Karma Yoga which will come to the rescue. And that's why I thought I will systematically put before you the concept of Karma Yoga, what are the 6 components of Karma Yoga. The question is, why Karma Yoga? First of all, the central theme of Bhagavad Gita is Karma Yoga. As you know, the concept of Karma Yoga is given to Arjun in the given context. But it also applies to all of us, and we need to follow the concept of Karma Yoga. It is if you follow the principles of Karma Yoga, the 6 principles of Karma Yoga, your action can become yoga itself. Your action can become an instrument of Punya Karma. And your action can become stress-free. You are completely stress-free. When you are doing anything, however serious it may be, as yoga, then you can become stress-free also. So this is why the concept of Karma Yoga is very, very important. But probably most of us have got only a scant idea of what is Karma Yoga. But if we understand the totality of Bhagavad Gita and the various messages given by Bhagavad Gita, there are 6 things which come out in Karma Yoga, which we have to follow. Then only it is called Karma Yoga, otherwise not. So we talk about these 6 principles. What is the first one? The first one is Swadharma Anushthan, Swadharma Anushthan. Playing our role in life with utmost diligence, without negligence, without carelessness, top class quality in whatever we try to do, never neglecting anything that we are given, whatever job we are given, never neglecting it, trying to put in our best in whatever role we have accepted in the society is the first principle of Karma Yoga, Swadharma Anushthan. Swadharma is what is the role that you have chosen in the society, that is your Swadharma. Having chosen that role, you cannot neglect it. One has to do it with most diligence. So, first principle of Karma Yoga, Swadharma Anushtan. The second one, giving up attachment to selfish gain. Giving up attachment to selfish gain. Never thinking that what will I get out of this personally. For an organization, you can always have planned goals for the organization. But if you say that I will do this only if I am likely to be promoted, or only if the government gives me an award, then only I am willing to do it, then that is not Karma Yoga. It's a selfish gain for which you are working. Incidentally, the good work will never go unnoticed. There is a principle of karma phala sambandha. So any good work done by anybody, ultimately it will be recognized. But to link it to a particular personal objective, selfish objective is not required. And that is against the Karma Yoga. So when you begin the karma, don't think that I will get Padma Shri, Padma Vibhushan for this. No way. You have to keep on doing your work properly and not link it to any selfish gain. So that is the second principle of Karma Yoga. The third one, we have to trust in the justice system of God. Now this is unique to the Hindu philosophy. Also other philosophies do believe that there is a karma phala sambandha. So most of the religions and most of the philosophies of the world do believe that if you do good karma, you get good results in life. And if you do bad karma, you will meet with bad results. The only difference between Hindu philosophy and other philosophy is that in other philosophy, it is limited to this birth. That if you do good karma, in this birth you get good phala. But in Hindu philosophy, it is spread across past births also. And that's where we are better placed, because there is a rationale behind somebody not getting good result in spite of doing good work in this birth, because it is linked to the karma of previous birth. So karma phala sambandha philosophy is unique. And that's what you have to believe in. Otherwise, you will not be able to carry on with same amount of enthusiasm in life. If you don't believe in the karma phala sambandha theory, anything that happens to you is because of your own karma, whether of this birth or of the past birth. And so you cannot ask a question to God, why me? That question cannot be asked because it is our karma which is coming back to us in life. So having a deep trust in karma phala sambandha is absolutely a must for us to do karma yoga. As we know, there are three types of karma which are prescribed, which are there, not prescribed, which are there in the philosophy. One is sanchit karma, the accumulated stock of all our past karma, of all the past births, millions of births we must have taken. And the accumulated stock of all the past birth is sanchit karma. The second is prarabdha karma. Out of the total stock that we have accumulated in so many births, when we take particular birth in this time, a portion out of it is given to us as prarabdha karma. So something which we are born with, and that is only one portion of the sanchit karma, not entirely. The rest of the sanchit karma is yet to be manifested in life, in future life. But one portion which comes to us in this life is called prarabdha karma. And then there is a third type of karma, agami karma. The freedom given to you by God to make a difference to the country, to the society in this birth. You got a human birth and God has given you that liberty to choose what you want to do in your life. And that is a part of agami karma. So while there is prarabdha karma which constrains certain things in our life, but it also gives us the freedom to do what we want to do as agami karma. So all these three are important in our life, and we must understand what is sanchit karma, what is prarabdha karma, and what is agami karma. To give you an example of sanchit karma, Here is a person who is wielding arrow, bow wielder. He is a Dhanurdhar. Dhanurdhar has got some kind of a stick, some kind of bows in his case behind. That is Sanchit Karma, all the bows that he has in his case. There is one arrow which is in the air already. That has become a Prarabdha Karma. We cannot pull it back. There is no way we can pull it back. So that is a Prarabdha Karma. We can do nothing about it. So there is something in life which we have come with, Prarabdha, and that we cannot avoid. We have to stay with Prarabdha. But there is a arrow in the hand of a Dhanurdhar, which is Agami Karma. He can use it to protect the good people of society, or he can use it to harass the good people of society. This is a choice with him, and that is Agami Karma. He has still not used it, but he can use it for either of the thing, either good thing for the society or bad thing for the society. So this is how you explain this. The fourth principle, having done your karma, different kinds of results will come in your life, some good, some bad. Acceptance of the result is a part of Karma Yoga. Acceptance, but dynamic acceptance. It's not a passive acceptance. हाँ ठीक है, एक बार प्रयत्न कर लिया, नहीं मिला, तो हम क्या कर सकते हैं? Not like that. That is a passive acceptance. Try your best to make a difference. Try your best to achieve the result. But in spite of all the things that you have tried, if the results don't come forth, you have to accept it and move on. Dynamic acceptance of results. I've seen many bureaucrats giving up in life, saying कि सरकार ने मुझे इतना क्यों अन्याय किया? I didn't deserve this. I have been transferred. Government didn't treat me well. I will not do anything in my life now. What's the point in talking like this? Whatever has happened has happened. It's a part of your prarabdha karma also, probably. But now one must move on. And that's what is very important. Dynamic acceptance of result is a very good thing. We have to accept the result as a phala of our own karma, either of this birth or the past birth. We cannot stop there and say कि नहीं, अब मैं कुछ नहीं करूँगा. We have to accept it. If you don't accept the result, you will suffer more in life and you will stop progressing in life. And that's why dynamic acceptance of result is a must. Fifth principle, absence of ego in performance of duty. There is no reason for any one of us to have any ego in anything that we do, howsoever superior it may be. Anything that is achieved in life has been possible because of your parents who brought you up. Your parents gave you good sanskar. You got good teachers in the school who motivated you to work hard. You got some good college professors who guided you to go to a particular career. And after all this, if you achieve something, there is no reason for you to have ego and say that I did it myself. No way. There is nobody who does it himself. Everybody is sort of getting some benefit of somebody from the society. Even a businessman who has made it a success in life, made millions and billions of rupees, he cannot say that it is my skill only which has worked. The government policies must have been positive at that time. The society must have cooperated. It must have been the demand of the time, and that's why they succeeded as a businessman. So there is no place for ego in Karma Yoga. We have to be always humble. Whatever we do, it is all, we have to do our thing with Ishwararpan Buddhi. Whatever happens is because of God, and we have to offer it to God. That is the way we have to accept good or bad results without any ego. And the last principle is sharing fruits of action. If God has been kind to you, if God has given you something good in life, then you should share it. Even a portion of our salary or a portion of whatever we are earning, we are supposed to use it for society, for donation. This is prescribed in all the religions. All the religions have importance of giving donation. So we should share fruits of action. If it is not money that you have been endowed with, and if it is a knowledge that you've been endowed with, one must try to share that knowledge also to the society. And that also without any benefit. Free. Sharing your knowledge. Whatever you have. And if you've got a lot of credit also, then you should share it with your colleagues. Suppose your organization has got an award, then you have to say it is because of the so many efforts of so many professors and so many teachers and so many students. You are not the only one. So that way you have to share the credit, you have to share the monetary benefits you get, and you have to share the knowledge also. So sharing fruits of action is very important. Finally, these are the 6 steps I told you already. This is a personality typologies in Indian philosophy which you must use. This is a core part of Indian knowledge system. These are personality typologies of Indian philosophy. There are 3 types of gunas which are mentioned in Bhagavad Gita. Chapter 14, 17 and 18 elaborately talks about sattva, rajas and tamas. There are some people who are predominantly sattvic. There are others who are predominantly rajasic. And there are others who are predominantly tamasic. So what are the different qualities of each one of this? This is what is described in this chart. So if you come to predominant quality, a sattvic person is the one whose predominant quality is knowledge. He is a knowledgeable person, sattvic person. If it is a rajasic person, his predominant quality is desire for worldly achievement. He will be very active and he wants to achieve the sky. He will say, I want to do this also, I want to go there also, I want to be the best teacher in the world or something like that. Those kind of desire for worldly achievements he will have, rajasic person. And a tamasic person will be generally, his predominant quality is ignorance and negligence of work. He will be lackadaisical, slow, lazy, ठीक है चलता है, ऐसा करके उसकी quality होगी. If you come to attitude to duty, sattvic person's attitude to duty is nimitta bhav. I am only an instrument in the scheme of God. God has put me in this place. And I am only trying to play my role as an agent of God. That kind of an instrumentality he has, nimitta bhav. Or vritya bhav, I am a servant of God. Either he thinks I am a servant of God, or he thinks I am only an instrument in the hand of God. Either way. That is a sattvic person's attitude to duty. A rajasic person will have doership. His attitude to work will be, I can make it happen. I will do it. Let me show to the world what I can do. This is the feeling of a rajasic person. And the tamasic person will have, he will have no desire to do anything. So attitude to work will be very, very warm, lukewarm attitude to work in case of a tamasic person. And when it comes to result, when the results come, how will sattvic person behave? How will rajasic and how will tamasic behave? So a sattvic person will take it as prasad buddhi. Prasad buddhi means what? Accepting any result that comes in life as prasad of God. When you go to a temple, whether you are given a bitter prasad as per the tradition of the temple or a sweet prasad, do you ever say no? Do you say कि नहीं मुझे करेला अच्छा नहीं लगता तो करेला का प्रसाद नहीं लूँगा मैं? We never say no to prasad. So similarly, any result that comes, sattvic person will gladly accept it. And that is called prasad buddhi, with prasad buddhi. A rajasic person will not accept unpopular results. He will say, I want result by all means, by hook or crook. He will only be wanting results by any means. So that is what is the swabhav of a rajasic person. And the tamasic person will have a passive acceptance कि ठीक है अब हम क्या कर सकते हैं, भगवान ने हमें ऐसा ही बनाया है, हम इसके लिए कुछ कर ही नहीं सकते. इस तरह का फेटलिस्टिक एटीट्यूड होगा तामसिक पर्सन का टुवर्ड्स रिजल्ट. उस तरह से वो एक्सेप्ट तो करेगा लेकिन ग्रजिंगली ही विल एक्सेप्ट, नॉट लाइक ए सात्विक पर्सन. Sattvic person will also accept whatever result comes as prasada buddhi. But a tamasic person will accept it as a grudgingly. कि ठीक है भगवान ने दिया है तो क्या करें. How do you recognize a sattvic person if you meet someone? A sattvic person will always be happy and peaceful. His mind is always peaceful. You will find radiating smile on his face. And quite a few saints you find like that. They are always radiating smile. They are peaceful. There is no agitation of their mind because they have more of sattva in them. In case of Rajasic person, you can easily make out that he is Rajasic by his level of activity, his restlessness of mind. एकदम mind चलता ही रहेगा उसका. So restlessness is the predominant way you can recognize a Rajasic person. And the Tamasic person will have a dull face, always dukhi, sad, because he doesn't want to do anything in life to change his position. He just wants, he is static, and so he will always be unhappy, and he will always look unhappy also. So this is the thing. So here, let me tell you, nobody is purely sattvic, nobody is purely rajasic, and nobody is purely tamasic. There is a combination of all three. So a person who is predominantly sattvic, second number rajasic, and third number tamasic, he is called sattvic in a way, because more than 50% is sattva guna in him. And similarly, rajasic person will have predominance of rajas. Second quality may be sattva, and third may be tamas in case of a rajasic person. So nobody is pure sattvic, pure rajasic. It's always a combination. All three gunas are there. So this is what we are doing. How do you, if you are at a particular level, how do you move up in chain? This is the methodology. Our philosophy says that there is no direct movement from tamas to sattva. You have to go through the route of rajas. So people who are tamasic, you have to ask them to first do selfish actions. You have to make them rajasic by showing them some kind of an incentive to do that. जो सात्विक लोग हैं उनको एक बार कुछ ना कुछ इंसेंटिव देके काम कराना है उनसे. So from sattva you can go to rajas, and after you become rajasic, after you are working for selfish gain, and after you become active, then a stage will come, then a person can easily go into sattva and he can become a sattvic person. There is no direct route from tamas to sattva. One has to go through rajas. And so if most of us, and I believe so because we are all very active in life, most of us are predominantly rajasic. We are not tamasic, otherwise we wouldn't have reached at this place. So if we are predominantly rajasic, for us it is only one step more. We can easily move. If we have done our work properly, if we have done our duty properly, as karma yoga, a time will come when there will be enough purity in our mind. Chitta suddhi ho jayegi. Enough purity in our mind, and we will easily go into sattvic mode. Easily. It will be easy for us to do that. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your enlightening address. Your reflections on the principles of Karma Yoga offered profound guidance and academic leadership and institutional development. And now, the moment we all have been waiting for, it is our proud privilege to welcome our chief guest, Shri Dharmendra Pradhan ji, Honorable Minister of Education, Government of India. He has been instrumental in driving the implementation of National Education Policy 2020 with a strong focus on transforming our education system into one that is holistic, inclusive, and future-oriented. Under his leadership, significant strides have been made towards building a Viksit Bharat through education, innovation, and skill development. It is my great honor to invite our respected chief guest to deliver the inaugural address. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
नमस्कार। पवित्र गुरु दिवस के अवसर पे भारत की सभी केंद्रीय विश्वविद्यालय की वाइस चांसलर की चिंतन शिविर में मंच पे उपस्थित देश के जाने माने प्रशासक, शिक्षाविद तथा उनको अगर हम कर्मयोगी कहे वो उचित होगा, ऐसे डॉक्टर हसमुख आढ़िया जी, हायर एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट के आदरणीय सचिव डॉक्टर विनीत जोशी जी, एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी श्री सुनील कुमार बर्नवाल जी तथा आज इस कार्यक्रम की 2 दिवसीय इस शिविर की मुख्य पुरोधा आयोजक गुजरात सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी के आदरणीय वाइस चांसलर रमाशंकर दुबे जी तथा सभी महानुभाव भाई और बहनों और अन्य साथीगण, मित्रों, हम सबकी सौभाग्य है हम लोग एक अच्छे प्रसंग को लेके अच्छे मन से पवित्र गुरु दिवस के अवसर पे 2 दिन के लिए एकत्रित हुए हैं और इसकी गंभीरता और बढ़ी। मैं इसे आढ़िया जी को बहुत सालों से जानता हूँ, यानी पिछले 11 साल से जानता हूँ। उनके बारे में पहले से थोड़ा सुना था, लेकिन पिछले 11 साल से उनके साथ प्रत्यक्ष अप्रत्यक्ष काम करने का अवसर मिला, इसलिए मैं उनको जानता हूँ। वो भले ही जीविका में प्रशासक रहे, लेकिन वृत्ति में वो शिक्षाविद हैं, एक मौलिक चिंतक हैं। उन्होंने जिस तरह की आज एक कॉन्टेक्स्ट सेट किया, शायद आने वाले 2 दिन हम जो समय बिताएंगे आपस में विचार विनिमय होगा, निश्चित रूप में ये हमारे लिए एक मार्गदर्शिका पाथवे और हैंड होल्डिंग करने के लिए एक हमको अवसर मिलेगा, अवसर देगा। मैं उनको धन्यवाद देता हूँ आज की उद्घाटन सत्र में उनकी विषय रखने के लिए। मित्रों, हम लोग एक इस समय में एकत्रित हुए हैं जिसकी हर एक कालखंड की हर एक समय का एक अपने आप में महत्व रहता है। इस समय में हम लोग जब एकत्रित हुए हैं और हमारी दायित्व बनती है भारत के बारे में चर्चा करना, भारत की बौद्धिकता के बारे में चर्चा करना, केवल चर्चा नहीं करना, उसको आगे कैसे ले जाना, समय के हिसाब से टाइम अप्रोप्रिएट, कॉन्टेक्स्ट अप्रोप्रिएट हम उसको कैसे ले जाएंगे, इस प्रकार की दायित्व इस गुरु समूह के कंधे पे है, ऐसे मैं मानता हूँ। मित्रों, भारत एक प्रजातंत्र है। विश्व सभ्यता में अनेक प्रकार की व्यवस्था प्रणाली जारी है। सबकी अपनी आप परफॉर्मेंस अप्राइजल होती है, एक उपलब्धि की समीक्षा होती है, उनको कैटेगराइजेशन किया जाता है। एक बढ़ती हुई अर्थनीति में, एक इमर्जिंग इकोनॉमी में जिसने डेमोक्रेसी को अपना पाथवे माना, उसमें जिसकी विरासत भी है, ऐसा नहीं कि हमें कोई नया देश नया राष्ट्र है, जिसकी कुछ विरासत है, उस बैकग्राउंड में हमने अनेक चीज उपलब्धि किया है। हमारी लंबी विरासत है। हमने आज़ादी के उपरांत यानी 47 के उपरांत पिछले लगभग 7 दशकों में अनेक चीज उपलब्धि किया, इसीलिए आज हम इस मंच पे एकत्रित हुए हैं। अभी आढ़िया जी अपने विषयों को रखते हुए उन्होंने कहा, अगर हम सात्विक ना होते, अगर हम सिर्फ तामसिक होते तो यहाँ नहीं पहुँचते। हम राजसी गुणों वाले हैं, हमारे अंदर सात्विकता निश्चित रूप में है। मित्र, रेस एमंग इक्वल्स में जिसमें गुण होता है वो ऊपर जाता है। हम सब इस दायित्व में आए हैं, ना हमारे पास कुछ ना कुछ भगवान प्रदत्त गुण है। मित्रों, इस समय में हमारे सामने कोई भी इस प्रकार के जब शिविर में एकत्रित होते हैं, उसके एक उद्देश्य रहता है, उसके एक फिलोसॉफिकल इंटरप्रिटेशन हमारे सामने हुई। मैं कुछ समय में आने वाले 10-15 मिनट में थोड़ा उसकी जो मेरे मन में जो उसकी टारगेट के बारे में आ रहे हैं, हमारी स्पेसिफिक कोई भी विषय को लेकर जब हम स्ट्रैटेजी प्लान करते हैं उसकी एक पूरा डिटेलिंग होने की आवश्यकता होती है। उसको बहुत पहले से योजना बनानी पड़ती है और उस लक्ष्य और उस प्लान को एग्जीक्यूट करने के लिए अगर एक ही प्लेट में ज़्यादा लोग समझेंगे और काम करेंगे तब जाकर वो लक्ष्य पूरा होता है। आज माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने 2 चीज़ हमारे सामने रखा है। रखा तो अनेक चीज़ है, लेकिन जब हम वाइस चांसलर्स की चिंतन शिविर में एकत्रित हुए, मैं आपको कहूँ 2 चीज़ हमारे सामने प्रमुखता से लक्ष्य करके हैं। हमारे सामने लक्ष्य है 2047 तक भारत को एक स्तर तक ले जाना। उसको कहा गया डेवलप्ड नेशन में हम खुद को परिवर्तित करेंगे। क्या डेवलप्ड नेशन की जो आज वैश्विक परिभाषा है वो हमारी परिभाषा होनी चाहिए, या हम डेवलप्ड नेशन की, एक समृद्ध राष्ट्र की, विकसित राष्ट्र की अपना पैरामीटर्स भी बना सकते हैं, अपने वैल्यूज भी बना सकते हैं। भारत ऐसे ही धनी देश है, यानी संस्कृति से, विरासत से हम अपना ही पैरामीटर बना सकते हैं। कोई भी सोसाइटी में इस प्रकार की वर्णन समाज की और दायित्व की और नागरिकों की कर्तव्यों के बारे में इतना होलिस्टिक चिंतन कभी नहीं हुई होगी। यह हमको कर्मयोग की तत्व हमको विरासत में मिली है। इसलिए जो डेवलप्ड नेशन की लक्ष्य हमारी 2047 है, तो मैं एक बार आपके सामने कहना चाहूंगा, मोहर रखूंगा, वो भारतीय मॉडल ऑफ डेवलप्ड नेशन होनी चाहिए। पाश्चात्य की चौकाचौंध भौतिक चाहे 6 उपलब्धि को हम डेवलप्ड नेशन ना माने। जब हम 47 तक पहुंचेंगे, एक प्रजातंत्र की मार्ग में पहुंचेंगे। प्रजातंत्र की अपने आप में एक पेन रहती है, एक चुनौती रहता है। क्या हम वाइस चांसलर होके जो हम निर्णय करते हैं वो सच में हम प्रजातंत्रिक करते हैं? हमारा एक दायित्व है, हमारा एक भूमिका है, लेकिन उस भूमिका को निभाते हुए हमने सभ्यता की जो चरित्र है हमें परामर्श करके करना, चर्चा करके करना। ये सिर्फ पाठ्य पुस्तकों के विषय नहीं है, लेक्चर्स की विषय नहीं है, प्रवचन के विषय नहीं है, प्रजातंत्र प्रैक्टिस की विषय है। उस प्रजातंत्र को प्रैक्टिस करते हुए जब हम 2047 की भारतीय पद्धति ऑफ डेवलप्ड नेशन, भारतीय व्यवस्था के आधार पे, भारत की विरासत के ऊपर, संस्कृति के ऊपर हम डेवलप्ड नेशन की परिकल्पना कर रहे हैं, मैं मानता हूं हमारे सामने सबसे जिम्मेवारी शिक्षा जगत को है। उसमें से उच्च शिक्षा जगत को उसको लीडरशिप देने की आवश्यकता है। मित्रों, आज हमारे सामने अगर हम पिछले 11 सालों की, जिसे अभी अड़िया जी ने कहा कि भारत में उस लक्ष्य को पूरा करने के लिए संयोग से 2020 में, हम कहे 2020 में, लेकिन 2014 के उपरांत उस विषय में चिंतन मनन शुरू हुई थी। धीरे धीरे उसको 6 साल लगा एक पॉलिसी डॉक्यूमेंट में परिवर्तित करने में, एक फिलोसॉफी के नाते उसको सामने ले आने में। राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति 2020 हमारे सामने एक क्लैरिटी की पथवे है हमारे सामने। जब अगर हम उस 10 साल की, पिछले 10 साल की, 11 साल की एक समीक्षा करते हैं, 2014-15 की बेसलाइन डाटा से आज हम लोगों की 30% इंक्रीज हुई है उच्च शिक्षा की पार्टिसिपेशन। उसमें से महिलाओं की सबसे ज़्यादा हुई है 38%। हमारी पीएचडी स्कॉलर्स की संख्या बढ़ी है। हमारी शेड्यूल्ड ट्राइब्स स्टूडेंट्स की 14 की तुलना में अभी 10% ग्रोथ हुई है। एससीज की, शेड्यूल्ड कास्ट की हमारी 8% ग्रोथ हुई है। हमारी यूनिवर्सिटीज की संख्या बढ़ी है, हमारी कॉलेजेस की संख्या बढ़ी है। और हमारे सामने आज लक्ष्य है 2035 तक, हम 2035 तक इसको 50% तक पहुंचाएंगे। भले ही एनईपी में उसको 50% लिखा है, लेकिन मेरे जैसे व्यक्ति थोड़ा उसमें से ज़्यादा महत्वाकांक्षी होता है। मित्रों, मैंने कभी एक हिसाब लगाया कि भारत की जन्म पंजिका को, वार्थ रजिस्ट्रेशन को अगर हम देखेंगे तो हर एक एज ग्रुप में लगभग आज की बार्थ रेट के हिसाब से लगभग एब्सोल्यूट नंबर में 2 करोड़ लोग होते हैं। अगर हम उच्च शिक्षा में जो एज ग्रुप है उसमें आज हमारी GER लगभग 4.5 करोड़ हुआ है एब्सोल्यूट नंबर में, और ये 26-27% है। इसको लक्ष्य हमारी है 50% करना आने वाले 10 साल के अंदर, और ये संख्या एब्सोल्यूट नंबर में बढ़ के हो जाएगा लगभग 9 करोड़। क्या आबादी में उतने ही लोग होंगे 9 करोड़ उस एज ग्रुप में? नहीं। हमारे सामने वाइस चांसलर्स मित्रों के सामने, गुरुओं के सामने 2 चुनौती है। हम सिर्फ अपने विजन को, अपने रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी को अपने कैंपस की चौहदी तक सीमित नहीं रख सकते। वी कैनॉट कन्फाइन आवर रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी एंड आइडिया ओनली अप टू 4 वॉल ऑफ आवर कैंपस, बाउंड्री वॉल ऑफ आवर कैंपस। हम सोसाइटी की लीडर हैं। मैं उसी एज ग्रुप में लगभग उतना ही संख्या बाहर है जो वर्कफोर्स में है, जॉब मार्केट में है। ये एक दायित्व हमारे सामने है। लगभग 20 करोड़ यंगस्टर्स की कॉम्पिटेंसी बिल्ड करना, कैपेसिटी बिल्ड करना, उनको उस कॉम्पिटेंसी कैपेसिटी को एक इंस्टीट्यूशनल फ्रेमवर्क में डालने का दायित्व 2047 तक हम लोगों के कंधे पे है। इसी के बारे में NEP ने अनेक उल्लेख किया है, अनेक विषयों को उल्लेख किया है। मित्रों, उतना ही दायित्व नहीं, और एक बड़ा दायित्व है। हमारी आज की परिसंख्यन में हमारी वर्किंग एज ग्रुप 15 to 59, ये एज ग्रुप में भारत में लगभग 90 करोड़ लोग हैं आज की पॉपुलेशन में। उसकी लगभग 56% वर्कफोर्स में कन्वर्ट होती है। बाकी लोग सामाजिक अर्थनैतिक व्यवस्था के कारण, कंपल्शंस के कारण या अपॉर्चुनिटी नहीं होने के कारण वर्कफोर्स में नहीं आ पाते हैं। भारत को अगर डेवलप्ड इकोनॉमी होना है तब हमारी वर्कफोर्स पार्टिसिपेशन को कम से कम 75 तक ले जाना है। अगर वो 75 होता है 90 करोड़ की, ये लगभग 75 लाख करोड़ हो जाएगा। मित्रों, नीचे यंगस्टर्स 20 करोड़, थोड़ा ओवरलैपिंग होगा, और 50-60 करोड़ लोग ऊपर की पॉपुलेशन में। 75 करोड़ यानी देश की लगभग आधे लोगों की, आधे लोग किसको देखेंगे, किस और उनकी अपेक्षा है? उनकी अपेक्षा भारत की हायर एजुकेशन इकोसिस्टम के ऊपर है। कैसे होनी चाहिए, जिसके बारे में अभी आडिया जी ने हम लोगों के सामने एक ब्लूप्रिंट रखा, एक फिलोसॉफी रखा। हम कोशिश करेंगे, NEP वही कहा है। नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी को, जगह मैं नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी को या इंटरप्रेट नहीं करूंगा। 5 साल हो गए हैं। मैं आप लोगों को एक चुनौती देता हूं, एक अपेक्षा भी रखता हूं, एक आपकी परम कर्तव्य ऐसे आप मानोगे, ऐसे मैं विश्वास करता हूं। हमें हर एक यूनिवर्सिटी की अपने अपने मॉडल की NEP इंप्लीमेंटेशन की स्ट्रैटेजी की पेपर चाहिए। ब्रॉड फंडामेंटल्स हमारे सामने है। भारतीय भाषा आधारित होनी चाहिए, भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा आधारित होनी चाहिए। इसमें हम फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी लाना पड़ेगा, इसको हमें मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी करना पड़ेगा, इसको हमें इंक्लूसिव करना पड़ेगा, इसको हमने अफोर्डेबल करना पड़ेगा, इसको हम लोगों को टेक्नोलॉजी से जोड़ना पड़ेगा। हम इस दम्भ में और नहीं रह सकते हैं कि भाई चैट GPT क्रिटिकल थिंकिंग नहीं करवाती है, इसलिए हम चैट GPT में घुसेंगे नहीं, AI में घुसेंगे नहीं। चैट GPT नहीं, AI में घुसेंगे नहीं। हम अपने कैंपस को चलाते हुए मेटावर्स को हम अडॉप्ट नहीं करेंगे, ऐसा शायद सोचना उचित नहीं होगा। यह करते करते क्या हम मौलिक विषयों को छोड़ें, हमारे विरासत को छोड़ें, हमारे मूल्यों को छोड़ें? मित्रों, सारा चीजों को अगर आर्टिकुलेशन करने का सर्वोच्च जिम्मेवारी कोई व्यक्ति है तो उस यूनिवर्सिटी के वाइस चांसलर है। मित्रों, वाइस चांसलर कोई रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी नहीं है। वाइस चांसलर एक कल्चर है। वाइस चांसलर एक लिविंग कल्चर की, आइडियल कल्चर की जीता जागता एम्बेसडर है। अपने स्वभाव, अपने व्यवहार, अपने उदारता, अपने दृष्टि, अपने टीम वर्क की अप्रोच, हमारी अंदर खुद की डेमोक्रेटिक वैल्यूज, मैं ये धृष्टता नहीं करूंगा, ये सब आप में नहीं है। आप में नहीं है तो ये इंस्टीट्यूशन नहीं होता। लेकिन मित्रों, इस विषय में जब चिंतन सत्र जैसे कुछ वर्ग में हम बैठते हैं, तब हमारे सामने एक विषय स्वाभाविक आता है कि हमें कुछ विषयों को बीच बीच में याद करते रहना चाहिए। मंदिर और पुजारी और घंटी, ये तीनों स्थायी है। मंदिर भी वही है, उसमें घंटी भी है। पुजारी रोज कोई सुने या ना सुने, कोई भक्त आए या ना आए, वो जाके एक बार निर्दिष्ट समय में जाके घंटी बजा के आते हैं, दीप लगा के आते हैं। हमारी भूमिका ही ऐसे ही है। समाज में अगर एक जागृति लाना है, एक अलग जाना है, तब हमें ये प्रक्रिया को अपनाना ही पड़ेगा। मित्रों, ये सारे विषय में केंद्र में कौन है? क्या टीचिंग फैकल्टी केंद्र में है? क्या पेरेंट्स केंद्र में है? या किताब छपाने वाले केंद्र में है? क्या एडुटेक के नाम पे जो हमारे पास टेक्नोलॉजी लेके आते हैं वो केंद्र में है? या हमारे विद्यार्थी केंद्र में है? हमें एक रचना बनानी पड़ेगी जिसमें हमारी विद्यार्थी, स्टूडेंट सेंट्रिक अप्रोच हमारी। कभी कभी हमारे सामने कई प्रकार की चुनौतियां आती हैं। कभी कभी मैं सोचता हूं, मैं देश की स्टूडेंट यूथ मूवमेंट से निकल के आया हूं। मेरे को कभी कभी लगता है कि अगर हम अपने विद्यार्थियों को, स्टूडेंट्स को, हमारे बच्चों को थोड़ा ही आदर करें, थोड़ा ही उनको समझे। कभी कभी लगता है, विशेष करके वाइस चांसलर महोदयों को ये लगना स्वाभाविक है, स्टूडेंट ऐसे कैसे मेरे साथ कर सकता है? करता ही है, आप क्या करोगे आगे? लेकिन अगर हम उनके साथ कोई रैपो, उनके साथ उनको मन को समझाना, भले ही वो इरेशनल बात कहे, लेकिन अगर उनसे हम संवाद करते हैं, शायद समाधान उसमें से है। समाधान बिना संवाद के संभव नहीं है। लगभग 70% तो मैं नहीं कहूंगा, लेकिन लगभग एक 99% स्टूडेंट को हम संभाल नहीं सकते हैं, ऐसा नहीं। सबकी दृष्टि, सबके विचार, सबकी तरीके अलग अलग हो सकते हैं। अराजक तत्व रहते ही हैं, लेकिन 99% व्यवस्था को स्वीकार करने वाले लोग भी रहते हैं। चुनौती है कि हम उनको पहुंच सकते हैं क्या? इसलिए हमारी अप्रोच सारे विषय में स्टूडेंट्स सेंट्रिक होनी चाहिए, और स्टूडेंट्स की अपना एक इनहेरेंट क्वालिटी है। इंस्टीट्यूशंस की भी अपना अपना क्वालिटी है। प्रधानमंत्री जी कहते हैं, अगर मैं उनको कोट करूं, व्हाट स्टूडेंट्स कैन डू इज इनर स्ट्रेंथ। जो कर सकता है वो उसकी निजी ताकत है, इनर स्ट्रेंथ है। बट व्हेन वी एडेड इंस्टीट्यूशनल स्ट्रेंथ इन देयर होराइजन, when we added institutional strength, that expand their horizon of thinking, उनकी चिंता करने की प्रक्रिया असीम हो जाती है। ये सारे युवा अवस्था में विद्यार्थियों को मिलता है। और हमारी स्टूडेंट्स देश की स्ट्रेंथ है, हमारी स्टूडेंट स्ट्रेंथ नेशनल स्ट्रेंथ है। मित्रों, मैं ये सारा विषय में आज इस समय में हम लोग हैं, विश्व की अर्थनीति बदल रहा है, विश्व की समाज नीति बदल रहा है, विश्व की राजनीति बदल रहा है, विश्व की कूटनीति बदल रहा है। ये सारे एवर इमर्जिंग व्यवस्था में हमारी लीडरशिप, हमारी थॉट प्रोसेस, हमारी थॉट क्लैरिटी, जो एक विशिष्ट प्रकार की संस्कृति को अपनाएगा, इतिहास बनाने के लिए कुछ सदी लगती है, लेकिन संस्कृति बनाने के लिए कई सदियों की इतिहास लगती है। भारत में ज्ञान की अपने आप में, शिक्षा के अपने आप में स्थान सर्वोच्च है। हमारी सौभाग्य, हम सब उस विरासत के अनुयायी हैं, हम उस विरासत के प्रैक्टिशनर हैं। मित्रों, हमारी कंधे में बहुत ही बड़ी जिम्मेवारी है। केवल भारत की 75 करोड़ लोगों की नॉलेज लेवल को एनहांस करना, उनको कॉम्पिटेंट बनाना, उनको वर्कफोर्स में ले आना, इतना ही नहीं है। विश्व की गरीब तबके के लोग आज भारत की ओर देख रहे हैं, पहले भी देख रहे थे। ऐसा नहीं कि हम ये मौका, इस प्रकार के अवसर पहली बार आ रहा है। अगर ऐसे होता तो साउथ ईस्ट एशिया में इंडियन सिविलाइजेशन की इतना बड़ा इंपैक्ट नहीं होता। आखिर बुद्ध की ग्लोबलाइजेशन की प्रक्रिया भारत से ही तो, इस विचार तो भारत की है। अगर विश्व की इतने बड़े मात्रा में बुद्धिज्म का जो अनुयायी है, यह भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा की एक्सटेंशन है, इसे हम मानना चाहिए। आज भी कहते हैं कि विश्व की अनेक अग्रणी यूनिवर्सिटी में इंडोलॉजी की जो डॉक्यूमेंट और पढ़ाई की व्यवस्था है, अनेक भारतीय विश्वविद्यालय में वो नहीं है। पिछले लगभग आजादी के उपरांत पिछले 100-200 साल में भारत की अर्थनीति कॉलोनी के कारण इतनी मजबूत नहीं रही, लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी भारत की परंपराओं को, ज्ञान को इतने गहराई से क्यों अध्ययन किया जाता है? क्यों कम दिनों में योगा एक अंतर्राष्ट्रीय आकर्षण के विषय हो गया? क्या ये कुछ स्पोर्ट्स है क्या? ये एक जीवन प्रणाली है, एक जीवन पद्धति है, ज्ञान की, मन बुद्धि ज्ञान को एकत्रीकरण करने का एक उपक्रम है। ये भारतीय परंपरा है। मित्रों, एक एक चीज को अगर हमारी अंडरस्टैंडिंग ऑफ सस्टेनेबिलिटी, पूरा दुनिया आज पर्यावरण के लिए चिंतित है, क्लाइमेट कंसर्न आज बहुत विषय बन चुकी है। इसकी अंडरस्टैंडिंग भारत की जीवन प्रवाह में शुरू से ही है। भारत की अनपढ़ लोग, जिसको हम इलिटरेट आज कहते हैं, उनको भी पेड़ पौधा, पानी, पवन, वायु, ये सारे के बारे में एक इनहेरेंट अंडरस्टैंडिंग है। मित्रों, ये विरासत में इसी को कहा जाता है इतिहास, इसी से ही संस्कृति और परंपरा मजबूत होती है। हम ये सारे करते, जिसके बारे में सबने भी कहा कि भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा हमारी इसकी एक मूल स्तंभ है। मित्रों, इस सारे पृष्ठभूमि के अंदर हमारी ये सब होगा कैसे? मित्रों, परिवर्तन सिनेमा या कोई अच्छे चित्र या कोई अच्छे वीडियो से नहीं होती है। आजकल दिनों में तो सोशल मीडिया ही नया गुरु बन चुके हैं, इन्फ्लुएंसर ही गुरु बन चुके हैं। मित्रों, ऐसे नहीं होगा। ये समाज जीवन में इस प्रकार की तरंग बीच बीच में आता है, ये सब तरंग ही है, लेकिन गंभीरता के साथ इसको सोचने वाले लोग ही एक परिवर्तन कर सकते हैं। आज की शिक्षा व्यवस्था में, आज हम लोग सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी के वाइस चांसलर बैठे हैं। आप में से अनेक मित्र पहले कोई स्टेट यूनिवर्सिटी में वाइस चांसलर रहे होंगे, या प्रोफेसर रहे होंगे, या सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी में प्रोफेसर के रूप में काम किए होंगे। इस सारे में एक क्रीम यहाँ बैठा है, भारत की सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी की प्रमुख लीडरशिप यहाँ बैठा है, और जहाँ हम एक अच्छे दिन में बैठे हैं। आज हमें कुछ संकल्प करने की समय आई है। कुछ हम लोगों को एकत्रित करके एक नई शिक्षा संस्कृति 21वीं सदी में, अगर भारत को आने वाले 2 दशक के अंदर एक भारतीय मॉडल ऑफ विकास, जिसमें समग्रता है, जिसमें एकात्मता है। भारत में हम एक चीज को, जीव और निर्जीव, एक दोनों विषय को हम अलग नहीं माने हैं। हम पत्थर को भी भगवान मानते हैं। फाइनली फिजिक्स की टाओ फिजिक्स में जो विज्ञान के महानुभव यहां बैठे हैं, वो मेरे से इस विषय को मैं उनसे कभी समझना चाहूंगा। एटम पार्टिकल में ही, इंफिनिटी के अंदर ही, शून्य के अंदर ही परमात्मा बैठता है, गॉड पार्टिकल होता है। ये विज्ञान को भी स्वीकार करना पड़ रहा है। ये सोच भारतीय व्यवस्था में ही है। इसको एकात्म जीवन दर्शन को हमने माना है। हम एकांगी नहीं हो सकते, हम इंटीग्रेटेड है। एकात्म मानववाद की जो दर्शन हम लोगों के सामने है, ये भारतीय दर्शन की, जिसको बार बार हमारी ज्ञान सभ्यता ने रेनेसांस के रूप में उसको सामने लाया है। मित्रों, 21वीं सदी में भारत को विश्व की जिम्मेवारी लेना ही होगा। भारत की नहीं, दुनिया की जो न्यू ऑर्डर आ रहा है, जिसके बारे में प्रधानमंत्री 2 दिन पहले ग्लोबल फोरम पे कहा है, अगर एआई एज ए न्यू इंस्ट्रूमेंट है, हमें इसमें से एथिकल एआई के बारे में सोचना पड़ेगा। मशीन कितना तक सोचेगा और मनुष्य कितना तक सोचेगा। ये सारे में जो आज हम राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति में सोचे हैं, मैं अगर 5 विषयों में, अगर हम अपना अतीत को सेलिब्रेट करना है, अगर हमारी प्रेजेंट को हमें सेलिब्रेट करना है, इस 2 सेलिब्रेशन के पिलार पे हमें एक फ्यूचर की सृजन करना पड़ेगा। वी हैव टू क्रिएट ए न्यू फ्यूचर। उसके लिए आने वाले 2 दिन में मैं तो ये अपेक्षा रखूंगा, इस प्रकार की चिंतन शिविर आप सभी की कैंपस में भी होनी चाहिए, आपकी इन हाउस लीडरशिप के अंदर होनी चाहिए। आर्या जी जैसे महानुभव एक आधा में जाएं, लेकिन आप ही लोग बैठो, वाइस चांसलर उसकी लीडरशिप लें। आप नहीं करते हो ऐसा भी नहीं, आपकी एकेडमिक काउंसिल है, आपकी एग्जीक्यूटिव काउंसिल है, लेकिन उस बंधन को तोड़िए। आप चुनिंदे 10, 20, 50, 60 लोग बैठे, 2 दिन बैठे, 2 रात रहे इकट्ठा, सहवास करें, योगा करें, और ये इस विषय पे लेके बैठे कि मेरे यूनिवर्सिटी आने वाले दिनों में नेट जीरो हो पाएगा क्या, मेरे यूनिवर्सिटी कोई ग्लोबल स्टैंडर्ड्स कर सकता है क्या, मेरे यूनिवर्सिटी इतना ही आकर्षित होगा कि दुनिया के विद्यार्थी वहां पढ़ने आए थे, ऐसे ही नालंदा लोग पढ़ने नहीं आए थे। मैं कभी इस प्रदेश के एक शहर में गया था जहां संयोग और सौभाग्य से माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का जन्म हुआ था, बड़नगर में कभी हुएनसा आए थे, चाइनीज परिव्राजक भारत की अनेक स्थान गए थे, उसमें गुजरात के बड़नगर भी आए थे। मित्रों, क्या था इस समाज में, क्या मॉडल था, क्या हम उस आधार पे, हमारे विरासत के आधार पे आज की आवश्यकता को ध्यान में रखते हुए हमारा यूनिवर्सिटी को हम एक आइडियल पॉइंट नहीं बना सकते हैं क्या? सिर्फ एक मटेरियल इंस्टीट्यूशन नहीं, एक फिजिकल इंस्टीट्यूशन नहीं, एक फिलोसॉफिकल इंस्टीट्यूशन, जहां उस इलाका के, उस समाज के लोगों के आकर्षण हो। कोई मेरे मन में समस्या है तो मैं गुरु को जाके पूछ के आऊं, मैं थोड़ा यूनिवर्सिटी घूम के आ जाऊं। मैं इन दिनों में कुछ यूनिवर्सिटियों को घूम के आया हूं। मित्रों, मैं आपकी काबिलियत को कितना भी प्रशंसा करूं वो कम होगा। ये आप NIRF और NAC इसमें आना ही चाहिए, लेकिन उसकी स्पर्धा में मत पड़िए। नहीं करना चाहिए, मैं वकालत नहीं करूंगा, करना ही पड़ेगा, उसका कोई शॉर्टकट नहीं है। सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी को NIRF में अपने आप के साथ कंपटीशन करके ऊपर आना ही पड़ेगा। NAC में सबको हाई स्कोर तक जाना ही चाहिए। लेकिन मैं इसी सीमित संसाधनों में कुछ यूनिवर्सिटियों को देखा जिन्होंने अच्छा काम किया है, कम समय में किया है। कुछ विरासत में हमारे साथ चुनौती है, चुनौती भी हमको ध्यान में है, संभावना भी हमारे सामने है। हमको लीडरशिप लेना पड़ेगा। अगर मैं आपसे अपेक्षा रखूंगा कि हमें भारत के अंदर से एक नेक्स्ट जेन की इमर्जिंग एजुकेशन सिस्टम देना है, जो विरासत से मजबूत होगा, AI का भी दक्ष होगा, जिस एजुकेशन मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी होगा, विज्ञान के छात्र समाज विज्ञान में भी उतना ही प्रभावी होगा, इतना भी तज्ञ होगा, भारतीय भाषाओं के ऊपर उसको उतना ही अनुराग आसक्ति होगा। उसकी मस्तिष्क से सदैव नवाचार की कल्पना सृजन होने की आवश्यकता है, इनोवेशन सेंट्रिक होना चाहिए। उसकी अंदर हमें ऐसे एक चरित्र लाना पड़ेगा जो समावेशी होगा, सामग्रिक होगा। इंजीनियरिंग स्टूडेंट्स कहेगा कि भाई देश की अर्थनीति जैसे भी जाए, मेरा इंजीनियरिंग डिजाइन तो ठीक होगा, ये नहीं चलने वाला है आने वाले दिनों में। मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी और होलिस्टिक ये दोनों परिपूरक है। मित्रों, इसकी समाधान तब जाके हो पाएगा अगर हम इसको भारतीय शिक्षा प्रणाली करके हम उसको इमर्ज कराएंगे। एक नई आधुनिक शिक्षा व्यवस्था जिसमें भारतीय भाषा, भारतीय विरासत पे विश्वास है, जो टेक्नोलॉजी को विश्वास करता होगा, जो इमर्जिंग होगा, होलिस्टिक होगा, तब जाके हम एक न्यायोचित समाज की परिकल्पना कर पाएंगे। मैं अपेक्षा रखूंगा ये 2 दिन में सारा चीज इकट्ठा हो जाएगा, ये भ्रम में मैं भी नहीं हूं। लेकिन हमें 21वीं सदी में NEP को सृजन करना, इंप्लीमेंटेशन की 5 साल के ऊपर हमें एक स्ट्रैटेजी बनानी पड़ेगी, एक टाइम फ्रेम बनानी पड़ेगी। अगर हम 2035 तक 50% GR करेंगे, जिसमें मैं और एक ऐड ऑन किया कि हमारी दायित्व बनता है आबादी की आधे लोगों की स्किल, रीस्किल, अपस्किलिंग की दायित्व लेना पड़ेगा। तब हमारी नीति क्या होगा, हमारी मूल्य क्या होगा, हमारी वैल्यूज क्या होगा, हमारी मॉडल क्या होगा। मित्रों, कोई भी समाज तब मजबूत होता है जब उसकी विद्वान उस समाज को समझते हैं, उसके लिए योजना बनाते हैं। आप भारत की सबसे सर्वोत्तम विद्वान समाज की प्रतिनिधि हो। आप भारत की सिर्फ आपकी दायित्व आपकी यूनिवर्सिटी नहीं है, आपकी दायित्व नया भारत को, आधुनिक भारत को लीडरशिप पोजीशन में रह के आगे ले जाने के आपका दायित्व है। मैं आपको इस 2 दिन की चिंतन शिविर में फिर स्वागत करता हूं। बहुत धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद माननीय शिक्षा मंत्री जी, आपके प्रेरणादायी और दूरदर्शी उद्बोधन के लिए। आपके प्रेरक शब्दों ने इस सम्मेलन की एक मजबूत नींव रखी है और राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति 2020 के लक्ष्यों को आगे बढ़ाने की हमारी सामूहिक प्रतिबद्धता को मजबूत किया है। नाउ टू ऑफर आवर हार्टफेल्ट ग्रेटिट्यूड फॉर दिस मोमेंटस beginning, I now invite Professor Rama Shankar Dubey ji, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Central University of Gujarat, to deliver the vote of thanks.
मोस्ट रेस्पेक्टेड, परमादरणीय, परम सम्माननीय आज के हमारे मुख्य अतिथि माननीय शिक्षा मंत्री जी, भारत सरकार, ऑनरेबल चांसलर ऑफ सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ गुजरात डॉक्टर हसमुख अढ़िया जी, ऑनरेबल हायर एजुकेशन सेक्रेटरी डॉक्टर विनीत जोशी जी, एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी सुनील कुमार बर्नवाल जी, वाइस चांसलर फ्रॉम ऑल द सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटीज, आवर लर्नेड स्पीकर्स, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, and officials from University Grant Commission and Ministry of Education. With immense pleasure and deep sense of respect, I extend a very heartfelt thanks to all of you for your presence and for your participation in these 2 days Vice Chancellor's Conference. I sincerely express my thanks to you for visiting this vibrant land of Gujarat, more specifically to this iconic location of the Statue of Unity. This revered site of a Statue of Unity marks as a tribute to the Iron Man of India, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, whose vision of Ek Bharat, Shresth Bharat led to the foundation of integrated and united India. At the very outset, I wish to express my profound gratitude and respectable thanks to our Honorable Education Minister of India, Shri Dharmendra Pradhan ji, for his gracious presence and his inspiring words. Sir, under your dynamic and visionary leadership, India's higher education landscape has witnessed a remarkable and unprecedented transformation. Your tireless efforts and strategic foresight have been instrumental in translating the vision of National Education Policy 2020 into reality, tangible reality on grounds. We remain ever grateful to our Honorable Chancellor of Central University of Gujarat, Dr. Hasmukh Aढ़िया ji. We are really fortunate enough to have him as our Chancellor of the university. Dr. Hasmukh Aढ़िया ji is also Principal Advisor to the Chief Minister of Government of Gujarat. Dr. Aढ़िया ji stands as a true symbol of wisdom, humility, and integrity. As a mentor and guide, he always remains available for us, for our institutional growth, and for shaping our future vision. I express my sincere thanks to Dr. Vineet Joshi ji, Secretary Higher Education, Government of India, for gracing us with his presence and articulating the agenda of this 2 days conference. I am thankful to Dr. Sunil Kumar Barnwal ji, Additional Secretary, for his gracious presence and welcome remarks. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the distinguished speakers, all the Vice Chancellors from across the country, officials from University Grant Commission. Here I'd like to tell just few words that the core philosophy of higher education is national education policy is to produce global citizens rooted in Indian culture. The great saint and philosopher of India, Swami Vivekananda ji, he used to tell that the purpose of education is character building, purpose of education is man making, and purpose of education is nation building. Echoing the same vision, the great patriot of Indian nation, Mahamana Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya ji, he used to tell the core philosophy of education is holistic development of personality. And he used to tell that dharma and ethics should be integral part of education. He used to tell his students that satyena brahmacharyena vyayamena vidya देशभक्त्या आत्मत्यागेन सम्मानार्ह सदा भव. The NEP 2020 emphasizes for holistic and multidisciplinary learning and the integration of Indian knowledge system in curriculum, and at the same time we have to produce such practical real-world skill sets in students that align with the evolving demands of global job market and industry. Now, may the spirit of commitment, patriotism, national unity, and exemplary leadership of Sardar Patel guide us and inspire us in our all deliberations for the 2 days and our outcomes. With these words, I thank you all once again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We will now take a short break of 20 minutes for photo session just outside this hall and for tea. Kindly proceed to the designated area. We will reassemble at 10 a.m. for the first thematic session. Wishing you an insightful and inspiring day ahead. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Hello. Only Vice Chancellor, CUG official, ministry के officials और respected speakers are invited for group photography. बाकी सभी सदस्यगण के लिए चाय की व्यवस्था यहाँ पर की गई है. धन्यवाद.
ये प्ले कार्ड दीजिए ना उधर वो जो रखा ना फर्स्ट वाला. हाँ नहीं ये वाला. हाँ लो प्रेम आएगा. नंबर आया वायरलेस में ये आव रे हमें શું ગમે
A very good morning to all of you. In a very short while, we are going to initiate the deliberation of the first thematic session. So I would request all the dignitaries to please take their seat as soon as possible. शायद ये होगा शायद कुछ सर कुछ सेटअप में ऐसे ही आता है वो पूरा पूरा वहाँ दिखेगा सर आगे देखिए देखिए आगे होगा ये आगे ठीक है ठीक इसी को रहने देते हैं बस बस ठीक है सर ये आप जब शुरू करें Once again, I request all the dignitaries and delegates to please take their seats. I request all the dignitaries, Vice Chancellor, they can take their teas and snacks in their table. We are going to initiate the deliberation of the first thematic session. Waiting for Kalsi ji ko wait kar raha hai, to aa raha hai. A very good morning to all of you. After a thought-provoking inaugural session, we are going to initiate the first thematic session of this Vice Chancellor Conference. And the topic of the first thematic session is Understanding Implementation of National Higher Education Qualification Framework, National Credit Framework, with focus on 4-year undergraduate program. And we are fortunate to have Dr. N.S. Kalsi, former chairman, NCVT, as our expert for the session. And we have 5 vice chancellors in the university group: Professor Yogesh Singh, University of Delhi; Professor Tankeshwar Kumar, Central University of Haryana; Professor Rajiv Mohan Pant, Assam University; Professor Battu Satyanarayana, Central University of Karnataka; Professor Sri Prakash Singh, Hembati Nandan, Bahuguna, Garhwal University. And we have Dr. N. Gopu Kumar from University Grant Commission to steering the deliberation of the session. So I would request all the Honorable Vice Chancellor and Professor Kalsi ji to please come over the dais. Okay. Thank you, sir. And now I'm handing over the session to Dr. N. Gopu Kumar for steering the deliberation of the first thematic session. Dr. Gopu Kumar.
Thank you, sir. Namaskar. On behalf of Ministry of Education, University Grants Commission and Central University of Gujarat, I welcome you all to this session 1 of this Vice Chancellors Conference. The theme of this session is Understanding and Implementing National Credit Framework and National Higher Education Qualifications Framework with focus on the 4-year undergraduate program. The members of this group, University of Delhi, Central University of Haryana, Central University of Karnataka, Hemavati Nandan Bahuguna Garhwal University and Assam University Guwahati, all have been working in the past several weeks for this on this theme, and Professor Yogesh Singh, the Vice Chancellor of Delhi, will be presenting the views on behalf of this group. Professor Singh, the Vice Chancellor of Delhi, is a distinguished academician and leader. Besides, he has already previously served as Vice Chancellor of some of the previous institutions in the country. It is my honor to invite Professor Singh to present the views of this group. Thanks.
Namaskar. Good morning to all of you. Honorable Minister of Education, Shri Dharmendra Pradhan ji, Dr. Hasmukh Khadiya, Chancellor, Central University of Gujarat, Dr. Vineet Joshi, Secretary Higher Education, Sunil Barnwal ji, Additional Secretary Higher Education, respected and esteemed Vice Chancellors of different central universities, educationists, faculty members, officers of Ministry of Education, and my dear friends. Good morning again, good morning to all of you. Today the topic is Understanding and Implementation of National Credit Framework and National Higher Education Qualification Framework with focus on 4 years undergraduate program. Here the participating institutions are Central University of Haryana, Central Hemavati Nandan Bahuguna Garhwal University, Central University of Karnataka, Central University of Assam, and University of Delhi. As we all know, national education policy very quickly emphasize on flexibility to develop learners' academic paths. So our focus should be that there should be many provisions for a different learning environment, then integrating all type of learnings, seamless transitions from vocational education to higher education, school education to higher education, vocational education, so vice versa. Then mobility of students. This national education policy talks about the mobility of students from a university to other university, which should be seamless, facilities should be provided, and ease of transfer and redemption of credits. When we say a student can go from a university to other university, how the credits will be accounted for, what are the various ways and means to do it. And combining all this together, that comes under National Credit Framework. National Credit Framework, this is an inclusive umbrella single meta credit framework. Covers school education, elementary education, school education, higher education, vocational education and training. Integrating learning on all dimensions. This is what is expected. With key components, wherever and whatever learning is taking place, we should give credit to that learning. That is the fundamental concept here. So flexibility and mobility of students, establish academic equivalence, accumulation, storage, and redemption of credits, recognizing the prior learning also, level of studies are defined here. Second is the National Higher Education Qualification Framework, classifies qualifications based on set of prescribed performance criteria. One is level of studies that is defined here, level of study. In higher education, 4.5 to 8. It means when we are entering into the education system up to the PhD level. Second is the qualification relevant for each level of study. Third is detailed learning outcomes. For every level of study, they are class specified, and we have to linkage between the levels, descriptors, and PLOs, program level outcomes, and course level outcomes, which is essential here. Now, when levels are defined here, the first is the 4.5 after first year of entering into the higher education system, students will be given a certificate, but 40 credits one has to earn in a semester, in a year, 20 in a semester. But there is a range given by in the National Higher Education Qualification Framework. That range is from 40 to 44 credit in a year. Second is the undergraduate diploma. After spending duration first 2 years, then one will get on 80 credits, will get a diploma, then bachelor degree after 3 years, 120 credits. Level 4, which is new to the system, which has incorporated here, bachelor degree, honors with research, honors and honors with research. Two options are available here. One has to have 40 credits in this level 4 also. This is the 4-year undergraduate program. Then a level 6.5, master degree duration 2 years for the students who are joining master degree after level 5.5. So 6.5, or if someone is joining after attaining the level 6, it means after 4 years, they should be given, they should be a master's degree, duration 1 year, 40 credits. Level 7, master's degree duration 2 years, after 4 years of UG program. This level takes care of such courses which are already 4 year of nature. For example, engineering. In engineering, we are running 4-year program, and after that 2-year MTech program. Such courses like MTech we can give at level 7. But you know, there are some issues which my respected vice chancellors, the people are discussing about the MBA program, a typical multidisciplinary program where we are admitting students from different disciplines, science, arts, commerce. Then should they run 1-year MBA program or 2-year MBA program? This is a flexible system, provides both options are with us, but now I really don't know what will happen. Some universities may offer 1-year or 2-year program. This is what a debate is going on in the management fraternity of different universities. And 8th is a PhD program. Now the new thing which has been implemented through this national education policy and through National Higher Education Qualification Framework, concept of major and minor in the university system. In the Western world, it is a very common concept, but here what we are saying, one will be admitted in a major discipline, for example, major in economics. The meaning thereby is one has to earn 50% credits from that major only. There are some confusion in some of the universities, but it is very clear that one should earn 50% credits in a major discipline. When we say the about, the perspective is it should be more than that, not less than that, but 50%. Then the minor helps to gain a broader understanding beyond the major discipline, and here the range is specified from 24 credit to 32 credit. Example, if I say I have taken admission in the economics honors major, then I can take statistics as a minor, but I am supposed to earn from the general elective vertical at least 24 credits, maximum 32. But like in University of Delhi, we are saying that we will offer a minor if someone gets 28 credit. It means 7 courses of 8 credits in a particular discipline of study. Major in economics, minor in statistics, major in electrical engineering, minor in say computer science. So options are available. So minimum level requirement, this is the table which is given. Major 50%, so 60 or 80 depending upon 3-year or 4-year duration. Minor 24 to 32. Multidisciplinary courses, say here 9 credits are specified, 5 to 7%. Ability enhancement, value addition courses 8 and 9 credits. Summer internship 2 to 4 credits. Research projects and dissertation 12. This research project and dissertation, this is a new concept at college level. In most of the central universities are unitary in nature. They have the system of this research projects and dissertations. But the colleges undergraduate studies, which will run 4-year program here, this is a opportunity as well as challenge right now for the initial years. We have to create right kind of ecosystem. holistic education component. Now, three things have introduced in this national education policy. One is ability enhancement courses, skill enhancement courses, and value addition courses. And there should be a proper integration. In the framework, the weightage is specified like 7 to 8% in ability, skill, and value addition courses. But through GE also we can offer such courses. But the problem here is, which is like, you know, many teachers come to me also, and many vice chancellors, they may be facing similar type of situations. Why teach value addition courses? There are a group of teachers, they say, sir, it is waste of time. It is waste of time, don't do it. Then, you know, we should not be defensive about it, because we should first understand the definition of education, as Adya sir has also specified, and others also, and Honorable Minister has also said. Now, when we say the education is a big word, Shiksha, it has two major parts, knowledge plus intellect. Knowledge, Gyan, evam Buddhi. But if now up to after 75 years of independence, our total focus was on knowledge. Emphasis was not given on intellect or Gyan. So this, through value addition courses, the courses which add value to this in one's life, that is very, very important. We should design such courses which helps us work on buddhi. नहीं तो जितने सारे terrorists बन रहे हैं, बुद्धि की तो कमी है, ज्ञान तो सबके पास है. They have good degrees, they have knowledge, everything. But so that's why this another definition of shiksha is समझ की समझ को विकसित करना ही शिक्षा है. So such courses should work on समझ की समझ. What is good, what is not good, what should be implemented, what should not be implemented, what should I do it, how far I should do it. These are very important. Then another issue which most of the universities are facing is who should teach such courses. Value addition courses, yes, we should do it. Similarly, for the skill is also a new concept in higher education institutions. But then who should teach those skills courses? Either we should develop our own, that's what internal teachers are trained in that direction, or new experts should be appointed, or appointed through other ways and means. But inherent capacity should be built, proper workshops should be organized. But what happened, you know, in one of the college I just want to share. In Delhi University, a course on yoga or course on sports was given to a mathematics teacher because he was not having teaching load. This is not fair. Similarly, a course of emotional intelligence, if 10,000 students are taking course on emotional intelligence, psychology people, though they don't have so many teachers with them, but students are interested, important, but a mathematics teacher or physics teachers cannot take such a course. So ye mazak na ban jaye as a vice chancellor. We should be very careful, and in University of Delhi, we have faced this and we are facing this situation in different colleges. So proper guidelines, SOPs should be prepared here. Who should teach this? One is short term. For 1 or 2 years, we can make some arrangements. But after that also, we should develop inherent capacity. There may be some teachers of other disciplines may be trained, they may take, but how far? And second is the skill also. We will have skill centers in the universities now. Some have created, some will be created very soon. But specialized expertise through the industry, that is, but in many universities, neighboring industries may not be there. How to address this issue? Who should teach? I would like to share the experience of 2.5 years of University of Delhi. See what is happening here in value addition courses. This is our experience. Most popular course here, adding value to the individuals, digital empowerment. It's a student-centric arrangement. 73,564 students have taken digital empowerment, the first course, popular course. Second is art of being happy. 50,000 students have taken in last 2.5 years. They are the popular courses. Financial literacy. Financial literacy, 43,000. Fit India, 37,000. Emotional intelligence, 34,900. Culture and communication, 32. All these courses are offered in both the semesters to all students. They have to take, like at one course, entire duration of one type of course. Then the culture, communication, Swachh Bharat, ethics and culture. See, 73,000, so it's a challenge how to address this issue. We are offering 50, 60. But those students are not, many students are not opting for such courses. how, this is, but you know, what is good thing, what is happening here, the popular courses are really important courses in the life of a student. Similarly for the skill. See here what is happening for the skill courses. Digital marketing, the most popular course where 44,620 students have taken this. Then communication in everyday's life, 41,000, personality development, 33,000, political leadership, 31,000, communication in professional life, 30,000, finance for everyone, 30,000, creative writing, 30,000, negotiation and leadership, 25,000, basics IT tool, 25,000, yoga and practices, 24,000 students. Point here is, whenever we talk about skills, we talk about plumbing, we talk about many electrical maintenance skills, but the point is in higher education institutions, low-end skills, yes, important, but students are not opting for low-end skills. They want life skills, they want high-end skills. This is a data which I wanted to share, that this has happened in University of Delhi. Similar things may be happening in other universities of our country also. Life skills under this category have become very popular, which gives immediate result: writing skills, communication skills, personality development, digital marketing. Now, we all know as Vice Chancellor, 1 credit, 1 hour of teaching lecture, 2 hours for practical and field work, and 3 hours for experiential learning. In a semester, 1 credit is equivalent to 15 hours of theory, 30 hours of workshop, and 45 hours of experiential learning. But notional is 1,200 notional learning hours per year. It means 30 hours per credit average. This is the standard which is set by National Higher Education Qualification Framework. But one interesting thing here, ho gaya? Okay. Internship fieldwork, credit weightage, 50%. Academic bank of credit, we all know. Lateral entry is also a challenge, because what mechanism we should adopt for lateral entry, we have to think about it. Slow learners and fast learner, in most of the university, we have done it in Delhi University also. One can register for 18 credits in a semester. Maximum one can go up to 28 credits in a semester. Lastly, just coming to, very quickly, I will take only 5 minutes. We collected data of central universities. What is happening? Most of the central universities have implemented NEP, adopted NCRF and NHQF. Total credits 160 to 176 settled in the central universities. No issues here. Number of credit per semester. Some universities are offering variability here, like one semester, say they are saying 20 credits, another semester 25 credits. My request is, and understanding, either make it regular, like same 20 credits or 22 credits, but if some it is your autonomy, but don't have, this gap should not be very large. Implemented outcome-based, this is what has happened in the universities. ABC 100% universities, 20, like we have data of 20 universities, central universities, all have done it. NHEQF, all have done it. This NCRF, 19 have done it. 1 is under process. Then multiple entry, multiple exit, 18 have done it. 2 universities have not done it. Multiple exit, the same thing. And PLOs and CLOs, 18 universities have done it. 1 has not done it, 1 has partially done it. Vocational courses, 16 have done it. 4 yet to do it, and SWAYAM implementation, 19 have done it, 1 could not do it. 1 is Delhi University, we have not done it still, but we will do it in few months. Similarly, for the recognition of prior learning, 10 have done it, 10 have not done it. So this is 50% we have achieved here. This is also, please think and rethink about it. Then, one thing I would like to request, we circulated Google form, But today also we will give you the Google form so that we will have the data of all universities. We will circulate today also. Although we did it earlier also, but we could receive only 20. Best practices, I'm just skipping this. There are good things happening in our universities. Only one thing, which the now focus of entrepreneurship. In fourth year, we have instituted 3 tracks here. One is entrepreneurship track, another is dissertation track, third is the project track. So now you should also constitute or you should establish Section 8 companies to run your incubators. Every university should have incubator or incubator specified also, generic also. And then those incubators should offer courses also, entrepreneurship related courses, जिससे कि हमें लगेगा कि नौकरी देने वाले और लेने वाले का जो फर्क है. अभी in Delhi University we have done it. Entrepreneurship track has also become very popular. Our students are taking this and establishing their own companies. Strategies, yes, we will do it. Many things are happening. I will share this with all of you. It's okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks, sir, for highlighting the importance of NCRF and NHEQF in implementing several recommendations of NEP 2020. Next, we have Dr. Kalsi ji, the former chairperson of NCVET, to make a presentation. Dr. Kalsi ji, during his tenure as the chairman of NCVET, Government of India, constituted a high-level committee to frame the National Credit Framework. Under his chairmanship, the committee formulated the National Credit Framework. It's an honor for me to invite Dr. Kalsi ji.
Honorable Education Minister, Honorable Chancellor, Central University, Gujarat, Secretary Higher Education, Additional Secretary Higher Education, Honorable Vice Chancellors, academicians, officers from UGC, it's my proud privilege to present here the understanding and implementation of NCRF and National Higher Education Qualification Framework with special focus on 4-year degree program. So all of us, we now very well understand NCRF. We also understand the 3 pillars of NCRF, which is National Higher Education Qualification Framework, National Skill Qualification Framework, and also the National Curriculum Framework for School Education. Now, all of you are quite familiar with this figure. Jogesh ji very beautifully explained 1200 of notional learning hours, and also explained on an average 30 hours per credit, but formula of 15, 30, and 45, which is applicable to all the higher education institutions. Now here we are operating on 3 axes. Academic axis is basically NHEQF. The skill axis, which is Y-axis, you earn credits on Y-axis as well. That is mainly NSQF axis. And also the experiential learning and proficiency axis, which is Z-axis. Now, one thing I want to clarify here, that skill axis can also be NHEQF axis. It's a very important thing to note that even in higher education, you can introduce skills, and those skills can be approved as part and parcel of the curriculum. So you can either adopt NHEQF or you can even devise your own. And most importantly, up to 50% of the credits for a degree or for a diploma can be earned from the skill-based courses. Now, we have been discussing here the implementation of the NCRF as a whole. So there are 16 components of NCRF. Now we have discussed about 5-6 very important components. Holistic education and development, I was very happy that we discussed it in such a great detail. So these are the components, and all of you will have to implement. That is the first component we have kept in holistic education and development. Second is integration and characterization of all learning. That was also beautifully explained by Yogesh ji. And I'm very happy that now understanding is developed amongst all the universities, especially the central universities. And now all the universities are going towards integration of characterization. Then removal of hard separation, that means enabling the lateral entry, also from the NSQF program. Then mobility between the education and skill education. Then learning outcome-based education and competency-based assessment. So course outcome or program outcome-based mapping and rubric-based assessment, that has to be implemented. This is something where we need to develop capacity, where we need to hold workshops. Then multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary education is again extremely important. I have given a lot of examples in my last presentations. I have also taken examples of interdisciplinary courses for the liberal arts. Then multi-entry, multiple exit, I think we understand it quite well now. 1 year, 2 year, 3 year and 4 year program. So quality innovation and industry integration, whether it is NAC, whether it is integrating internship, industry projects, startup and incubation. I'm very glad to see that such a detailed work has been done. Then employability and entrepreneurship. These are very, very important skills. So employability skills, entrepreneurship modules, and career services for the credits. We have to introduce these in our courses as part of NHUQF. Then another important thing is future technology and Indian knowledge system. So all future technology skills, future of work skills will have to be integrated. Digital, online, ODL and technology integration. So whether it is blended delivery, I did not see that in the last presentation. Then characterization of SWAYAM and NPTEL courses. Extremely, extremely important. They have to be taken as important part. Then multilingualism and education in all language. Extremely important. Academic bank of credit, 100 out of 100. Inclusivity and equity is again very important. Now this has to be taken part and parcel of almost all subjects must reflect that basic spirit. Then recognition of prior learning. This is somewhere we are lacking a bit. I understand 50% of the institutions have done it, but if I take the entire country, the extent would be far lower. And I'm very happy that UGC has recognized this recognition of prior learning for the first time, and now it is gaining momentum. Then research and development innovation and internationalization of global equivalence. Now these two are also very important, which need to be integrated in NHEQF. Also, let's understand the structure and components. So the purpose is very clear, to provide a nationally integrated outcome-based framework to ensure transparency, mobility, and equivalence. Now we understand levels, we understand level descriptors. Now there are 5 broad categories of outcome: knowledge, skills, application of knowledge and skills, responsibility and values, and ethics. And then program types, you understand there are different levels. For each level, how many credits one can give, one can provide. The credit range is also provided. So all that is now very well defined and very well accepted in the entire academic community. So credit system is also now very well settled. But as Yogesh ji was saying, for some universities, please align your credit system with the national system. Otherwise, the exchange is going to be a problem. So academic bank of credit, then curriculum components. You have to have majors, minors, multidisciplinary courses, vocational and skill-based courses, micro-credentials, value-added courses, and then internship, apprenticeship, projects and research projects. So these all can be part of the curriculum of any course. Then integration of skill-based courses, up to 50% courses can be added, which are skill-based courses, and at least 10 to 20% courses have to be skill-based courses. Then learning outcome, again very important, mobility provisions and blended and online learning has to be there. But I had 20 minutes, I suppose. No, this a few important things are left. So apprenticeship, embedded degree programs, And then project work and on-the-job training, recognition of prior learning, assessment methods, quality assurance, integration of ethics and Indian knowledge system, and international compatibility. These are all components of NHEQF. So coming back to levels, now I'm going to share this presentation. I have clearly tried to define the learning outcomes and the level descriptor tables here. So for every level, we have defined what all you need at all 5 levels, all 5 verticals: knowledge, skills, application of knowledge, responsibility, and value and ethics. So these tables I'm not going to explain. Then assessment is a very mandatory criteria. We have to keep that assessment in mind, and assessments can be of various type. It could be time-wise, which is summative, expective, formative, diagnostic. Similarly, non-reference, standard referenced, criteria referenced. Also, it could be external assessment, teacher assessment, peer assessment, or even self-assessment. Then there are other types of assessments: written, oral, skill demonstration, workplace, practical, portfolio, prior learning and recognition, then competency assessment, project-based assessment. So we have to find ways and SOPs for these assessment, and we have to have agreed models for these by central universities. So this table was beautifully explained. I just want to add that UGC has also allowed up to 2 minors of 12 each or 16 each. That has also been done. So that is the only thing which I wanted to add. And then you can have all kinds of possibilities while you design your curriculum: lectures, classroom, assignments, then team collaboration work, group projects, internship, apprenticeship, we have already explained. Then you can also add the micro-credentials, nano-credential, and short-term courses, even community services. For example, 10 days of community service would form 1 credit. So you can very well integrate these services, especially for the art subject, for the liberal arts subjects. And there are number of such courses which are already designed, approved under the NSQF, and you can just pick up and adopt these courses, make them a part and parcel of your curriculum. You can do that. So multidisciplinary also we have to keep in mind. Now, instead of multidisciplinary, now is the time to start with interdisciplinary courses. When we go in for joining of 2 subjects, and we take the integration of knowledge, methods, tools, and techniques from different disciplines. Now, this is extremely important in today's world. And as I said, up to 50% of the credits we can earn from the skill-based courses, and the remaining can come from the other courses. And finally, the soft skills are very, very important. So there are 8 skills which I would say are technical skills, and then 9 soft skills. So AI, data science, cybersecurity, 3D printing, robotics, IoT, green energy, and digital finance. Now, these can be added in through different micro-credentials and nano-credentials into different parts, different curriculum, including some of the curriculum from the liberal arts. And there are a number of courses which are already available. These can be picked up and integrated into your curriculum. These are available on the National Qualification Register and freely available, so you can pick them up and make them part of your entire curriculum. Similarly, there are 9 modules: communication skills, foundation literacy, workplace and job-related skills, interpersonal social skills, cognitive and metacognitive skills, language and literacy, self-employment, entrepreneurship, digital fluency, citizenship and constitutional values. And under these, there are 50 modules, and material on these 50 modules is now ready. It is available. So you can just pick up this material and make it part of your curriculum. These are available free of cost. NCVT is developing it, so they are almost ready now. So these are very suitable for your kind of curriculum framework. So in the end, I would like to say that please adopt NHEQF fully, implement all 16 parameters, ensure holistic education, including soft skills, green skills, future skills, tech skills, engage students in learning through real-life problem solving, projects in collaboration with the industry, focus on interdisciplinary research and innovation, creation of IPR startups, wealth creation and social entrepreneurship, and collaborate with industry on cutting-edge technologies, research and skill development, also the social entrepreneurship, and create policies and environment to support all the above. Thank you so very much.
We thank Professor Yogesh Singh ji and Dr. Kalsi ji for a detailed and informative presentation on NCRF and NHEQF. Now the session is open for question and answer session. If any questions, you may kindly post to the committee. Ji sir.
Thanks for having a wonderful session. My little observations in the form of challenge. First is that for ensuring quality, the frameworks for accreditation, particularly NAC, NBA and NIRF, will need to be reoriented to match the NHEQF parameters. This is the first challenge which we are facing and need to be addressed. And the second one is the integration of schools, vocational and higher education credits under unified framework is technically and administratively challenging task and need to be addressed in future. And the third and last one is the mapping of credits under joint, dual and twin degree programs, particularly with the foreign universities. For example, in my university, we have recently having a collaboration for joint degree program with Indiana University of Pennsylvania. Ours is a 40 credit and they have. Now converting them, one credit of them is equivalent to 2.75 credit of our university, and we are really facing a problem and need a flexible approach. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We have noted the suggestions. Now, whatever you have said is already making now part of the NAC framework. So NHEQF, whatever 16 components you have seen, you will actually see it happening in the evaluation of NAC. So we have included all these parameters as part of the curriculum development or teaching learning, or there are 10 attributes basically, and we have put in all these into those 10 attributes. And we'll keep your suggestions in mind. Thank you so much.
Sir, here in holistic education, we have AECs, SECs and WACs. The problem is everywhere we have defined the assessment methodology same. The students are really not participating in these courses because assessment methods we need to develop. For WAC, एक गुणवर्धक है और दूसरा कौशल वर्धक है. इसमें असेसमेंट मेथड सेम यदि थियोरेटिकल रहेगा तो कोई नहीं पार्टिसिपेट करेगा. वी नीड टू डेवलप एंड वी नीड टू ट्रेन द टीचर्स.
Universities are autonomous. You can decide your own methods of evaluation, but in University of Delhi we are doing based on project, then continuous assessment by the teacher, but there is no theoretical examination after the completion of the course. It's a continuous evaluation through practicals, through projects, experiential learning, assignments. Otherwise, theoretical is not required here in most of the courses. If it is required, then you should go. So develop your own methods.
Sir, I am from Arunachal Pradesh, RG University, Arunachal Pradesh. I have some few days before, some students from the college, they came to me and they asked me, sir, in our college, we don't have any liberty to choose a particular subject as minor or multidisciplinary courses. Whatever the principal says, yes, we are offering this, means we are bound to take. So I could not answer them at that point of time. I felt sorry for them. The reason then I started inquiring from the college, what is happening in your college? Then he said, sir, what can we do? We don't have teachers, we don't have classroom, medicinal classroom. So in that context, then I realized the infrastructure plays a very crucial role in remote part of Arunachal Pradesh, or for that matter, any part of Odisha or Nagaland or any other. So that infrastructure component, we must, that means the concerned state government or the central government, We must look into that particular component when we are introducing so many different type of courses. So this is a very practical problem I came across, and we are trying to solve it, but we are not able to solve it 100% because of the infrastructure constraint. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for your observation.
One more question we'll take.
नमस्कार, मैं तिरुपति राष्ट्रीय संस्कृति विश्वविद्यालय से आया हूँ और NEP 2020 सबसे पहले हमारे विश्वविद्यालय में लागू किया। अभी 4 years इंटीग्रेटेड कोर्स जो चल रहा है और 4 साल का यूजी कर रहे हैं, तो 1 साल की जो IPG होना चाहिए, 2 साल करेंगे तो हमारा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर और फैकल्टी का कुछ दिक्कत हो रही है, इसमें आप विचार करेंगे तो कुछ हमारा मार्गदर्शन मिलेगा।
देखिए, 4 साल के बाद आप 1 साल की पीजी कर सकते हैं, ठीक है। अगर वो टेक्निकल कोर्स नहीं है, अगर वो बीटेक नहीं है, तो 4 साल के बाद 1 साल की ही पीजी है।
अच्छा, ठीक है,
तो कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है आपको।
आगे से हम ऐसे
जी,
ठीक।
Well, I would just like to, one very short question. Just to add to the infrastructure part, we are, Professor Singh, he tried to touch upon this point that the teachers, they are also not trained right now to go ahead with these courses. So most of the universities, they do have MMTTC centers. So I would request that these centers also conduct some courses for these, for the teachers, so that they become trained. And the second thing is that we are going in for the 4-year undergraduate program, but most of our students, they are not aware of it, and they are not opting for that. So we must, like we did in our university, myself Neelima Gupta from Dr. Hari Singh Gaur University. So we must have some orientation programs for our students also, so that they start opting for this 4-year program. They are not aware of it. These were my observations. Thank you.
Good suggestions.
Thank you. I once again thank Professor Yogesh Singh ji and Dr. Kalsi ji and all other Vice Chancellors of the session 1 and all for all the others for actively participating in this session. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. N. Kumar ji, for steering the deliberation of the session. And friends, we are heading towards the second thematic session without any break. And the theme of the second session is future of work, alignment of courses as per requirement of future job role. And in this session, we are fortunate that Professor Manoj Kumar Tiwari, Director, Indian Institute of Management, Mumbai, is among us as the expert. And we have 5 universities who have contributed to this university group of the theme on future of work. I request Professor B.J. Rao from University of Hyderabad, Professor S.A. Kori from Central University of Andhra Pradesh, Professor Rama Shankar Dubey from Central University of Gujarat, Professor P. Prakash Babu from Pondicherry University, and again, here Professor Manoj Tiwari is in dual task. He is also representing Tata Institute of Social Sciences. And for steering the deliberation of this session, I would request Shri Deepak Bhatt, Joint Secretary, University Grant Commission, to please grace their chairs in the dais. I welcome all the dignitaries and Vice Chancellor for the second thematic session. Now I am handing over the session to Shri Deepak Bhatt.
Honorable Education Minister of India, Secretary Higher Education and Chairman UGC, Additional Secretary Higher Education, Vice Chancellors of Central Universities, Senior Officers of the Ministry and UGC, and other distinguished guests. Now we present you to the second session of this workshop, this future of work and alignment of courses as per requirement of the future job roles. For this session, 5 universities formed a group that was coordinated by the University of Hyderabad, and other participating universities were Central University of Gujarat and Tata Institute of Social Sciences Mumbai, Pondicherry University and Central University of Andhra Pradesh. These 5 universities have collaborated and participated in this contributing sessions, and then prepared a thematic paper that would also be shared, and a presentation. Professor B.G. Rao, Vice Chancellor of Hyderabad University, who has coordinated this entire exercise, will present the presentation that would include the best practices of these universities, and in the presentation it has also been attempted to include the best practices of other central universities, and the group presentation highlights how universities are aligning or should align their courses with emerging job roles through multidisciplinary programs, industry partnership and flexible learning models. These efforts are deeply rooted in the vision of NEP and the broader national group goal of building a future-ready workforce for Viksit Bharat 2047. I invite Professor B.J. Rao to present the session.
सबको नमस्कार. We are in a very important mission mode discussion. This is about the future of India, future of workforce that higher education institutions have to produce. I will give a very crisp presentation. There is a lot of material. I will share the material with all of you. Please go through this material later when you have leisurely time. This is future of India, and therefore the future of work. Let me set the stage first. The skill report as well as other reports indicate that we are improving in our employability rate. Nearly 55% of Indian graduates are now employable. This is an improvement of 33% compared to the last decade. So we are improving in our employability. This is number one. But the elephant in the room is more than 45% of these employable youth do not have the right skills. They get the jobs, but they are not able to deliver the jobs. This is the crux of the problem. We are graduating the students, we are giving degrees and certificates. They are getting employed, not very well paying jobs, but they are getting employed, but they are not able to deliver. If they are not able to deliver, the country will not be able to generate wealth and will not be able to become Viksit Bharat. This is where we come in. The nation, last sentence, the nation is hopeful for a turnaround. It is not a simple hope because there is a telltale sign that it is happening now. Let us try to elaborate this. So these are the surveys, essentially pointing out to the same point that I just reiterated. 63.26% mismatched employment. NSDC report also essentially says that there are a lot of employment opportunities for which the youth is not ready. Many reports indicate there are lots of skill gaps. There are areas where we do not have well-trained manpower. There are areas where we do not have well-trained manpower. In fact, almost all areas we are dearth of skilled manpower. Manpower is there, but there is no skill. all this list is rather extensive. How do we correct this mismatch? We are a misaligned, mismatched higher education system in a large sense. We need to correct it. How do we correct it? We can correct it in-house, and we can correct it by interacting with the external system also. I'll give some examples. Yes, I think. I hope I'm audible now. Is it better? Yeah, okay. So basically we need to correct the mismatches. Easiest thing to do is to develop curriculum very carefully, very intelligently. Do alignment horizontally as well as vertically. You can read about it and think about it. Introduce societally relevant and industry relevant contextual courses. We hardly have these courses in our current curriculum. Align courses in inter and multidisciplinary flavors so that there is a holistic learning in the student. Introduce analytical tools so that students develop ab initio thinking to solve problems on the site itself, both in hard STEM areas as well as in social sciences and humanities. Social sciences and humanities have to become a lot more analytical in their training and thinking. External alignment is crucial for us. We have been largely living within our four walls, thinking about ourselves, our curriculum, our delivery. Time to get out of our four walls and interact with the real world in Bharat. Who are these real people? These are industry people, these are entrepreneurs, and these are people who actually look at societal problems. So we need to adopt technology. Technology should be there at every level so that our teachers get technology non-averse. Our students become technology loving. Last statement is very important. Train the teachers into hands-on mentors to help the slow learners in the system. Our higher education system has large number of slow learners, which we have not realized well. And slow learners require fair amount of hand-holding by experienced mentors, not necessarily just the teachers. Micro pathways are very, very important. Some of these micro pathways were discussed in Yogesh Singh's presentation also. Documenting and evidencing mismatches and addressing them very well. Bridging theory with practice. There is a lot of theory in our classroom teaching. There is very little practice of it. This has to be bridged by developing contextual courses. It is very, very important to send our students onto the ground level so that they go through internships, apprenticeship, etc., so that they actually can smell the ground and learn there and deliver there. So there are many, many points here which essentially reiterate the points that we need to identify, activate points to bridge the theory and practice. We need to use MMTTC to its fullest extent. We have nearly not begun using MMTTC in a real way. We need to bring thought leaders, industry experts, entrepreneurials into MMTTC to handhold the teachers first. And these teachers will become master trainers, and they go and handhold the students in the educational system. This chain of propagation of skills has not begun. This we need to do it. Create a lot more collaborative skills by interacting with NSDC and cater to special needs of the studies in teaching learning processes. We need to develop a lot of resource material that we have not done so well in multiple Indian languages. Encourage teachers to identify and offer micro courses which fill up the gaps. Realign internal structures, both academic and administrative. Each academic unit must provide evidence of active collaboration with industry. We have been talking a lot, but we need to be doing a lot more on that. Each academic unit must provide evidence of skill-based courses and their outcomes. Ultimately, we need to create an ecosystem where the stakeholders become risk non-averse and technology savvy at every level. So these are some more points Swayam, MOOC are extremely useful toolkits that we need to use it very, very effectively. And promote consortia of like-minded universities in creating skill courses. We need to complement our interests and work together. Support universities to collaborate with skill councils and set up skilling centers in every university. And every university need not have very similar skilling courses. They may be contextual, locally relevant, etc., etc. So we need to do these things very intelligently with our limited resources. Incentivize universities that provide evidence of addressing skill gaps. This has to be done. Now, how is the future? Let's say 2030. The future is not so bleak. So many things, exciting things are happening. AI and big data will become much bigger. Network, cybersecurity will really look at us very closely. Technological literacy is absolute requirement. Creative thinking has always been there, but it is much more required now in the future. Resilience and flexibility of agility, curiosity and lifelong learning. This has to be the mantra for all of us. Leadership and social influence, talent management, analytical thinking, environmental stewardship, all these things form very important part of our learning ecosystem, both for vice chancellors, teachers, mentors, and students. How to stay ahead of the curve? We need to be able to predict the future. This is the only way. Predict future industry trends, predict high demand skills, gain certifications and experience ahead of the requirement, build a strong professional network, do not work in silos, stay updated with industry changes, and future-proof careers. So we should be able to look through the window and see how the future is going to unfold. And these are our required skills: active learning all the time, self-management, problem solving, analysis, and critical thinking. All these are very, very familiar terms for most of us, but we need to bring it to the ground level and translate them into products and processes and students. Now, AI has become a very important future power for the humanity. In some sense, AI will dictate the human history in the years to come. So therefore, we must fully harness the power of AI, bringing in Bhartiya ethical system into it. AI otherwise is a ethics agnostic toolkit. We need to remodel it. So we have, AI does lots of useful things. It customizes requirement as per the student needs, and it facilitates person-specific instructions, and it very, very elaborately makes research work very, very efficient. It can predict, it can track student performance, it can provide self-learning material to the student in the student adaptive sense, and various learning pathways it can create for the students. Slow learners can very hugely get benefited by AI toolkits if they properly use it. So key trends shaping the future of work. Technological disruption is here for us to see. Green and sustainable transition is happening now. Hybrid skills is very high demand. We have demographic dividend as of now, perhaps for about maybe 2 more decades. And outcome-based education is the need of the hour. So challenges in higher education system are very, very important to realize. I will just give 4 important challenges. One is infrastructure. We were discussing about infrastructure. Infrastructure will always remain our limitation in Bharat. In spite of infrastructure limitation, we should stay ahead. And now the infrastructure is significantly improving, but it will never be complete. Funding constraints will always be there, improving, but always there will be constraints. We have to perform in spite of funding constraints. We have done much better when we had deprived ecosystem. We are much better now. So therefore, there is no reason why we could not be doing much better. We will always have requirements, but keep the requirements aside and let's move on. Qualified manpower is the real talk of the town. We don't have enough, we need to generate this at every level. Yeah. Regulations and compliance are improving. HECI is coming along, and you will see that there will be a lot of harmonization in regulatory compliances. I have best practices in my slides, but I will not have time to go through all of them. I will very quickly run through. NEP 2020 is really a harmonizer for all our requirements. Very quickly saying, it's holistic. It will emphasize on all kinds of streams in multidisciplinarity. For the first time, we are realizing the importance of multilingual education in the country, focus on vocational education, teacher training, professional development, better accessibility to quality education, leveraging technology, strategic assessment and evaluation system. We need to improve our evaluation system. This discussion was happening, and all of us in our university system must design our own intelligent and effective evaluation system, skill development, etc., etc. So NEP 2020 is a real fulcrum for our change, and we must use it very, very effectively. Now, are we really getting there? The answer is yes, and there are some very real examples from our stakeholders. My partner universities have provided their best practices, and it is extremely encouraging that these best practices actually are happening on the ground, and they will bloom much further. So University of Hyderabad has very important contribution. We are technologically a fairly advanced university. We are now ANRF pair project winner. We are hand-holding about 250 scientists, professors in our ANRF project. We also have an incubation activity where we have several incubations, startups. Many of them have gone on to become independent companies. We have several large number of skill-oriented programs. All of them are extremely relevant. Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Mumbai, has done some pioneering work through skill education program. I will just summarize that in this. They have a component called skill aptitude system where the student can be mapped in terms of skill aptitude, and from there, using the supply side and demand side, you can fill up the gaps by designing required level of courses and training the teachers. And they have a very efficient skill education program, and they have wonderful examples of how this has helped the students get employment almost to near saturation. Central University of Gujarat is doing extremely well. They have strategic technologies, sustainable developmental goal-related skill courses. They have large number of bucket courses, which I do not have time to go into. Central University of Andhra Pradesh is doing very well, BSc in retail management in information technology, and BSc in computer science and artificial intelligence, MSc in economics and data analytics, MSc geography, geoinformatics, MSc space science technology. These are all real skill-related courses. And Central University of Andhra Pradesh has identified several courses in its bucket list, and they have aligned the courses with future jobs. I will share these details with you. Pondicherry University is doing extremely well. They have very real industry-oriented courses, internships, as well as managerial skills, sustainable energy practices such as renewable energy, community engagement using community radios for alerts and weather and teaching programs, etc. They have also what is called Madanjit School of Green Energy Technologies, where they offer BSc honors in sustainability and climate change, etc. There are many, many examples. We don't have time into. I'll go to the last. This is the last slide. There are 5 vital realizations. I will actually read out. Educating the youth is a nation-building process achieved by producing highly skilled, current as well as future-ready workforce. This has to be done. This is achieved by dynamically revising teaching learning course contents and pedagogies in line with societal and industry needs. This should be done. Real-time and active monitoring of 1 and 2 steps above to ensure full mapping of the students into well-paying job ecosystem in the near future, well before demographic dividend starts receding. We don't have infinitely long time, we have only 2 more decades. 2 more decades is not too short a time, we can do it. By aligning the curricula with industry needs and trends, promoting interdisciplinary education and enhancing employability through practical exposure, HEIs can contribute meaningfully to India's developmental agenda, that is Viksit Bharat. The classroom teacher of yesteryear has to now become a passionate mentor, constantly reinventing himself and herself and hand-holding the learners, especially the slow learners. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Vijay Rao, for presenting the collective work of 5 participating universities and presenting the models for constant aligning of programs to meet the requirement of future. Now I would invite Professor Manoj Tiwari, who is attending this session in dual capacity. He is Vice Chancellor of TIS, which is a participating university, and he is Director IIM Mumbai also. And he is participating as an expert member of this session also. So I would request him to give his presentation.
जरूरी क्या है ठीक है चलो ठीक सर्वप्रथम गुरु पूर्णिमा की बधाई आप सबको और यहाँ उपस्थित माननीय शिक्षा मंत्री जी भारत सरकार गुजरात यूनिवर्सिटी के चांसलर सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी गुजरात के चांसलर माननीय हसमुख अढ़िया जी, हमारे मंत्रालय के सचिव श्री विनीत जोशी जी एंड एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी श्री बर्नवाल साहब एंड प्रोफेसर अनिल सहस्रबुद्धे एंड प्रोफेसर जगदीश जी and all other dignitaries, vice chancellors and ministry officials sitting here. I have been interested a job actually to discuss something about future of work, but my focus will be basically dealing with the key components in the very important domain of the logistics and supply chain management. Particularly this area, which is contributing heavily to the economy of the country, and a lot of efforts in last 11 years has been taken by government to see an improvement in logistic infrastructure, and it has tremendous potential to create crores of the jobs, and where we need to align our policies to meet these requirements. So my focus will be on this direction. As you can see, because of the many growing technology and emerging themes, you can find that there are several new kind of jobs and skills are needed actually to meet the growing requirements. And as you can see, this simple graph very clearly shows that altogether there are around 17 crore jobs need to be created and 9.2 crores need to be displaced. So still there is a very good potential of around 7% increase. This is from the World Economic Forum report. And these are some of the things which I wanted to discuss with you, that you can see the logistic market in the country. Currently, it is projected that by 2030, around 47 lakh crore rupees is the size of logistic market in the country. Such a big market comprises of transportation and many of the warehousing operations and administration. That includes several areas where plenty of scope is there for several kind of job opportunities, and I will discuss in detail that what are these opportunities, but they are need to be matched with the emerging technologies which are coming in this way. And you can see these technologies like how the warehouse automations that need to be done, what are the conveyor systems, AGVs, warehouse shuttles, forklifts, warehouse management, sorting, picking. And I can tell you these are jobs which can easily be done without knowing the coding and programming that you can feel. And some of the themes which are coming up, like you can say blockchain management, how it can, blockchain in supply chain management, cloud computing, IoT-driven supply chains. These are the virtual, any discipline, means engineering discipline, science discipline, they all can very much capture the role and job and kind of technology which is being used for practicing these tools. Then we have a different kind of jobs which are at different levels, like chief operating officer, supply chain manager, process improvement specialist, and they're very high paid jobs in the industry, I tell you. And compared to this, you can see that what are the different kind of talent available in the country. So at present, it is found that 51.25 employable talents are there in the country, and they are in different sectors that we need shortage of the talents. So we need to fill the people with this kind of expertise in order to meet the demands that will come out in the days to come. And many of the roles that you are watching at present, they may not be there in future. As you can see that assembly line workers, warehouse pickers, data entry clerks, this will all go. Instead of that, you may expect to have the roles like AI/ML engineers, IoT solution architects, blockchain developers, supply chain data analysts, AR/VR tool operators like this. So you can see that a lot of new things are coming up, and accordingly, the different technology and their share that is being talked in the industry is also mentioned, like satellite and space technologies, geospatial technologies, biotech and gene technologies, quantum encryption, sensing, laser and optical technologies, semiconductors and computing. So all these areas you can find there are the shortage of the talents, and they need to be filled up in days to come by different sources. And very interesting document, you can see that there are three sets like sectors, like in logistics, many sectors, multimodal, shipping and port, humanitarian supply chain, digital supply chain, agri supply chain, coal supply chain, air cargo operations, rail logistics, several areas are there. So what are the geo-technologies which are available, like say how geospatial technologies, GIS, GPS, blockchain, IoTs, autonomous vehicles, cloud computing, and corresponding skill set that we need. So that includes all these areas like how the large language models of the AI, agentic AI, generative AI, they all need to be clubbed actually to meet this growing requirement. So I can say that these are the different techniques, technologies which are coming up, and they need to, there is efforts have been made. Now how without knowing into deep tech, you can find their applications. One is like say ChatGPT. People are using it nicely for different purposes. Of course, someone mentioned that it is not ethics and moralistic, agnostic, but in days to come that will also come up for improvements. So idea is this, all things mentioned here, they are playing a big role to generate new kind of job scenario, and also we will be able to compete with the other international players with regard to making the product, selling the product, and also maintaining the quality level that is required by the not only national but also international communities. So the revolution that we have seen in the AI, currently we call as a agentic AI. And last 3 years, such a fast development took place, and particularly after 2017, the development of algorithm by Vaswani. So this has taken a new shape. Now almost every area it is engulfing, and some of the skill set because of the agentic AI that we need, they are like LLMs, prompt engineers, and critical and strategic skills, ethics and adaptabilities, and many of the tools of the cloud computing. So by 2030, as you can see that almost 30% of the global work will be automated. That is one of the prediction by the McKinsey. and AI could expose to replace up to around 30 crore jobs globally and representing about 9.1% of all jobs worldwide. So idea is this, there are many things may go and many things may come up in order to meet the newer challenges. So how we can actually go by this? So AI, ML, engineering and technology development that you can see, these are the things we require, like AI, ML engineers and developers, prompt engineers, synthetic data architects, healthcare and AI engineers, precision agriculture analysis. In AI governance, you can see AI ethics consultant, AI compliance, super agent, safety specialist. So human AI collaborations and workforce transition change. These are some of the skills that is being prompt. And what are the traditional role and the roles which can be clubbed with the large language models, like say repetitive manual task, siloed decision making, time consuming planning and contractual work. They need to be taken care by the strategic value-added activities, cross-functional collaborations, fast and insight development that are taking place because of the agentic AI growth. So as you can see that Microsoft has built up their own particular advanced AI tools and adopting AI systems, particularly the autonomous workflow, where we can easily see the different kind of bank operations. And Netflix, a lot of engines are there for different kind of suggestions which are coming up. So many of the operations in the finance, marketing, and everywhere, you can find applications of these tech that we have very clearly mentioned. And some of the information and analytics like business intelligence, IT, project management, and data science, cyber security, and talent acquisition, compensation and benefits, they are also being now talked about how they can find new applications actually. And another area which is very much talked about all this care economy, that also needs service and they have plenty of potential for the new job. So I can say that basically the going by the transformation of the workforce and digital innovations, we can see that these are the digital skills, diverse and inclusive initiatives and industry academia collaborations leading to the newer kind of jobs which may fill the vital sector of both manufacturing and logistics actually. So as you can see that the software skills and skills pertaining to the finance, marketing, etc., they may lead and their corresponding government initiatives which are there like Digital India, Smart City and Kaushal Vikas Yojana, they all startup and innovation processes which are being initiated, Kaushal Vikas, Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan, they all need to be clubbed with all these newer roles actually. So about NEP implementation, I can say that we have to rely heavily on the skill set which are not available, but through the online courses, through the MOOC, through the NPTEL, and also through many other forums which are coming up, we can build up the capacity and train the people. So gone are those days when only people are making fun with the online education, but I don't think there is another solution except to quickly meet the growing employment requirement by having many quality courses on the online systems, and that way I think we can meet the large gap that exists between the current skill set needed by the industry and what we promise to the university systems. So by this process I think we can meet, and that is the way how we should move ahead. Thank you very much for
Thank you, Professor Tiwari, for providing very thoughtful insight into the future jobs and how we can align our courses, pathways that we can adapt to align our courses on continuous basis. Now we can take some questions from the audience.
Professor Tiwari, you basically talked about future of work, and especially the areas that you mentioned are far-reaching. Now, as far as this our national education policy is concerned, it talks about being global while being rooted in local Indian knowledge system. So therefore, one such area that comes to my mind is museology. Basically, museums are the places where traditions and the histories are kept, and by which people learn how the past people, we have all as a society, as a civilization, we have behaved, and what to learn from that and move forward. So therefore, one such area for going in future could be, how do we keep these museums in the society around us? And therefore, one of the thoughts could be that the Vice Chancellors could think of starting something in museology. And in that museology, there could be integration of technology, like using your artificial intelligence, AR, artificial reality, AR, VR, and mixed reality, so that there is experiential learning of that. It could also be thought of starting interdisciplinary curricula in curation, in using technology, how to keep the things, how to keep the manuscripts in various places. Similarly, there could also be industry linkage by thinking about tourism, by heritage management. So these are the courses, or these are the areas which could be addressed by thinking about museology, which gives us an idea to move forward while keeping ourselves rooted as far as we talk of the future of work. Thank you.
Sir, actually, you have very nicely raised the very important area, museology and its connection with the emerging technology, that how we can popularize it, how we can go to different aspects of the things, how to upkeep this, our heritage. So certainly, sir, AI and agentic AI can be a very good tool actually to help in this way. And some of the courses which I feel they are already sometimes in the pipeline, they can be further strengthened by taking the cue and examples and linking it with our strong focus that we have earlier in the past. So I think very good suggestion, sir, and we can build up some 15-hour courses, 13-hour courses, and then offer it as a micro electives, or the courses which are for some bridging the 1 credit, 2 credit courses to meet all these requirements. So second thing, as you mentioned that about how the tourism and other things can be promoted, sir. So this is one of the another area that can be very nicely growing up, and a lot of information that we can provide through social media and all those things, they are also helping to promote these two tools. So certainly, sir, I think universities are also in line to build up the curriculum, revising their way to improve many courses to accommodate all such things. Thank you, sir, for it.
Thank you, sir. My observation is something related to the Honorable Secretary who made it. In the future of workplace and emerging roles, I hardly saw any reference to IKS. On the one hand, right now, most of the universities in our restructuring, rethinking, and redoing the pedagogies in line with adding some IKS to wherever is relevant, does that addition in any way add to the working space and the future of the working space in terms of influencing the working space, or maybe certain roles, including the micro pathways? Probably, I think this is a wonderful presentation by both the experts. Maybe a thought in that direction would help the universities in. Thank you.
Sir, one small thing I would like to point out, that the skill education which is being practiced in some of the like this is actually, it can be one of the solution to meet that what are the our traditional knowledge, newer knowledge, both can be mixed up actually to create many degrees and requirements and diploma which will help us to flow with the current trends. We can't ignore the emerging things, and also we have to preserve our own knowledge base, so that mixing up both can lead to the path of Viksit Bharat actually. So that is the solution, sir. Moreover, I think also.
I just want to add one point that Bharatiya Jnana Parampara is a philosophical inner thinking. If we bring this philosophical inner thinking while we are running through the technology, I think we will be able to sort of temper the aggression of the technology and bring in humaneness. I think it is India that balancing act can be shown. So this is our, inner training through Bharatiya Jnana Parampara that will do the balancing act. I hope.
Sir, excuse me. Today, the whole world is looking towards Bharat for many of the aspects. But when we are looking recently in the survey, Bharat scores 59.1% in skill fit ranking 37th globally. Bharat ranks 25th globally in QS World Future Skills Index 2025 with a score 76.6. और जब अभी हम देख रहे थे ग्लोबल टैलेंटेड कम्पिटिटिवनेस का, यूएसए फर्स्ट है, यूके सेकंड है, चाइना 42nd है और भारत 72nd है. अभी हमारे ऑनरेबल मंत्री जी ने एक बहुत अच्छा सुझाव दिया था कि जब हम जीआर की बात करते हैं तो जीआर 2035 का जो हमारा एनईपी का टारगेट 50 है उसको एनहांसमेंट करके मुझे लगता है कि फॉर एवरी हायर एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशंस 55 पत्थर का लकीर ले लेना चाहिए. लेकिन मेरा एक इसमें एक सुझाव रहेगा सर कि इंस्टेड ऑफ जीईआर अगर हम इसको कन्वर्ट कर दें अपने डॉक्यूमेंट में ग्रोथ एम्पावरमेंट रेशो, तो जो हम स्किल की बात कर रहे हैं मुझे लगता है कि हम कहीं ना कहीं 2035 तक जब हम 55 का टारगेट रख रहे हैं तो कहीं ना कहीं स्किल एनहांसमेंट में ग्लोबल रैंकिंग में हम कहीं ना कहीं पहुंच पाएंगे. और इसके लिए आई हैव ऑलवेज सजेस्टेड वन स्ट्रेटजी, एजीआर अप्रोच, एजीआर स्ट्रेटजी दैट इज अट्रैक्टिंग टैलेंट, ग्रोइंग टैलेंट एंड रिटेन टैलेंट, बिकॉज रिटेनिंग टैलेंट इज अ मेजर चैलेंज and that's the need that we need to create the best minds instead of best brain to stop the brain drain. Thank you very much.
Sir, I have a small addition to what Professor Rao said. Some year back, some industrialists say only 10% of the Indian graduates are employable, and now it is around 55%. It is a very good trend, sir. But one aspect of our youth, around 24% of our youth in the age group 15 to 24, they are neither in education, nor in employment, nor in any training. That particular component, if we can bring them to, if we can impart some training in this particular age group, then I hope our gross enrollment ratio will increase. Side by side, we can achieve many more things, what our national education policy aims at. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. You actually point out exactly where the shoe pinches. In the pyramid system, the bottom of the pyramid hasn't still joined the mainstream higher education. We need to bring them. Only then gross educational ratio will increase. In fact, NEP philosophy, by being inclusive, means to bring the bottom of the pyramid into the mainstream. That has to be done, and that has to be done fairly quickly. Otherwise, one part will move on, the other part will not even join. So therefore, that harmonization has to happen.
We would take only one more input and then we would conclude.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. I think I must congratulate both the presentations, extremely comprehensive. As we heard this morning, the idea of future preparedness of the country is extremely important. And from that point of view, two sectors that government has pushed in, and I think in near future we would require trained people to take that forward. First and foremost, which got partially covered in your presentation, Professor Tiwari, is in terms of how we are connecting finance and banking. And that part, I think, is extremely important because with RBI and with digitization of banking, we are seeing a huge potential for all banks. And unfortunately, we don't have too many institutions to train people in the banking and finance, where convergence is happening. Fortunately, with consistent efforts in economic reforms, digitization through NBFCs and other dimensions are also taking shape. So we need immediately a huge manpower in next 5 to 6 years. And this is also largely because the size of economy is also expanding. So future preparedness is necessary. Second, which is in terms of a huge coastal line, the emphasis of this government in last 10 years or so has been to evolve the Sagarmala, and that has given a major push to ports and also to blue economy. So the blue economy related courses, one or two institutions cannot do. I think universities, particularly having coastlines, would have to take that up. So Professor Tiwari, I think more of our convergence on lines of the excellent work you have done on Gati Shakti, that would be required. Thank you.
Just sir, adding one few lines to what you said. Actually, banking sectors and a lot of things are being now digitized, and we are offering several short-term courses and long-term courses actually to meet the growing requirement through online mode, and hope that they will bridge. Not only we, many other organizations are also doing same thing. So that way partially it will be covered, sir, and hope that the coming version of the large language models that will also help to fill all those gaps which you mentioned in the financial sector as well as the maritime preserving resources sector also.
Sir, we have the course on banking technology in Pondicherry University. We have that.
Thank you. With this, we come to conclusion of this second session of this conference, and we thankful to everyone for participating in this new thought-provoking session. Thank you.
I just want to make one summary statement. All the growth trajectory, future trajectory that Professor Tiwari ji showed requires very well-trained master trainers in the university ecosystem. Now, we rarely have this kind of master trainers in these futuristic areas. We need to develop those master trainers in our university ecosystem very quickly so that the students can become highly skilled. So that's a very urgent job, and I think we need to realize the urgency of that. Prepare the teacher first. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deepak Bhattji, for steering the deliberation of the session. And we are also very thankful to the contributor of the group 2 for the future of work. And friends, we are heading toward the organization of the third thematic session, which is based on digital education, Swayam plus, Apar with focus on credit transfer. And we have 5 universities for this session. IGNU, and IGNU is also coordinator of this session, Central University of Kashmir, Central University of Kerala, Manipur University, and Nagaland University. So I would like to invite Professor Uma Kanjilal, Professor A. Rabindranath, Professor Sidhu P. Algur, Professor N. Lokendra Singh, and Professor Jagdish Kumar Patnaik on the stage for the third thematic session. And I also invite Dr. Diksha Rajput, Joint Secretary, University Grant Commission, for steering the deliberation of the session.
Thank you. Over to you. Thank you so much. Namaste and a very good afternoon to all of you. To take this third thematic session forward, we are indeed privileged to have a visionary academic leader amongst us who is the expert for today's session, Professor Anil Sehasrabudhe, a name which is synonymous with promoting the use of technology in education and fostering a culture of innovation in higher education institutions. And more importantly, Sehasrabudhe sir has been a key contributor in the conceptualization and initiation of Swayam, Swayamprabha, and Apar earlier. And sir, as we all know, is the chairman of National Educational Technology Forum, NBA, and also the executive committee of NAC. And in addition to sir, we also have, this session will draw upon the collective wisdom of vice chancellors from central universities who are seated here on the dais. And over a period of the last 20 days, we have the entire central, this group has deliberated extensively on this theme, or digital education, and provided valuable inputs. They've shared their best practices, highlighted challenges in the implementation of digital education in central universities, and the credit transfer mechanisms. So without wasting any more time, I would request Professor Anil Sehasrabudhe sir to make the presentation, and later on we'll request Professor Uma Kanjilal ma'am, who's the coordinating VC of the CU group. She will join in later. Thank you.
सभी को गुरु पूर्णिमा की शुभेच्छाएं। माननीय शिक्षा मंत्री जी,
इस गुजरात यूनिवर्सिटी के चांसलर, हमारे मिनिस्ट्री के सचिव तथा यहाँ पधारे हुए सारे सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटीज़ के वाइस चांसलर्स और हमारे ग्रुप में प्रोफेसर उमा कांजीलाल, प्रोफेसर रविंद्रनाथ, प्रोफेसर सिद्धू अलगुर, प्रोफेसर लोकेंद्र नाथ और प्रोफेसर जगदीश पटनायक, इन सब लोगों ने मिलकर डिजिटल एजुकेशन स्वयं प्लस अपार इसके ऊपर चर्चा करते हुए एक पावर पॉइंट प्रेजेंटेशन बनाया हुआ था। ये सेशन मुझे लेना नहीं था, हमारे कार्यक्रम में कोई बदलाव होने की वजह से मैं इसमें कुछ चीज़ों को बताना चाहूँगा। सर्वप्रथम जब हम नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी की बात करते हैं तो देयर आर 5 important pillars about which we talk about: access, equity, quality, accountability and affordability। और ये यदि पांचों को ठीक तरह से चलाना है और जैसे कि NEP में जैसे बताया गया 50% या 55% तक यदि ग्रॉस एनरोलमेंट रेशो को बढ़ा के ले जाना है तो हमको कुछ प्रॉप्स की ज़रूरत है। तो इस प्रीवियस 2 सेशंस में जिसमें हमने नेशनल क्रेडिट फ्रेमवर्क की बात की, उसके बाद फ्यूचर ऑफ एजुकेशन की बात की, ये दोनों में भी जो ज़रूरत पड़ने वाली है वो है हमारे टीचर एजुकेशन। दिस इज़ वन इम्पॉर्टेंट एस्पेक्ट, उनका प्रिपरेशन होना बहुत ज़रूरी है। हमको डिजिटल एजुकेशन और ऑनलाइन एजुकेशन का सहारा लेना पड़ेगा, वो दूसरा प्रॉप है। तीसरा प्रॉप है मल्टीलिंगुअलिज्म इम्पॉर्टेंट है, अपनी अपनी मातृभाषाओं में भी उच्च शिक्षा को देने की कैसे हम उसे बढ़ावा दे सकते हैं उसकी बात करना बहुत ज़रूरी है। उसके अलावा भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा का भी विषय है, इसको भी कैसे हम जोड़ सकते हैं। सारी चीज़ों के लिए डिजिटल एजुकेशन स्वयं प्लस ये महत्वपूर्ण बात है। NEP में जो एम्फेसिस किया गया उसमें सेक्शन 24 में कैसे हम डेडिकेटेड ऑनलाइन एंड डिजिटल एजुकेशन को बढ़ावा देना चाहिए इसके बारे में कहा गया। और हमने जो प्लेटफॉर्म NEP आने के पहले से ही तैयार किया हुआ था वो है स्वयं प्लेटफॉर्म, विच इज़ एन ओपन system which has been made available to the public at large from 2017-18 onwards itself। तो इसमें फोकस ऑन डेवलपिंग एंगेजिंग ई कंटेंट ज़्यादा नहीं है, इट इज़ सॉर्ट ऑफ ऑफलाइन है, कभी भी आप उसको एनी टाइम लर्निंग कर सकते हो, लेकिन स्टूडेंट के साथ स्ट्रॉन्ग एंगेजमेंट जो क्लासरूम में होता है वो होने के लिए इसमें कुछ ना कुछ बदलाव करना चाहिए, ऐसा भी इसमें सुझाव है। जैसे कि गेम्स हो, सिमुलेशंस हो, जब हम क्लास कर रहे हैं तब उसके साथ साथ ये सब ऑगमेंटेड रियलिटी, वर्चुअल रियलिटी, इनको भी ऐड किया जाए तो कंटेंट इंटरेस्टिंग होगा, तब छात्रों का ध्यान उसमें चले जाएगा। कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग ऑफ टीचर्स, मैंने कहा वन ऑफ द इम्पॉर्टेंट प्रॉप्स है। तो डिजिटल माध्यम से हम सारे 15 लाख हायर एजुकेशन टीचर्स के साथ कैसे जुड़ सकते हैं, उनको NEP के बारे में कैसे समझा सकते हैं। मालवीय मिशन टीचर ट्रेनिंग सेंटर्स के थ्रू हम जो प्रयोग कर रहे हैं, सबको फिजिकल बुलाना आसान नहीं है, खर्चा भी ज़्यादा है, और लॉजिस्टिक्स जो हम गति शक्ति की बात कर रहे थे तो उसमें गति लाने में हमको ऑनलाइन मोड और डिजिटल मोड काफ़ी तक अच्छा कार्य कर सकता है। सपोर्ट ऑन ऑनलाइन असेसमेंट्स आल्सो, हमारी जो असेसमेंट सिस्टम है उसमें भी बदलाव करते हुए कैसे हम ऑनलाइन असेसमेंट का उपयोग कर सकते हैं, ताकि स्टूडेंट ने क्या क्या समझ लिया है, कितना समझा है, उसको और क्या देना चाहिए, इसका AI के माध्यम से एनालाइज करने के बाद इंडिविजुअल या पर्सनलाइज्ड लर्निंग के लिए कैसे उपयोग किया जा सकता है। ये सारी चीज़ें इनडायरेक्टली डायरेक्टली ये इम्प्लीकेशंस ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी की है, इसलिए टेक्नोलॉजी इंटीग्रेशन बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। हमने स्वयं के बारे में बात करें तो मैं थोड़ा स्टैटिस्टिक्स देना चाहूँगा। स्वयं में ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म है जहाँ आपको कोर्स को करने के लिए कोई फ़ी नहीं है, इट इज़ ए फ्री प्लेटफॉर्म अवेलेबल। सारे कोर्सेज जो 4000 के ऊपर अभी कोर्सेज हैं अलग अलग डिसिप्लिन में, इसको आप अपने आप जब चाहिए तब आप उसको ज्वाइन कर सकते हो और उसमें से आप सीख सकते हो। लेकिन यदि परीक्षा देना है और सर्टिफिकेट लेना है तो एक छोटी फ़ी है, परीक्षा ली जाती है, परीक्षा के बाद आपको आपको क्रेडिट भी दिया जाता है। उसके अलावा सर्टिफिकेट आपको उसको अपने यूनिवर्सिटी में क्रेडिटाइजेशन लिए करना है तो उसके लिए भी प्रोविज़न है, वो भी आप इस्तेमाल कर सकते हो। और यहाँ काफ़ी स्किल बेस्ड कोर्सेज को भी ऐड करने की कोशिश की गई है। और ये पूरा का पूरा जो पोर्टल बना है उसमें जो 4000 कोर्सेज है, इनको हमारे नेशनल करिकुलम फ्रेमवर्क और नेशनल क्रेडिट फ्रेमवर्क के साथ अलाइनमेंट पूरी तरह से नहीं है, उसको करने की ज़रूरत है। यानी हर कोर्स जो 4000 कोर्सेज है वो कौन से लेवल के हैं और वो कितने क्रेडिट के हैं, ये दोनों जब पता चल जाएगा तो छात्रों के लिए काफ़ी सुविधा होगी कि मुझे इसमें से कौन से कोर्स करने हैं। जो हम स्टूडेंट सेंट्रिक अप्रोच की बात कर रहे हैं तो स्टूडेंट को इसका चॉइस होना चाहिए, और वो चॉइस लेने के बाद अपने अपने यूनिवर्सिटीज़ में ऐसे कोर्स करने के बाद और उसमें से एग्जामिनेशन लेने के बाद जब क्रेडिट अर्न करते हैं तो उसको अपने यूनिवर्सिटी के ट्रांसक्रिप्ट में लेने के लिए सुविधा करने की एपीआई के थ्रू व्यवस्था अपने अपने यूनिवर्सिटी में भी करने की ज़रूरत है। देन कम्स द इंटीग्रेशन, एज आई सेड अबाउट करिकुला। अपने अपने करिकुलम में ऐसे कोर्सेज कौन कौन से हैं अपने अपने यूनिवर्सिटी में भी करनी चाहिए, और हमारे जो स्वयं पोर्टल है उसमें भी करने की ज़रूरत है। कई कोर्सेस अपनी भारतीय भाषाओं में भी है, या कम से कम अंग्रेजी के कोर्सेस में जब डायलॉग या डिलीवरी जो वीडियो ऑडियो अंग्रेजी में है, लेकिन सब टाइटलिंग अलग अलग भाषाओं में उपलब्ध आज है। वो सारी भाषाओं में नहीं है, कम से कम 10-12 भाषाओं में करने की प्रयास गत 6-7 साल में किया गया। अब मेरे ख्याल से अगले 2200 भाषाओं में करने की हमको ज़रूरत है, तभी हम मल्टीलिंगुअलिज्म और हमारी भाषाओं को प्राधान्य देने का कार्य कर सकेंगे। ये महत्वपूर्ण बात है। और सर्टिफिकेशन अपॉन सक्सेसफुल कंप्लीशन थ्रू एग्जामिनेशन तो हो रहा है, और फी भी बहुत कम है। मल्टी डायमेंशनल एम्प्लॉयमेंट फोकस्ड अप्रोच इसमें होना चाहिए, तो उसको स्वयं के बाद हम जब स्वयं प्लस की बात करेंगे उसमें वो चीज़ भी आ जाएगी। और यूजीसी की जो क्रेडिट ट्रांसफ़र पॉलिसी है 2021 की, उसको उजागर करने के लिए, उसको इस्तेमाल करने के लिए जो कुछ टेक्नोलॉजिकल जो इंटरवेंशन करने हैं वो काम चल रहा है, वो होने के बाद सीमलेसली क्रेडिट ट्रांसफ़र हो सकेगा। लेकिन जो हम बाद में स्टैटिस्टिक्स देखेंगे कि कितने छात्रों ने इसका उपयोग कर रहे हैं, तो हमको ध्यान में आएगा कि अभी भी जितना पॉपुलर होना चाहिए उतना नहीं हुआ है। और कई बार शिक्षा मंत्री जी ने अपने अपने कहीं जगहों में जाते हैं तो छात्रों को पूछते कितने लोगों को स्वयं के बारे में पता है, कितने लोगों को अपार के बारे में पता है, तो कई स्टूडेंट बोलते हैं हमने सुना ही नहीं है। तो इसलिए सभी एटलीस्ट सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटीज़ में जो हम आईआईटी ने एक लोकल चैप्टर्स का सिंबॉलिक वे में अपने अपने जगहों में उसको प्रमोट करने के लिए किया हुआ है, वो इस्टेब्लिश करने की बहुत निरंतर आवश्यकता है। उसके बाद जो टॉप परफॉर्मिंग इंस्टीट्यूट्स है उसके बारे में थोड़ा सा स्टैटिस्टिक्स दिखाना चाह रहे हैं। 31 central universities have already facilitated credit transfer for their students, whereas 10 central universities are yet to make statutory provisions, and some others are yet to move in that direction. And some of the best performing universities, I'm not talking about IGNOU, madam is there, she will talk about, because it's basically distance education, online education university, and therefore that is not shown here. Other central universities who have been performing very well are Banaras Hindu University with large number of students taking the benefit of SWAYAM, 20,432. Tezpur University, 3,572. I am not reading that. So these are major universities who have been doing pretty well. So the remaining universities have to tighten their belts and start moving in that direction. And that is one appeal which I'm making it from this platform. The proposed transformation that is required in the platform of SWAYAM itself in order to make it more attractive, more adoptable, is display of the course category on SWAYAM board. There are a huge number of courses. When there are 4,000 courses, naturally one can have search mechanism, search course name or the keywords and then find out what are the courses available. But if they are categorized systematically in terms of areas, the area of humanities and social sciences, within that also courses of economics, sociology, psychology, in engineering, mechanical, civil, electrical, like this, if there are clear demarcation and categories mentioned, it would be easily accessible by the students as to what is his or her interest and go into that place and then do it. Second thing is clear mention, as I said earlier also, about mentioning the credit hours of that course. Whether it is a 30 hours course or a 40 hours course, then in that case we will know whether it is 2 credit, 3 credit or 4 credit course for the students, and then they can engage with that. Modularize the delivery in terms of instruction and engagement. As far as the MOOC platform SWAYAM is concerned, it's a 4-quadrant approach, as all of us know. One of them is the audiovisual content, which is delivered by the excellent faculty of our country. And the second one is that of additional learning materials, whether it is in terms of PDF files or links to YouTube or many other, wherever it is available. The third one is very important, assessment and evaluation. Fourth one is discussion forum. It is discussion forum where between those who are learners, there is a possibility of interaction by, various social media. They post some of the difficulties, someone will answer, teacher and tutors will come in and course correct it, but it is all offline. So I think somewhere or the other, we require to create excitement, to create inquisitiveness. There must be part of the course must be delivered in a fixed timetable mode, and all students may join it. The teacher may not see their faces, but nevertheless, a student will be able to understand much better when teacher is interacting with the student. And then a student may query, raise the hand, some interesting content, as I said, part of that being some tests in between, AR, VR, asking some queries, animations. If they are shown, rather than one-way traffic of lecturing, the content will become more standardized and more interesting. So that is an attempt which is being done. I will come to Guru Setu committee, which has been looking into this aspect as well. Standardize the e-content by UGC, otherwise different people deliver the courses in different manner. That is another part. May directly be done by UGC or involve institutes like CEC or IGNOU for that purpose. Encourage peer assessment on the lines of global practices. In our country, we never allow peer assessment or evaluation. I think this is one area which we should also start strengthening, which is important. Facilitate rating of courses. Many times when the course is completed in a normal curriculum and coursework, we have what is known as student feedback system for the teachers as well as the course content. But in the MOOC course also, we must have that. Also probably rating on a scale of 5, whether it is like for hotels and for various facilities. When we have that, why not for the course? This is 4.8 level course, means that is the acceptance level of the stakeholders, 4.3 or 4. And someone who is going below some level of 2.5, I think that course doesn't deserve to be there actually. I think something like this for adding new courses and taking off some of the courses may also have to be evolved in the process. We are facilitating of the entire course program. When a student who has done it gives the testimonial, and that becomes a better way of judging how good the course is. So this is another area. We may have short videos of the students who have undertaken the course. I remember in one of the courses, when a topper was from a very remote place in nearest Arunachal Pradesh, out of several lakh students who had taken the course. He is a student from Tripura, from a very tribal area, going to a nearest, and then topping the whole. Then he got encouraged, and he must have done at least 17, 18 courses. Although he was a student of mechanical engineering, I know he did computer science courses and became an expert in that. So these kind of possibilities which exist, such students should give their short video of maybe half a minute, and that can be used for promotion of that. I've already talked about establishment of SWAYAM chapters. Now the other strategies, 5 more minutes? That is more than enough, madam. To attract more students to SWAYAM courses, I have given one idea which we must be able to do. But more importantly, the four categorized courses are very necessary. They are multidisciplinary courses when the national education policy talks about multidisciplinarity. We all want our not only students but also faculty competencies to be enhanced, so some courses on that. Skill enhancement courses for the future of work preparedness, and value-added courses which we discussed, which is also based on our Bhartiya Jnana Parampara. Adhyaji very beautifully today morning explained about the Karma Yoga, which all students may have to undertake. The important part of learning or the student's education is dependent on various aspects other than classes, that is listening, reading, thinking, discussing, and writing. And in the four-quadrant approach, some of these is missing and we may have to add it in the process. As far as central universities are concerned, there are three-step approach which we must identify and do it. Identify what are the courses available and which of them are relevant to your university, curricula for your courses and programs, map them, and then most importantly share them, because most students and faculty are themselves not aware of such a beautiful platform which has been created as a world's almost largest platform in the world. Number of students who are there onboarded are so many. So universities can play a very significant role in the adoption of SWAYAM. And I'm sure whether you use social media, you use your internal channels, please do it and then get it going. The top 10 central universities with SWAYAM Plus environment. SWAYAM Plus is another important area where the industry relevant courses by industry are posted. 375 courses are there. 95 of them are National Credit Framework aligned. 69 MOUs for joint creation of the content has been happening. So I think this is going to be an exciting time as far as the future of work is also concerned. So I think we must watch out. More number of courses are going to come on this SWAYAM Plus. But the challenge is very few central university are taking in, although more than 3 lakh students are taking this course. As far as the central universities are concerned, the registration is as low as 2,668. I think here is another area where for employability enhancement, our central universities have to start acting. The proposed transformation for SWAYAM Plus adoption is ensure SWAYAM Plus also is aligned with our curriculum, with the credits, both for minor degrees as well as far as electives are concerned, in for both the places. Facilitate industry internship embedded courses, employment generating courses, pursue the upskilling and reskilling, because this is also important. We talk about lifelong learning, so when students graduate and go out, they must be also engaged in learning further, and this platform has to be opened up for them. Develop courses also in regional languages and create as much outreach as possible. This is another statistic, so number of institutions who have joined, both from central universities and general colleges and other universities. Number of students who are there on the platform, 4.15 crore, 46 lakh in the central university. I think I will not go into this because this is available as a slide presentation one can use later. Now comes the problems and challenges. I would like to request Professor Uma Kanjilal, who was leading this group for connecting with all the Vice Chancellors. She will continue with this and then we can have some questions and our answers for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Sahasrabudhe. Honorable Minister of Education, Honorable Chancellor of Central University of Gujarat, respected Secretary Higher Education, respected Additional Secretary Higher Education, all Vice Chancellors of Central Universities, senior academicians, faculty from Central University of Gujarat. On this auspicious occasion, I wish you all a happy Guru Purnima. So what I plan to do is first I'll talk about the challenges that in the group we have been discussing. This is the same one. Same one continues. वही उसका next page था. नहीं 11. Next. I'll take care. I'll take care. Presentation mode. So, Professor Resabudhe has given a background. So we discussed in the group, so major challenges, and this challenge is actually not from the group. I collected it from National E-Governance Division. What problem is arising, why, adoption of ABC or APAR is not happening, that they have actually pointed out. What needs to be looked into is, I think, the whole process needs to be institutionalized. In the university level, we need to have the policies in place and a nodal person who can handle it, directly coordinate with NAGD. We need to standardize our formats for certification or credentials that we provide, whether it is in terms of the degree program or the transcript that is there. I think that needs to match with the requirement of DigiLocker, which is not happening, and it's a cumbersome task. I think all the universities need to get together, work, and get into the process of converting into the standardized process that is there. Another important thing is we need to put our technical infrastructure in places where actually API integration should be there. It should be actually basically linking. Most of us are on the Samarth portal, so it should actually help us in providing real-time data and exchange of data. Then only it will be useful. Also, I think data sharing is not happening, and the major concern is this awareness is not there among the faculty or the staff in the institutions. I think that's something very important, and also at the student level, this awareness is missing. So proposed transformation, as I mentioned, I think APAR ID should be made mandatory. Direct integration with Samarth should be there, and it should be actually integrated with the complete learner life cycle that is there. Data synchronization should be put in place, awareness campaigns should be put in place, alignment of APAR with institutional learning management systems and ERP platforms, that's very important, and stringent data privacy measures to be adopted to protect student information. Now, before we go forward to this, looking into the short-term goals and long-term goals, the way forward that we go into, I think we need to actually introspect. We have glorified numbers, but adoption is not happening. What is the problem that we need to look into? I think we need to change our approach. What at the moment we are doing is our approach is just in case. We are developing courses thinking that it will be useful for the learners. I think we need to change that approach, and we need to move on to just-in-time kind of an approach, keeping in mind what the industry needs, what the learners are requiring, and I think for this, I think there needs to be a need assessment done first to see, understand what are the actual requirements and how we go about. This is very important. If you look into the number of courses that are there, 90% of the courses are in the area of science and technology. Humanities, social sciences, practically not there. And we did some exercise of mapping of courses, and we found at the NMEICT level it was done. We found that 80% of the courses do not match with national curriculum framework. Whatever had been developed earlier, they were based on the CBCS curriculum. Now we need to move on to the 4-year undergraduate program framework. I think that's a massive task. So how do we go about? I think it's very important that we need to have a concerted effort. The way NPTEL has been working, a consortium of IITs and ISC working together, I think it's high time all the central universities we get together, have a consortium in place, and target to develop humanities and social sciences courses, which is the need of the hour. That's the most important thing. Already Professor Subudhe mentioned about categorization is missing. Metadata needs to be enhanced for, to actually facilitate the learners to search for appropriate courses. That's very, very important. Another thing we should think on, are we just for SWAYAM or SWAYAM Plus being used as micro-credential courses, just as add-on courses, or are we going to think in terms of completely integrating with the curriculum at national curriculum level, in fact? So in that case, I think we will require to work together, map together, and see how best, and categorization will play a very important role. Now I'll just move on to the short-term goals that we need to look into. I think it's very important that we fix, there are some technical issues, glitches are there which need, on the SWAYAM portal that needs to be looked into. Expand the availability of multilingual content. Process started long back, but the process is very slow. I think we need to target this in a big way. Use AI tools for assessment and personalized learning. SWAYAM Plus courses to be aligned with the semester systems of central universities. At the moment, it's not there. I think that's one area we should target. Streamline the process of online credit transfers by integrating it with ABC and APAR. Central universities need to restructure curriculum to integrate 40% of SWAYAM and SWAYAM Plus courses, course credit per semester. I think this is not happening, and individual universities need to work towards that. That's very important. And establish efficient grievance redressal system, in fact. Further, create local chapters in all central universities. I think the local chapters work should not be just limited to building awareness. I think they need to be facilitators. If we need to reach the last mile, we need to facilitate the learners. I think that's where, in fact, facilitating the learners is going to be a major challenge, and I think this SWAYAM chapters can play a very important role. Already I mentioned about mapping, I will not go into it. We need to foster academia industry co-creation, which is not happening. We have on the SWAYAM Plus, but on the SWAYAM also portal, we need to see how best we can go in for that. Perhaps we need to think in terms of also adopting blockchain technology for implementation of SWAYAM, SWAYAM Plus, and APAR for seamless credit transfer, which is not happening at the moment. We need to build mass-scale programs to be conducted for administrators, faculty, staff, and students, and central universities level at national and institutional level. I think that's very, very important, which we need to look into. I'll just run through the long-term goals that are there. First and foremost, I think it's almost 8 years that the SWAYAM portal has been built in. I think we have adopted the 4-quadrant approach, which is more kind of a flipped classroom situation. I think we need to go deeper. To engage our learners, I think we need to look into more tools and other facilities need to be added on the SWAYAM portal. So that state-of-the-art technology is adopted and AI-based tools are also put in. As I mentioned earlier, in case of short-term goals, I think the long-term goal should be translating all the courses that are available on SWAYAM into 22 scheduled languages. Metadata to be expanded, already mentioned about it. Most important thing is we need to have infrastructure in place in the central universities. One and most important thing is, do we really have studios and multimedia labs? We are already talking about AVGC-based content, that is animations, visual effect, gaming, comic. But do we have such kind of a infrastructure in the central universities? I think it's very important that we have in place in all the central universities this kind of a facility. And also I think we should go beyond that, thinking in terms of integrating AR, VR, mixed reality labs to be put in place. And also work towards establishing formal industry academy certification pathways, where especially we are talking about vocational education and skill-based education. So as a concluding remark, I would like to state that the comprehensive approach of NEP 2020, augmented by technology through initiatives like SWAYAM, SWAYAM Plus, and APAR, sets the stage for transforming India's education system. The strategic implementation of these measures aims to foster an equitable and high-quality educational environment that prepares students for future challenges in rapidly evolving world. I think this will pave the way for the establishment of a robust National Digital University envisaged by the Ministry of Education, Government of India. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Anil Seheswade sir and Uma Madam for this insightful presentation. Maybe we could have a round of applause for both of them. Thanks. So we still have 7 minutes left. So Barnwal sir has, I think, said that we could take a few, the Vice Chancellors on the dais who are a part of the team. Sir, would any of you want to make any observations? But you'll have only 2 minutes and then we'll take the questions from the audience. Are you sure? Anyone? Okay. So any questions from the audience, please?
Yes, I have a question. This is regarding...
Sir, please introduce yourself, though of course I know.
Yeah.
Professor Bhalirao from Central University of Rajasthan.
Yeah, my name is Professor Anand Bhalirao, Vice Chancellor, Central University of Rajasthan. We have revised our entire curriculum according to the National Credit Framework. And in that one, when we go for the implementation of these SWAYAM courses, we are facing the two problems. Of course, in presentation, I have seen that problems mentioned you also. The one problem is credits are not matching. When we go for the 40 credits per year and we go for the SWAYAM courses, the credits are different and it becomes difficult. That's a very great problem. Another problem is that we have another constraint in the university administration. The results should be declared within a 10 or 15 days of time after the examination. These SWAYAM courses results are declared after 6 months, 3 months, 4 months, and it becomes difficult for us to declare the results. Of course, we have found out some solution for that one, but that's not a good or permanent solution. So how can we address these two issues? These are very two important issues for this.
The first problem which you said we have identified and we are going to work on that. We request all the faculty who have created MOOC course to tell about how much hours of learning it takes. National Credit Framework very clearly says 30 hours of learning is equivalent to 1 credit. In IIT system, we used to have 1 lecture per hour per week is 1 credit, and therefore it was about 14-15 hours, week semester. So 15 hours of lecturing was there, but 15 hours of additional learning students anyway undertakes. So 30 hours of learning is equivalent to 1 credit. So we should map it, announce it that every course is, whether it is a 2 credit course or a 3 credit course, so it becomes easier for universities to adopt and link it with their own curriculum. Second part which you said is about delay, because if nationally about 1 lakh students take that particular course whose examination is to be held. Naturally, IIT Madras or NPTEL has itself no wherewithal. They depend upon various universities, colleges, centers where the examination is held. The universities themselves have their own calendar of examination. I think therefore a national academic calendar is also very important. If SWAYAM announces its calendar in advance, all universities should not have any calendar during that time, So on such kind of small transformations and working together, if it happens, I think this problem can be solved. Secondly, SWAYAM never says that all the students should take the exam. They can learn from this material, and respective universities can conduct their examination in their normal examination schedule and award the credits. Even that is possible. I think these are various possible solutions which we must do it in the current year. Only then more engagement in SWAYAM will start taking place. Thank you.
Sir, yes, may I ask, sir, this is Vice Chancellor, Aligarh Muslim University, sir. So we have already launched 75 courses, SWAYAM MOOC courses, and out of that, earlier we were not allowed to hold examination, but presently we are allowed to hold examinations. So 15,000 students have already got certificates from our, but we are depending on IIT Madras for the multimedia labs and all, we don't have that. But presently we have registration of more than 1 lakh students in Aligarh Muslim University in the Swayam MOOC courses. One request I will make that if we are equipped with the multimedia labs, then we will not fully depend on IIT Madras. We can have our own recordings, and that will, in that way we will be achieving the target of 40% Swayam MOOC courses in the university. Thank you, sir.
Madam, my request is you must also put your courses on Swayam so that other universities will take your courses.
Sir, we have already launched our own courses in the MOOC. Thank you, sir.
I think I mentioned also, all courses need to be overhauled. What was developed based on the CBCS structure. So I think that's why our proposal is that we have Central University Consortium where we all get together. So all the issues that are coming of credit mapping and all those will be solved.
May I speak? I am Vice Chancellor, Allahabad University. My name is Sangeeta Srivastava. Without any grudge or complaint, I would just like to point out that for the past 3 years, we are holding an exam which is through a national testing agency. And the national testing agency, Allahabad University has been constantly asking them for data after the result came out. But it is very unfortunate that they supplied data only to one university, Delhi University. They did not supply data to all other universities. Unlike NEET, I would like to say that the counseling and the entrance of the students should happen to all universities on the same date. A date should be specified for counseling and it should happen. How can any agency become so powerful that we continue to write emails to them and they don't supply the ground data? And secondly, the Samarth portal also has some hiccups, is not able to function as efficiently as it should. For our PG admissions, we have been trying for the past 1 week. We could
Madam,
not.
there is a separate session of Samarth in the afternoon.
There's a separate session on Samarth.
So Samarth is not also able to function properly, and there are hiccups, and I understand that there would be hiccups because it has started. Initially, there must be some teething problems, but then the university should be informed, and accordingly the universities can take a call on taking the admissions of PG students because the session is getting delayed.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Ma'am, we have noted your concern.
Okay.
This is the last question, sir.
No, I have one, please. Then.
Yeah, Rao, sir, please.
I think the Swayam courses are being taken by large number of students, but they are not using them for creditization. This is the real problem. Because many students feel that the navigation is very difficult, it's cluttered, and the sites are buggy. They got stuck. So they're not very, they're not very safe using this. And the content delivery is rather linear, not interactive. We need to develop, these courses in a TED Talk model where students get excited about learning. This is not happening.
Okay, sir. I have one, please.
Just one last question.
Yes. Can you allow me, please?
Yeah, so this is the last question.
Yeah. Sahasrabudhe sir has did mention in his presentation that some universities are really doing well using the Swayam platform, and some are yet to get into that platform. So they need to tighten their belt. So in that context, I feel that Swayam courses are alternative or option for the students to replace the physical classes. So they are option or they are alternative. So can we make a mandatory that Swayam courses student must do? Because some students are coming to me that it is not mandatory, it is an option or alternative. Can you make it mandatory on us? We are happy with physical classes.
I think it is certainly an option because if the university says that there is an elective, but the choices are there officially declared in the curriculum, 4 choices.
Yes.
But we don't have teachers for 3, therefore this is a mandatory course.
Yes.
So in such cases, why don't you allow your students to take such courses which are available from the best of the faculty in the country and allow that to be creditized?
That is understood, but we cannot force the students that you have to take SWAYAM courses.
Right, sir. Thank you.
एक
जी सर.
देखिए, अभी एक सुझाव आई है, हमें चेन्नई आईआईटी की इकोसिस्टम पे, उनके मैकेनिज्म पे डिपेंड नहीं करना है. हम अपना भी कर सकते हैं. अभी राव साहब एक अपना सुझाव देते हुए कहा कि हर एक यूनिवर्सिटी, विशेष करके 20 स्कूल अपना टेड टॉक करवाते हैं. अभी जब स्वयं के बारे में सोचा गया होगा, ये 20 साल पहले की बात है. तब टेक्नोलॉजी और उस समय की सुविधा इतना नहीं होगी. अभी उसके लिए कोई यूनिवर्सिटी की आवश्यकता नहीं है. अपने क्लासरूम में उसी को रिकॉर्ड करके अच्छा लेक्चर होगा तो अपना ही इंस्टीट्यूट की वेबसाइट पे आप डालिए. अगर उसमें अच्छा अट्रैक्शन होगा, पढ़ाने के तरीके अच्छे होंगे तो लोग उसको देखेंगे ही. धीरे धीरे ये पॉपुलेट होगा, धीरे धीरे एनरिच होगा, तो वह आगे बढ़ेगा. ये एक दूसरी, कई वाइस चांसलर पहले भी पूछते हैं, यहाँ भी इस बार चर्चा में 1-2 बार आए कि यूजीसी ने कहा है कि 40% ऑनलाइन कोर्स कर सकते हैं. ये यूजीसी के नाम पे आप आपकी यूनिवर्सिटी में जो स्वतंत्रता है उसको आप खुद छोड़ना चाहते हो या नहीं करना चाहते हो. मैं मेरे स्वभाव के व्यक्ति तो मैं कहूँ तो आप नहीं करना चाहते हो. आप यूजीसी के नाम पे आप एक बहाना ढूंढते हो. दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी में भी नहीं किया. अपना एक पॉलिटिक्स है उसकी, बीच आपके ऊपर. उनकी टीचर्स नहीं चाहते हो, उनके एक नैरेटिव है. अगर माने कोई ऑनलाइन कोर्सेज बढ़ेगा तब शायद टीचिंग फैकल्टी की नंबर घटेगी. वहाँ एक कंसर्न है. उसको कैसे नेविगेट करेंगे यूजीसी की विषय नहीं है, ये विषय है योगेश सिंह जी की. रेस्पेक्टिव यूनिवर्सिटी वीसी यूजीसी की बहाना पे अपने, वो शब्द में नहीं लगाना चाहता हूँ, आप समझ रहे हो, आप रास्ता ना ढूंढे. और आने वाले दिनों में जब कहो सारा विषय भी इंटर यूनिवर्सिटी कंपटीशन होनी चाहिए. अपने अपने यूनिवर्सिटी की जो अच्छे टीचर है. मैं कल एक ऑनलाइन मीटिंग कर रहा था, ऑनलाइन रिव्यू कर रहा था, एक एक्सपीरियंस ले रहा था, कहना उचित होगा. एक जो पीएमआरएफ की एक फेलो से उनकी रिसर्च पेपर के बारे में मैं समझ रहा था. एक शायद वो आईआईटी मद्रास के साथ है, वो लड़की आईआईटी मद्रास के साथ है. उन्होंने कम्युनिकेशन की नया मॉडल्स बनाई है, एक्सपीरियंशियल लर्निंग की नया मॉडल बनाई है. हर एक यूनिवर्सिटी में इस प्रकार की टैलेंट है, आप उसको यूज करिए.
Thank you so much for your valuable inputs, Honorable Minister, sir. Thank you all for your patient hearing and to listening to the presentation. And once again, thank you to all the experts on the dais. I think we'll break for lunch now. Thank you all.
Dear all, we are breaking here for lunch and again assemble here sharply at 2:20 p.m. for the next academic delegation. Thank you all. Namaskar. A very good afternoon to all of you. I request all the dignitaries to please settle down. We are going to initiate the fourth thematic session. Once again, I request all of you to please settle down. We are going to initiate the fourth academic deliberation. Namaskar. A very good afternoon to all of you. We are initiating the deliberation of the fourth thematic session, and the topic of the fourth thematic session is University Governance System, Samarth. And we have with us Professor Sanjeev Singh from Institute of Informatics and Communication, Delhi University, is our expert for this session. We have the Central University of Rajasthan as the coordinator of this session, and the other university are Dr. Hari Singh Gaur University, Sagar, Sikkim University, Tripura University, and Central University of South Bihar. So I would request Professor Sanjeev Singh, Professor Anand Bhalerao, Professor Niniba Gupta, Professor Abhijit Datta, Professor Ganga Prasad Parsai, and Professor Kamleshwar Singh to join over the dais for initiating the deliberation of the session. And also I request Sri Vinod Singh Yadav, Deputy Secretary, University Grant Commission, for steering the deliberation of the session.
Good afternoon, Namaskar. Welcome to this first post-lunch session of day one of this 2 days Vice Chancellors Conference. The theme for this session is University Governance System, Samarth. The session will try to have a comprehensive view of the Samarth initiative, which is an e-governance platform developed to empower higher educational institutions in the country. The group which has prepared the theme paper as well as the PPT comprised of 5 central universities, namely Sikkim University, Central University of South Bihar, Tripura University, Dr. Hari Singh Gaur University, Sagar, Madhya Pradesh, and Central University of Rajasthan, which was the coordinating university for this group. Now I would request Professor Anand Bhalerao, who is the Vice Chancellor of Central University of Rajasthan and also the coordinating university VC for this group, to kindly make his presentation. Sir, please.
Very good afternoon to you all. It's really difficult for you as well as me. The timing of this presentation is after our lunch. And I'm sure that including me, none of us were interested in coming out of that lunch hall and sitting here to listen all these things. But as it is the scheduled program, we have to go ahead in this one. So very good afternoon and warm welcome to Honorable Minister, Honorable Chairman of the Central University of Gujarat, Secretary, esteemed Vice Chancellors, and dignitaries present here. It is really a privilege for me. I am not able to see the cursor. Cursor not. से डिस्कनेक्ट किया ना, चलो इसको प्रेजेंट आ गया, हाँ अभी आ गया, अभी आ रहा है, right. So it is a privilege to address this August gathering at the Central University's Vice Chancellors Conference. Today's presentation is centered around the theme University Governance System Samarth, transforming higher educational institutions. This initiative is a significant step towards realizing the vision of the digitally empowered academic ecosystem. We, the presenting universities, Central University of Rajasthan, Dr. Hari Singh Gaur Central University, Sikkim University, and Central University of Tripura and South Bihar, have collaborated to showcase our collective learning and the progress in implementing the Samarth, or unified digital governance platform. This effort is not just about digitization, it is about reimagining academic governance to more transparent, efficient, and responsive to the needs of our stakeholders. So let us begin this journey together forward to robust, accountable, future-ready higher educational system. Let me begin by starting the content, the purpose, the theme of the purpose, context, as well as the key theme areas of this Samarth. This session is primarily designed to provide an overview of Samarth initiative, which is transforming university governance. A digital transformation aimed at improving the governance and efficiency in the Indian higher educational institutions. Samarth is a comprehensive e-governance initiative launched by Ministry of Education and implemented under the National Mission on Education through ICT. As per the SWAYAM portal, there are at present more than 13,000 institutions who have adopted this Samarth as an ERP for the administration of respective institutions. This initiative is well aligned with the vision and directives of National Education Policy, NEP 2020, which talks about the technology-enabled governance, and Samarth portal is quite potential, quite competent for this purpose. In the key theme areas, we are taking care of understanding of the Samarth in this presentation, the implementation status across the central universities, features, benefits, and customization, as well as the challenges which we have faced, capacity building and change management, the policy, then implementation roadmap, recommendation, and conclusions. Samarth seamlessly integrates the essential academic and administrative functions, thereby enhancing the decision-making and academic and administrative functions, thereby enhancing the decision-making processes through the real-time data access and analysis. It is engineered to optimize the university administration. The technology of this Samarth is well proven and it is very robust one. It is a sophisticated open source digital platform built on the robust, secure and scalable platform. Its automation engine enables the evolutionary automation of respective tasks and workforce. There are always repetitive tasks taking place in a software, as this engine is very competent enough to take all these repetitive tasks also. It gives the real-time communication and provides the instant information access and updates to all the stakeholders. It ensures the smooth communication across the departments, faculties, students, supports timely the decision making with the real-time dashboards. Here are the various sections in the Samarth. And this is the beauty of this Samarth, that it is quite flexible. You can make the sections as per your need, as per your requirement. For example, Central University of Rajasthan has made 138 sections, different sections which are shown it here. Few universities I have checked, they have made it 132, 135. As per their need, you can make such sections. Samarth platform significantly enhances the transparency and institutional efficiency by transitioning university operations from paper-based procedure to a comprehensive digital environment. It stimulates the processes and reduces the administrative delays through the automated workforces and real-time dashboards. For example, we always face the problem of cash. So Vice Chancellor always want to know the exact figures. If you click on the Samarth, you will get how many applications you have received, how many applications are processed, to how many applications we have given the letters of promotions. All this is available on click. Sometimes we experience that. We get a mail from Ministry of Education at 11 o'clock and we have to give the report by 4 o'clock. The Samarth will now help us in this one. We need not to worry, we need not to take the stress of that one. All data will be available in a click if you utilize the Samarth modules 100%. It minimizes the dependability on physical documents, reduces the human errors, as well as the decision making is expedited, which I have explained it now. It's a self-service feature, empowers all other stakeholders such as staff, student, and they can use it independently, manage applications, request independently, promoting the responsive and accountable administration culture. This is the present status of implementation of the Samarth. It indicates that most of the universities are quite interested in utilizing the Samarth portal. The percentage of utilization is different, but that type of attitude is there. Everybody is keen to use it. And now in coming few months of time, I think everyone will show the progress. If you see the overall utilization, at present there are 4 universities which have utilized 100%. There are 26 universities which have used 75 to 99%. There are 18 universities which have used 50 to 75. 3 universities 25 to 30, and 6 universities which are having less than 25% utilization. Out of all sections or modules, these 4 are very important: academic module, employee module, finance module, and governance module. This figure indicates that most of the universities have more interest or tilt towards utilizing the financial module morely. 36 universities have used the financial module, 17 universities have used for the employee module, and I'm sure that in due course of time, this percentage will also go on increasing. All modules of the Samarth portal are divided into the main 2 parts. One is the primary modules as well as the additional modules. So you all know the different types of modules. This one base module, most of the universities have completed this base module. Employee related, finance related, academics and student related, And all these modules are there. You all know this one, so I'll not go in details about this one. But primary and additional modules are there. Additional modules which is to be taken, it is in the university's thought process. In features of this Samarth, it is unified, secure digital platform and integrates the academic, administrative and financial functions. It also ensures that the data consistency, reliability as well as centralized control over this one. It gives the real-time dashboard, MIS reports for the decision making. This MIS reports, once we start using, I am definitely sure it will be very, very useful to the all vice chancellors as well as the administration of the university. Another very important thing is that there is a role-based access. As we can make the section heads or module in charges, the module in charge will have access to the Samarth related to that module only. So that's the security of this particular software. The Samarth platform addresses the long-standing inefficiencies in university administration caused by disjointed systems. We know that many times there is no communication between the two departments. There is no communication between the two faculty members, communication between the two sections. It creates the problem for the vice chancellor as a whole because he has to look after the entire university. This problem can be overcome through this Samarth. And the best use of this Samarth, which I liked it more, is that it is systematically integrates the academic and administrative system as well as entire data with the National Academic Repository, that is NAD, as well as Academic Bank of Credit, DG Locker, as well as Central University Entrance Examination Test, CUET also. Out of these 4 portals, somewhere we have to push the data. In other portals, we have to pull the data, but it is easily available. As a result of the CUET is recently declared, only I think Professor will tell us why this data is not available for the universities, but that system is available on the Samarth also. Another beauty of this Samarth is the customization. Let me share with you the example of my university, Central University of Rajasthan, and other my colleagues also have followed similar type of methodology for this one. We have appointed, or we have given the in charge for the each module, each section head is there. Every Friday we were meeting at 4:30, and every section in charge, registrar, finance officer, each one of us has to present it, what they have learned in the Samarth in the last week, what they have uploaded the data, what are their problems, what changes they wanted, and by 6:30 we were preparing the list of this one, and this entire list we were sending it to our Sunil Barnwal ji, and we were troubling him, sir, these are our issues. But I must tell you that so efficiently he has done all this work. He immediately calling to the Samarth, getting them on the board, and next 2 or 3 days of time, or till next our meeting, all our issues were solved. This is the way lot of customization is possible. Whatever you need, university only has to think it, what customization they want it, and this is all customization is possible. However, though the picture here I am presenting very good one, but it doesn't take place without any challenges. There are challenges. The biggest challenge here, which I have not written, is the inertia. Everyone want to be in a comfort zone. Nobody want to come out of that one. Whatever old is there, it is good one. They want to continue with that one. But somehow we have to pull them from that thought process and bring it on the digital platform. That is the main thing. Then lack of integration between the departments, getting the data, transferring the data, that was also problem. Delayed reporting, late reporting was taking place. Once I started the meeting every week and I was attending that meeting, then ball started rolling and we come up to the certain level. Another one is that the configuration of system to meet the university need, that is also another challenge. The needs of Central University of Punjab and Central University of Rajasthan are different. Needs of Central University of Tripura and Rajasthan University are different. So this Samarth has this challenge, how to address all these needs, how to accommodate all these needs, because every time they cannot write a different program, if I am not mistaken. But in the same program, they will have to change in terms of the loops. And then only it is possible. But that is the challenge they have accepted and they have done it. Let me confess this one. I joined the Central University of Rajasthan in 2022. And immediately I visited the Samarth portal. 22 and 23, my entire opinion about the Samarth was not good. Responses were not good. Changes were not taking place. Nobody was picking the phone also. But in 24, when ministry has supported this, all this one, they have entirely changed. Quick response, quick changes in the Samarth, quick changes in the algorithms also. All this, they have done it, and now we are able to use it, all modules of the Samarth. This slide will outline the strategic approach which we have adopted for the capacity building and ensuring the effective changes management during the implementation of the Samarth initiatives. This can be taken as the best practices also. We all together, 5 universities, discussed this point, and we have written that what methodology we have adopted in implementing in our respective universities, and commonly we have written these points, so which can be useful for implementation of the Samarth in the respective university. The process begins with the formation of well-structured implementation team. This includes the nodal officer, technical support personnel, section in charges for each module, and the team ensures the ownership, coordination, and smooth execution. There was a problem again about the efficiency of this team also. I was worried that how to motivate them, how to bring them on the one particular level, Then I have delivered them one lecture. I'm sure that one lecture does not make any very big change, but definitely the change started for that one. And I delivered the lecture on the 2 topics. One is Kartavya and Adhikar. What is exactly Kartavya and what is exactly Adhikar? When people realize that without doing any Kartavya, you will not get the required Adhikar. Then people started thinking on this one and how the one person can make the change in the university. When they realized, we got the success in implementing 100% modules of the Samarth. We have then provided a targeted training sections based on the user roles. And this ensures that every stakeholder from the administrative staff to faculty receives the practical, relevant training on their specific modules. Then to build the internal capacity, we have emphasized, we encourage them, these section heads and all this one, you please have a group within your section and give them a training, have a practical of that one, have a practice of that one also, and it has really worked out for the further one. Then periodic meetings, this is the main, what we can say, the crux of all success. The periodic meeting, weekly meeting, review of each and every person in that meeting really solved our problem, and we have reached up to this particular success level. Because ultimately the goal is to develop a confident, skilled workforce that can independently manage the system with a minimal reliance on the external support. By following this step-by-step strategy, institution can overcome the resistance to the changes, ensure the stakeholders' participation, and build a strong foundation for the successful implementation of Samarth. University administration always play a very pivotal role in guiding the implementation of the Samarth ERP system in alignment with the institutional objectives. The key responsibilities include providing the strategic leadership, appointing the nodal officers, module coordinators, then overseeing the regular progress reviews, as well as ensuring the effective resource allocation for this one. The resource allocation doesn't mean only financial resource allocation. The human resource allocation is very important one. Implementation of the Samarth ERP system should proceed through a very structured and phased approach. We have to do the effective planning and preparations, identify the institutional requirements, set the objectives, establish an implementation roadmap, and begin the stakeholder sensitization as well as a capacity building. Very important thing, we have to decide. University administration has to take this decision and launch the administrative or academic modules with initial training and support to facilitate the adoption. We have to decide. We have to focus on selected modules, work more on that one, and see the execution of these modules. Integrate the modules with the existing systems, national platforms as NAD as well as ABC, customize according to the university workflows and regulations. Gather user feedback, that is very important. Unless you listen the feedback, we cannot suggest them the solution for this one. So I was very sincerely listening all feedbacks, all problems, all complaints, and we were trying to solve it. And I appreciate that Ministry of Education has really helped us in implementing all these our problems. So roll out the additional modules when you want it and embed the system into the routine university operations, establishing the governance for the sustainability. Sustainability is very important. Once you may give the training to the one person, but you know that there is a migration always takes place. The same person may apply for the employment elsewhere. So we have to keep in that thinking, and plan B should be ready. Second generation, or what can say, the second layer should be kept in ready. So keep on giving training again and again for all, and keep everything ready to use this Samarth one. Sorry, I'm finishing. Out of 13, 11 slide is going on. So planning, monitoring, and recommendations, effective planning for implementation of Samarth with the clear timelines, milestones, and responsibilities which will align the digital goals, institutional priorities is essential. Strategic budgeting plan is important from the allocation of human resources, infrastructure, as well as training and support. Performance monitoring is very important to track the progress through the KPI and review meetings. It will help us in identifying the gaps early and supports the timely course correction. Continuous improvement will facilitate the data-driven decisions for the module upgrades, enhance user satisfaction, and long-term adoptions. We have some recommendations. We wanted some regular training programs and webinars regarding this, create a standardized learning material, user manuals for this, establish a national help desk for the troubleshooting, provide the access to the implementation of toolkits and frequently asked questions, support the module customization and staff training, as well as I wish there should be a periodical audit of the universities on the basis of the Samarth also. Universities also can take some of the recommendations. So ensure our institution's readiness. We have to make all staff and faculty members in that state of mind. Now there is no alternative. We have to go for utilization of the Samarth. So appoint a dedicated nodal officer and empowered task force. Then conduct the regular internal reviews, meeting and feedback. Use the platforms, metrics to refine the workflows. These all things we have to do it continuously to help to implement this Samarth. This is out of the Samarth. This slide is out of the Samarth actually. I thought that what should be the vision of digital governance. So digitally empowered institution is not just an aspiration. It is a necessity for achieving the academic excellence and meeting regularly mandates. Samarth offers the structured, scalable, and transformative solution to achieve this by enhancing the transparency, operational efficiency, as well as accountability. We must learn from the success stories. As few of the universities have used 100% modules, let us sit with them, understand how they have made their challenges, how they have found out the solution. Definitely it will be useful for them for implementation of the Samarth. So challenges are there, as already we have said it. We have to meet these challenges. Strategic roadmap for the sustainability is important, as I have told just now. The second batch, second layer of the trained person, we have to keep it ready. So training program should go continuously. In my university, we have taken 122 training programs, repeated training programs. And I'm happy that Samarth was very quite happy to give all these trainings. And we are thankful to them for this one. Lastly, aligning the Samarth implementation with the national frameworks like NEP 2020, NAG, NIRF. You all know NIRF will change in few days of time. NAC is changing now, and now Samarth also has to take that call and align all their modules, align their all resources, their thought process in new changes which are coming in the accreditation and quality processes. So Samarth is not just a tool, it is a vision for transforming governance in higher education with strategic efforts, shared ownership, as well as aligned policies, and we can make that vision a reality. So thank you very much for your patient listening and active engagement throughout this session. As we conclude this presentation, I would like to reiterate that the digital governance is not merely a technological shift. It is a crucial cultural transportation in how our institution functions and serve. So I express my sincere thanks again to you all. I express my sincere thanks to UGC. I express sincere thanks to Ministry of Education, as well as all the 5 universities. We have worked together. We had a lot of discussion, deliberation, sharing of knowledge, sharing of experiences with each other, and this presentation is outcome of all our discussion. So it's a teamwork. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Bhalerao, for highlighting the Samarth's role in transforming university governance, simplifying administrative and academic processes, increasing transparency, and promoting data-driven decision. Now it is time to call upon the expert for this session, Professor Sanjeev Singh. Professor Sanjeev Singh is a professor with Institute of Informatics and Communications with the University of Delhi. Sir, I request you to kindly come on the dais and make your presentation. Please, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon. It's a very interesting session because post-lunch sessions are normally very lazy, and I'll promise that I'll make it so short, and because of Professor Bhalerao has gave us the beautiful introduction and the success stories around it. So before I start, I'm really thankful to this whole forum, and Honorable Minister is not here around, but thanks to him, Secretary Sir, Additional Secretary Sir, Dr. Barnwal, Professor Jagadesh, and my own mentor, Professor Dinesh Singh, Vice Chancellor, University of Delhi. I welcome you all, and I'll give you a little journey and background behind it. Most of the things had that already been covered by Professor Bhalirao and so beautifully. I don't have to explain many things here. So this is the project where there was an acute need of the governance platform which provides a uniform access, uniform workflows integration to all the higher education institutions. So that was a small initiative, and ministry has taken up this as a research project, and we started working on this. And as you can see this slide, this on the bottom half, you can see this purely on the open source and open standard stack, where you don't have to attach any strings to any proprietary or anything which can be later on pulled back or maybe removed from the technology stack. It is completely based on the SaaS, which is on the cloud infrastructure. So this is the complete interoperable and the multi-cloud scenarios where we are providing to all the institutions. Another thing is the real-time observability on the KPIs, what are the universities are defining as their own parameters. And it's, of course, leveraging on the AI and the blockchain. These are the technologies at the back end which provide the maximum productivity of the end users. So we are confined, and we are giving away 4 major sections out of this governance framework, where the academic, student life cycle, and all these modules, where this is 1920. Then we grew with 15 of the CUs. And in this year, we have completed more than 13,000 institutions across the country. So this is the state level implementation. As you can see, this is the footprint of Samarth, where all type of institutions are there. And this is the great learning for us to improvise further and integrate maximum number of workflows by learning different use cases of the different universities, of the type, their location, their structure, and so on and so forth. Since in the morning session we have learned so many things. I mean, Professor Rao, Professor, I think Allahabad. I learned that there's so many things are being integrated now. We need blockchain, we need AI, we need so many other things where the students can be more productive, can be more informed about what they are going to learn. And in the recent time, last 2 years, we have completely and natively integrated all the SWAYAM courses with Samarth ecosystem. So what is happening is, whatever the courses are available on SWAYAM, they are seamlessly available and accessible through Samarth portal. And the first implementation, what we have done with the UP government. So all the UP universities, all the students in the UP state, they are able to access all the courses which are available on SWAYAM. So this is the footprint and the snapshot. What is the impact? We have over 1.8 crore of students in the Samarth ecosystem, where the 77 lakh students are always active. We have more than 2.12 crore digital payment transaction, and it has emerged out as a academic UPI, where this year this has, the total tally is more than 7,000 crore rupees out of the financial transaction on the academic, higher academic ecosystem. This is the employee services, where we have the registry of more than 2 lakh employees. 8.8 lakh payroll statements have been generated and processed, and more than 6 lakh leave records have been processed out of this. More than 2 lakh files have been tracked and processed out of this platform. And the offshoot of this Samarth ecosystem is the Chayan, which was the UGC take. And Professor Jagadesh is here, and it was his brainchild that why not to create a uniform recruitment portal for all the central universities. So Chayan was launched a couple of years back, and it has become a de facto standard for central universities appointment. So these are the statistics. More than 1 lakh applications have already received. So that was the exercise where you don't have to do the duplicate, application process for all the universities. So this is how we are spread it along all those 4 sections, and we have more than 40 modules to take care of all the university core functions and all the workflow integrations. So this is the genesis of Samarth. This is completely Swadeshi and Atmanirbhar. This is interconnected and unified, is anytime, anywhere, transforming experience, and it completely embracing NEP 2020. And we have, I think, 16 universities, they have implemented NEP courses through Samaj Portal, and we have all the other programs, and that is, these are the objective and how we directly align with NEP 2020. So because it provides the digital interface to all the academic institution and higher education, it provides evolutionary system, aligns with the goal and open, interoperable, evolvable public system. Then I'll just skip that because paucity of time. These are the KPIs a university can think of, and these are known and more important one like the HR, payroll, students, evaluation and grading, file management, inventory management system, leave, estate management, bill tracking, and so on and so forth. These are some specific modules for Ministry of Education, where the subordinate designations, statutory positions, annual reports, and annual accounts. Even the post creation has to be done through this. Now the visitor nominee requisition, VC recruitment, statutory meetings, and everything can be done from here. So these are the implementation states where the Assam, Uttarakhand, Uttar Pradesh, Jammu and Kashmir, Maharashtra, Goa, Bihar, Gujarat, Tripura, Jharkhand, Odisha, and Chhattisgarh. And now next in pipeline are the Andhra Pradesh, Chhattisgarh DT, Uttarakhand DT, and Madhya Pradesh. So these states completely, they are coming onto the Samarth ecosystem. These are some of the MOU ceremonies which we have signed with all the states. And these are other states which we are going ahead, and we recently received 5 more states, including Himachal, Telangana, Andhra, and Tamil Nadu also to start working with them directly with the government. So these are the way forward, and now onwards I think we are entering the next phase of it, and we are completely adding a new AI with the generative feature with each and every module, which provides more and more information and bring in more transparency to all the stakeholders of the university. So we are going ahead with implementing new central universities, regional training centers we are going to open, advanced automation of the modules, and integrated university accreditation and ranking support. We are integrating with and signing up with different agencies so that all the universities will have their latest ranking right onto their dashboard, and their positioning in terms of academic excellence, academic output, research outputs, etc. And of course, this is the AI-powered governance monitoring system where each and every module will give you the score, where you will come to know that where are we, position ourselves comparing with other institutions. And of course, another which is very common nowadays is 24/7 chatbot for the students. So, skipping, thank you so much for your time, and over to Mr. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Sanjeev, for telling us how Samarth is spearheading the digital transformation in alignment with National Education Policy 2020. Now we would like to open the floor for question and answer session. I would only request all the participants who are going to ask the question to firstly state their name and organization, and to be very precise and brief.
Yes, Srinivas Varakhedi from Central Sanskrit University. I have 2 concerns. One is we are managing RTI in 2 places. So can you merge them so that one place we are also using RTI regular platform and also in Samarth. The second is MIS. When we submit the MIS to the ministry, again we have to duplicate the work. Similarly, in finance module, we have not yet completed the entire thing because payments and all are not connected in the finance module. These are the concerns.
Right. So your first concern is the RTI, where you're managing the RTI, the 2 places. Very well, you can integrate both of them at one place. It is up to you how you decide and take it forward. Second is the MIS transfer. I mean, you can export the entire information and send it in a desired format, but you have to export it from the current system and share it with the concerned person. That is very much possible. Yes, sir.
What about the payments and other direct payments to through the?
Yes, so you have to
finance
integrate
module?
with the PFMS.
Yes.
You please complete your finance module, implement it in your university, then it will be done.
Sir, myself, R.S. Dubey from Central University of Gujarat.
Sir.
Sometimes it so happens that, for example, cases are less than 10, so it does not reflect. For example, let us take off legal cases. If 3 or 4 legal cases are there, so it is not reflected. So it leads to the sense that 100% implementation not there. And likewise, there are many aspects like that. For example, housing allotment, staff quarters. For example, university doesn't have staff quarters. So, I mean, obviously, it will not reflect there. So, like some other also, I mean, some other systems are also like there, where cases are very less. A student grievance redressal cell, for example. We don't have, I mean, that number of cases more than 10. So, less than 10 it does not reflect. So, how to deal with those things so that we can also go for 100% implementation, we can say.
Right, so I understood your point. As you say that if the number of cases are less in any of the module which are not reflected, but this is something unusual. I mean, it should not happen. Even a single case should be reflected and should be communicated properly. I'll get it checked it personally that why it is happening, but it should not happen, I'll assure you. Yeah, there's another observation.
Sometimes few modules are part of the module, it is not required to us. Yeah. But unless we communicate to the Samarth, they will continue to consider it that it is not utilized. We have to inform them that this is not useful to us, don't consider in that one. And that's why they remove it then. For example, earlier we were not using the examination for the ODL that we were not using, and our percentage unnecessarily it was showing 92-94%. Then we said that we are not using it, and whenever we want it, we will start using it. Then our percentage has gone to 100%. Now we are using that ODL also. So we have to communicate.
Professor Bansal, please. Sir.
SP Bansal, Vice Chancellor, Central University. Our next future main threat is the cyber security. My question is that how to ensure, because Professor Sanjeev has done a wonderful job in implementing the this Samarth there in the country. Professor Sanjeev, my first question is that how to ensure the cyber security and data privacy. That is the main threat in the time to come. And second is how to collaborate, because we are facing one problem, that collaborating with other universities through Samarth. This is also not there. And the third one is that it's a great challenge for every university to building a digital capacity of the staff. This is another challenge.
Correct. So these are very obvious, and I think this needs a lot of deliberations, right? Your first point is how we are protecting the data and how we are taking care of the cyber security. That is why we have the complete security framework around it, and which we are complied with all the certain guidelines, 100%, and all the DPDP guidelines, the act which have been passed last year. So we are in compliance with all the government regulatory framework along with the certain guidelines. So that ensures that the data is in the safe environment. And also on the top of it, right from the beginning, each of the institutions have the complete ownership of their own data, which they can take data from the cloud and they can retain with themselves, or they can keep at both the places. So it is up to them. Second, your observation was how you can collaborate with other universities, which is very simple. You need to open up your couple of modules which actually allows you to transfer the credit, and also you can assign the different faculty members and the teachers you can invite and onboard onto your platform, and you can initiate research projects through your framework, and there are multiple other ways where you can collaborate with other institutions.
One last question. Professor Rao, please.
Yeah, Professor Rao.
2 points.
Yes.
It's an open source platform.
Yes.
Right? Yours is. Open source is good as well as bad, because every time you need to customize, we need to take help. And every time I'm customizing one data, some other parts of the other data keeps changing. I can give very concrete examples in the area of marks entry, which is a dangerous area to change. So these are some of the very specific customization points which are extremely fragile.
Correct.
So this is an area which you need to really fix it hard.
Yes. So I'll respond to this observation. This is, in a way, I mean, both the sides, and we can debate on this. By saying open source doesn't mean that it can be, customized, or it can be attacked, or it can be manipulated, or is vulnerable. It gives you enough strengths, right, so that you can empower. So open source philosophy is always to empower the user. Why we keep it open source? Because we don't want to attach any, or we don't want to get into the licensing issues, so that any institution can't do any customization any point of time. As you highlighted the case of marks entering, right? The marks entering is our experience across the country. All the universities, they have different ways of entering marks. Some of them, they are playing with pure grades, relative grading, absolute marking, absolute grades also. They don't even give the marks. They give directly the grades, right? So we are going through that diversity, right? To take care of that diversity, we have to have a flexibility in the system. As Professor Bhalirao rightly pointed out, there has to be a configuration management, right? Which ensures that the right configurations are in place. So we are in the process of making it a uniform configuration panel, which seems to be a little impossible in this diversity, right? You agree with me. So we need to fix.
Therefore, we are only halfway through and we are stuck.
I'll tell you what is the reason of that.
You have to pull the data. From ABC, we'll have to pull the data. So if any mistake in the ABC, it will be pulled like that only. And if it is not, it has to be pushed.
Sir, we have already exceeded the time. I would apologize for not taking any other questions. Sir, maybe you can ask questions to the expert and the VC.
I am having only one question. At least a token to be generated if problem is there. There is no token system. So that's why we have to talk or write many mails for any of the thing which is happening. One thing is there. Second thing is there. LMS, we are using the LMS, that is the Moodle. Worldwide is the most popular LMS. And I'm asking the Samarth for integration of that LMS, but it's not done for last 1 year. Please look into it.
Correct. I'll respond to it quickly, because our mandate is to just look at the governance part. Because the LMS and the content is being disseminated through SWAM portal, and we have integrated SWAM.
No, nothing to do with LMS with SWAM. First thing is there. It is an independent, worldwide most popular platform that we are using Jammu University. Okay.
We are not doing it.
Sir, maybe we get your question and we'll get back to you.
मैं अपना क्वेश्चन अगले सत्र में पूछ लूँगा.
हाँ, अगले सत्र में पूछिए.
कोई बात नहीं.
I sincerely apologize, sir.
Token number जरूर generate करिए, please.
Yeah, right.
एक प्रश्न लीजिए ना सर का. एक लास्ट क्वेश्चन लीजिए.
हम के लिए कुछ बात कह रहा था. एक्चुअली बात यह है कि एकेडमिक बैंक ऑफ क्रेडिट सब जगह लोग कहते हैं, पर एक्चुअल क्रेडिट ट्रांसफ़र कहीं नहीं हो रहा है, और उसके लिए हम लोगों को कलेक्टिव एफर्ट करना पड़ेगा. और वो कलेक्टिव एफर्ट ये है कि अगर हम ये मैंडेट दे दें कि कम से कम सारी सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटीज़ की बात कर रहा हूँ, आप 13,000 इंस्टीट्यूशन चला रहे हैं, समर्थ पे वो अलग चीज़ है, कि भाई हर बच्चे को कम से कम एक कोर्स किसी दूसरे यूनिवर्सिटी से ऑप्ट करना पड़ेगा. और जिस दिन ये कर लेंगे उस दिन हजारों नहीं लाखों की संख्या में क्रेडिट ट्रांसफर होगा, क्योंकि वैल्यू एडेड कोर्सेज हैं, मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी कोर्सेज हैं, स्किल एनहांसमेंट कोर्सेज हैं, हाँ, एबिलिटी एनहांसमेंट कोर्सेज हैं. अच्छा, बच्चों को ऑप्शन भी बहुत सारे मिल जाएंगे. आज बड़ी समस्या ये बनी हुई है, बच्चे कहते हैं हमारे पास ऑप्शन नहीं है, जो कोर्स आता है पैक हो गया, जो कोर्स आया पैक हो गया. तो प्रॉब्लम ये बहुत बड़ा एक सोल्यूशन हो जाएगा. और जिस चीज़ के लिए हम क्राई कर रहे हैं कि भैया आपका ज़मीनी स्तर पर एकेडमिक बैंक ऑफ क्रेडिट का इम्प्लीमेंटेशन नहीं हो रहा है. रजिस्ट्रेशन तो हो गया, पर क्रेडिट कितने ट्रांसफ़र हुए? जिस दिन हम ये कर लेंगे तो लाखों की संख्या में क्रेडिट ट्रांसफ़र होने लगेगा, और ये पॉसिबल है. Thank you very much.
Right, sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I think for this, I request our additional secretary to respond to it, because this is directly related to the policy.
So I must thank both the presenter. They did a great job of presenting the success story of Samarth. I know when I started this journey 2 years back, I also felt it's too difficult to implement Samarth. And in fact, every time we were dealing with the university, we realized despite having every control, there were genuine concern. And I think one of the concern has been really mentioned very well. There are many challenges, but my hope has increased very much. Mainly because, as was said, 4 universities have done it 100%. And this 100%, I mean, now they are not doing any physical transaction. And it is not just they are saying. The data which gets collected at the national level, we see now the central universities' number of transactions has gone to millions. And it is happening every day. So this is a very good sign. But now it also reflects a lot of challenges which has been mentioned. And the challenge of the open source is extremely important to address. And Professor Rao did mention very well that every time they need to customize to their requirement, they have to come to Samarth, which is a central team which does it. Of course, this is also because this customization capacity is not there at the university level. Had it been there, we would have given it to the university that you customize to your requirement and make it even more robust. And that is how the open source system works. But somehow that is not there, and that is why the central team at Delhi University has to work for every university. And it will continue to work till we achieve that capacity at the university level. But that is what the solution would be. We will also work the ecosystem, how we develop for Samarth in due course of time. My challenge now I see is the way we reach to the central university and some of the higher education institutions. Now it should not stop here. We have around 60,000 higher education institutions. We have reached to 13,000. We have to reach to everyone. Can this model serve to every HEI? If every HEI start approaching at the central level, we will not be in a position to address them. Addressing 48 central universities is much easier than addressing to 48,000 HEI. So we will have to develop a robust mechanism by which the capacity can be built at the HEI level. Second, for some of the central universities, which are also affiliating university, there are very few, but there are. But, and therefore, and Delhi University is one of the important university which is affiliating colleges and having also some constituent college. How are we going to take it to the colleges? Because if we don't do it to the colleges, then also we don't complete the journey which we have started. And university is responsible because the whole student life cycle, which starts with admission to the award of the degree, is the university responsibility. It is not the college responsibility. They are teaching as per your curriculum. They are taking admission on behalf of university. They are conducting exam also on behalf of the university. So this is one challenge I see, and I'll request all those central universities who are affiliating colleges, please get their admission in those colleges through Samarth. This is possible. Some of the universities have started doing it, but everyone should insist. And it will be possible because, if you don't take admission through Samarth, they have no other way, because you have now created an enabling environment by which you have closed all other options but to come to Samarth. This is one. Second, those universities which are in the advanced stage of implementing Samarth, like 4 has done 100%, 26 has done more than 75%. They should start making use of Samarth dashboard for monitoring the university performance, department performance or the efficiencies of your guest house, vehicles, campus, and all other things which is possible through the system. Unless we start using that, we will not improve. We will capture the status quo thing through the system, but will not improve unless we start monitoring that. So that is another important area which I want universities to start using it. And I also asked some of them to develop some KPI, give to us, so that we start monitoring for other universities too. Some are doing, some are not. So we'll request all to come on board on this. But once again, I must congratulate everyone that in very less time they have moved very fast on Samarth. Thank you.
Sir, one of our suggestions, they have not implemented mobile application. We have discussed.
Thank you so much, sir. We come to the end of this thematic session. I would like to thank the expert for this session, Professor Sanjeev Singh, for his wonderful presentation and patiently replying to all the queries. I also thank all the Vice Chancellors of this group for the wonderful theme paper and presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Sanjeev Singh, Professor Anand Bhalerao, Professor Nilima Gupta, Professor Abhijit Datta, Professor Ganga Prasad Prasai, and Professor Kameshwar Nath Singh for unfolding the various nuances of the university governance system through Samarth. So there is a detailed derivation, and of course our expert opined that it is a gradual system and it will be streamlined very soon. So sir, we are taking a 2 minutes break to fix the logistics, and we shall initiate the 5th thematic session. Very good afternoon. We are going to initiate the deliberation of the 5th thematic session, and the title of the session is Promotion of Equity in Higher Education Institutions, Fostering an Inclusive and Equitable Environment, PM Vidya Lakshmi, and One Nation, One Subscription. And for this 5th thematic session, we have with us Professor Manish Joshi, Secretary, University Grant Commission, Professor P.K. Banerjee, Joint Secretary, Management, Minorities and Scholarship, Ministry of Education. And for this session, the coordinator of the university is Tezpur University. And other universities are Baba Sahib Bhimrao Ambedkar University, Monala Azad National Urdu University, Central Tribal University of Andhra Pradesh, and IGNTU Amarkantak. So I would request Professor Manish Joshi, Professor P.K. Banerjee, Professor Shambhunath Singh, Professor R.K. Mittal, Professor Said Anil Hassan, Professor Tantra Vahi Srinivasan, Professor Bhumkos Tripathi to come over the dais. And I would request Dr. Miginga Sekhar Sharma, Deputy Secretary, University Grant Commission, for steering the deliberation of the session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Namaskar and good afternoon to all of you. I welcome you to the 5th session of this conference. The theme for this session is Promotion of Equity in Higher Education Institutions, Fostering an Inclusive and Equitable Environment, PM Vidyalakshmi, One Nation, One Subscription. We have 5 central universities for this thematic session. Indira Gandhi National Tribal University, Amarkantak, Central Tribal University of Andhra Pradesh, Maulana Azad National Urdu University, Baba Saheb Bhimrao Ambedkar University, and Tezpur University, which is also the coordinator university for this group. We also have 2 experts with us for this session, Professor Manish Joshi, Secretary UGC, and Shri P.K. Banerjee, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Education. In this session, we would explore how promotion of equity is going to be the key to building a truly inclusive academic ecosystem. First, I would like to request Honorable Vice Chancellor, Tezpur University, Professor Shambhunath Singh, to kindly make his presentation. After that, Professor Manish Joshi and Sri P.K. Banerjee, our experts, will make their presentations. Sir.
Good afternoon to all of you present here. Respected Secretary Higher Education, Mr. Vineet Joshi, Additional Secretary of Higher Education, Mr. Sunil Barnwal, former Chairman, University Grant Commission, Professor M. Jagdish Kumar, and Chairman NAC and NBA, Professor Sahastra Buddhe, and our fellow Vice Chancellors and expert for this session. This is indeed very important component of new education policy. The equity is well-defined concept. It's very popular and well-known. And there is so many several constitutional provision for equitable society and equivalence, equitability and inclusiveness. But new education policy first time make it an important component for educational institutions. In this deliberation, we have 4 partner central universities: Baba Saheb Bhimrao Ambedkar University, Lucknow; Maulana Azad National Urdu University; Central Tribal University of Andhra Pradesh; and Indira Gandhi National Tribal University, Amarkantak. With all these institutions' collaboration and deliberation, ideas and everything, be made a presentation that is I'm going to present here. Actually, I want to start with the fault line of this existing scenario. The fault line is regional imbalances of this country. The gross enrollment ratio. National average is 28.4%, and the states doing better in gross enrollment ratio is Tamil Nadu, that is 47%, Delhi 43%, and Kerala 39%. States who is lagging behind is Slide का वो remote, if you give remote or you can operate. Remote or where is okay. This one? This one. Yeah. Now I am just describing the state which one is in good position and states they are lagging behind. The low density states are Bihar 7, Jharkhand 9, West Bengal 11%, forcing students to migrate from their regional zone to some other institution and developed zone. This we need to address and we need to understand it. Unequal funding and concentration of premier institutions. There is disparity and unequal funding is also there. That is one of important reason. Because the kind of funding available for IITs, IIM, ISC, IIMs, and some top ranked, even Central University, is not at par with all the Central University who is in regional area or some far region area. So this disparity is also there, we need to address it. Caste-based discrimination. This is the main hinders and social integration for equitable academic experience. Caste system is still exists, and it's in campuses also we can experience it. There is clear-cut discrimination, and this, I think this it's long battle. It's mindset and attitude. Attitudinal change is, I think, most difficult change because we are fighting this evil not only since independence, even before that. And it still exists, it means we were not able to defeat it. Rural and urban disparity. This is also one factor, very important factor. Differences in quality of schooling, information gap, language and financial barrier. These are important indicators. And urban-rural divide. We need to address it also. Urbanization, process of urbanization is little bit faster, but it's still there. We must recognize it first, then we will able to bridge the gap. This is key challenges. Structural and pipeline issues. High dropout rate of the marginalized group at school that is leading to repellent entry at college. If dropout rate at a school level is high, that will impact college enrollment also. This is very logical. Socio-cultural obstacles, prejudices related to caste, gender, and ethnicity create unwelcoming and hostile environment in campuses. Next thing is merit versus equity dichotomy. This is also a case because mostly reservation and other affirmative action policies are often considered as a compromising quality, but that is not the case. Next is ableist paradigm. Campuses with inadequate or ill-designed infrastructure, resources, and curricular approaches. We need to think about initiative by University Grant Commission and Government of India. There is so many important initiatives by these organizations, especially Government of India, to get out of this syndrome. The NAP 2020 is one very recent example. This is shift the paradigm from equality to equity. Accessibility guidelines and the standard for higher education institutions and universities. Adoption of sustainable development goals, especially goal number 4, aims to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education to all. Guidelines to provide equitable opportunity for the socio-economically disadvantaged groups. UGC draft regulation on promotion of equity in higher education institution that is released in February 2025. Educational framework for global citizenship in higher education 2021 prepared by UGC. Access and equity through PM USA. Meru to address regional disparity. This is also a very good initiative. PM Vidya Lakshmi scheme to do away with financial hurdles. This is recently announced very good scheme by Government of India. One nation, one subscription ensure equal access to knowledge. It's very recent initiative, recently announced by Government of India and have very important impact on educational system, especially access the quality material by all the student and all the university across the board. We have few recommendations, I think, on this issue. Detailed deliberation will our colleague will do because he was main initiator of this thing from ministry side. But our recommendation, how to maximize the impact of one nation, one subscription. There is a catch because scheme is there, but databases are not there. That is very costly and very important thing. If with one nation, one subscription, databases will also subscribe for institutions, it would be complete the thing. And we recommended few 4 or 5 this thing databases to available there. Training and awareness program. Conduct regular workshop and webinars by publishers to train students and faculty in using the resource effectively. Build digital infrastructure in institution just before this session. The good deliberation were conducted. Monitoring and feedback. A regular audit and user feedback mechanism should be in place. Addressing the deep-rooted challenges require a comprehensive multi-level strategy. Macro-level, data-driven policy. Policy making must be guided by robust, disaggregated data An annual equity in higher education report may be published to identify a specific gap and tailor intervention. Targeted funding. Funding mechanism like PMUSA should be strengthened and made more targeted. Status with the lowest GER and colleges density should receive preferential funding. We need to fund more of deprived area and institutions. Regulatory oversight. Regulatory body must enforce equity-related mandate strictly. This includes auditing implementation of reservation in admission and recruitment, the functioning of grievances cell, and support service for the marginalized. And some more framework. Institutional leadership. The Vice Chancellor and other senior administrators must champion the cause of equity. Their commitment should be reflected in institutions' vision, strategy, plan, and resource allocation. Empowering structures. Institutions must establish and empower bodies looking at diversity, equity, and inclusion. SC/ST, OBC cells, and gender sensitization committees must be active and well-funded and have an authority to take action. Sometimes it's just notional. Campus culture, proactive effort like regular sensitization workshop, celebrating diverse cultural festivals, and promoting student-led diversity initiative. That's why we recommend at least one culture officer to every institutions. Okay. Inclusive pedagogy, student support service, curriculum reform. These are some major. And promote geographical equity, strengthen public universities. This is a strong, affordable, and high-quality public university system is the most effective engine of equity. Monitor and audit institutional compliances. Integrate equity into ranking and accreditation. This should be major component in our ranking system also. Integrate equity and create environment for private enterprise to support for cause of equity. They must accountable for this also. And mandatory establishment equal opportunity sales center of inclusive development. And develop inclusive curriculum and pedagogy, implement a robust mentorship program, adopt a zero tolerance policy for discrimination, create regional language support, ensure strict compliance of anti-ragging committee, gender sensitization committee, etc., maintain a publish equity data. Some best practices be recommended. In Tejpur University, a dedicated culture officer is there. Center for Inclusive Development and a robust mentor-mentee mechanism is also there. The university also maintain a sustained effort to connect with school-going students through outreach program. Maulana Azad National University has digital board to aware students about institutional support mechanism like One Nation, One Subscription. Delhi University has bridge course for 1 year UG program and foundation course in the IITs. It's a good program conducted by Delhi University. We can follow it. Equal Opportunity Cell and Gender Championship Initiative by UGC. And one provision by Jawaharlal Nehru University, there is a deprivation point for admission in the university. Deprivation point means backward region student, first graduate student, etc., etc. and active anti-ragging cell and anti-ragging hoarding in campuses. Conclusion, achieving true equity requires a fundamental shift in mindset from viewing equity as a matter of compliance or a charitable concession to recognizing it as a cumbersome institutional excellence and national progress. It demands an unwavering political will, and institutional effort are there, which we have sustained with more strength. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now over to you, sir.
नमस्ते। आप सभी को गुरु पूर्णिमा की बहुत सारी शुभकामनाएं और एक अच्छे दिन पर आप सबके सामने मैं प्रेजेंटेशन कर रहा हूँ ऑनरेबल वाइस चांसलर्स एंड ऑल ऑफिशियल्स ऑफ द मिनिस्ट्री। I will not take more than 5-7 minutes, but as we talk about inclusivity and this all inclusive should be there, so I think we should take an activity, a small activity, 60-second activity. So I will request you all to open this menti.com on your website, on your browser, your mobile browser. So please open this one. All of you also can open menti.com. You can go on your browser, type this menti.com, and it will ask you this number. You just enter this number, 3710 8879, and once you enter this, you will get a question over there which looks like this one. What are the strengths of your university? So you have to write 3 strengths of your university. We'll do it for a minute. Hope you are able to join. And you need to submit it. You need to submit it. You can write it, and then there is a submit button. If you submit it, then you can see it over here. Once you submit it, you will be able to see it over here, what all others are saying. We'll see it. Okay, so you need to submit it, and then we will get a cloud over here. So these are the strength of our universities. Number is there, 3710-8879. Is there on the screen also, right side, 3710-8879. So the strength of our university, as what we are saying, so it is clubbing all this. Out of 35, 36, 8 has submitted. Please submit as early as possible so that we can get feedback from all. So students, infrastructure, NEP 2020, rewarding, quality, reputed, these all are coming. Those which will be repeated, that particular number will, that particular term will get bold, and that will become bigger. You can even submit 1, not necessary to submit all 3. You can even submit 1 if you have only that 1. So 14 out of 45 are submitted. So so let us move ahead. It will keep going on. So the idea is, like I was thinking, when we talk about 5 pillars of the NEP 2020, and it starts with access, equity, then I was thinking that the word that will come ahead is equity, but inclusivity. But I think very few of them have written this particular word, equity or inclusiveness. We have all other words there, terms, one inclusive term is there, equality is also there, but this particular equity and inclusivity has to be on our priority list. If it is not on our priority list, then the issues of non-inclusivity and then there will be the problems will start. If we monitor, like we monitor, Bhalerao sir was saying, every week we were monitoring the Samartha implementation. Likewise, can equity and inclusivity will be on our top priority list, then we can reach to the saturated level and we can achieve what we want to achieve as NEP has mentioned. So understanding equity, we all know that it's a level playing field for all students, that we need to make an ecosystem so that every student will get a level playing field. And inclusion goes beyond physical presence to ensure every individual feel valued and empowered. So we need to do some extra efforts for that. Some slides that will say the importance of it. It's because of we have taken it in NEP through as it is Sustainable Development Goal 4 by 2030 will achieve this one. And it's NEP, we talk about diverse learners and promoting fairness. So the challenges and disparities already Honorable Vice Chancellor sir has mentioned it, so I'll not go in that detail. But the challenges, we should know that 28.4 to 50, we need to reach there, whereas we find that many times our seats remain vacant, and what extra efforts we put, that also we need to understand for ourselves, and that we need to answer ourselves. So these are the things that we have done: enrollment, retention, and dropout rate. We need to avoid this dropout also. So how we can, what different strategies we can do to avoid or to remove or to at least lessen these dropout rates, that also we need to work upon it. So these are societal changes are also happening. We need to take leverage on of that all societal changes. This is one thing that Government of India and UGC is doing, and we need to take advantages of all this enabling provision to ensure that large number of students should be incorporated or included in our system. So this one is, this all systems, all these provisions should be taken, should be considered from the equity point of view or inclusivity point of view. So multiple entry, multiple view, exit, promotion of online and digital education, establishment of special zone, education zone, regional languages, as there will be another session where the importance of these regional languages, as you will include regional languages in the syllabus and in the question paper writing, more and more people will, more and more students will come into the system. So this is also, we need to look at it. Obviously we have UGC scholarship and fellowship, so universities have to work on this issue also. Like we have almost 11,500 net JRF every year. But how many, is it like all 11,500 students come and join to the fellowship? No. So though we have the scheme, but it is not reaching. So we need to motivate those students so that whatever scheme is there, this should be beneficial to the student and they should come into the system. So therefore that particular motivation is also needed, and Vice Chancellor as or a leader of the education institution system can play a role in it. So same ministry also have these particular different schemes. Obviously, apart from this student, the leadership also should be inclusive leadership. That for that purpose, some orientation on diversity and equity. This type of workshop should be done by the leadership in the university. So that's what I'm saying, that it should be on our priority list. Once it will be in our priority list, we can keep going on and we can keep doing on this particular topic. It's an important topic. Establish clear mechanism, reporting mechanism, so that such incidents happen, it should be reported. This is regional languages, and these are the points that we can take away home. So these are I have mentioned 8 points that a HAI leader or academic leadership can do. These are the rigorous implementation. Obviously, if we do that, then it will be helpful. Enhanced resource allocation and funding mechanism for this purpose. Greater stakeholder participation, prioritizing mental health support, localizing this diversity, equity and inclusivity framework. So this one, and these are the 8 things that we can do as a leader of the institution to increase the equity, to increase the inclusiveness and diversity also in the campus. We should ensure set up an equity and inclusive cell, peer mentoring programs, train faculty in inclusive teaching. So these are the different mechanisms that the institution can take. Thank you all, and let us hope that we shall increase the inclusivity and equity with the help of all these mechanisms that are made available by UGC and Government of India. Thank you all.
Okay, I think this is working. They will take some time to transfer the PPT from that to this. So I thought meanwhile I may start giving the presentation, and meanwhile whenever it comes from that time you will be able to see the slides also. So this is different in the context. First of all, most of the presentations which we have seen in, from morning were from the vice chancellors, academicians, whereas now what we are trying to present are two, particularly in the context of two very specific schemes which we have brought in recent past, which we are trying to disseminate among the vice chancellors, because they are actually the torch bearers in the different states. So the vice chancellors of Central University per se cover a very small number of students. If we consider all the 4.34 or 4.5 crore students who are in the entire higher education system, all the central government institutions put together also may not be even 10% of that. So, but because of their prime position in the state, they have a special say, and they can actually try to influence other universities, colleges, institutions to take steps which they have already done. So we will be covering two different things. One is student financial aid. The other part is the One Nation, One Subscription. One is to bring students from the school system to the higher education ecosystem, because perhaps you already know in higher secondary the net enrollment itself is much, somewhat a little higher than 50%. So we have the necessary number of students who can enter into the, if all of them enter the higher education ecosystem, we can get a GER of more than 50%. That part is clear. The point is the students who are available, some of them are not coming in the higher education ecosystem, and that's why instead of 50, we are now hovering around 30. So one part is definitely economic condition, and one of the incentive, or say one of the nudges which from the government side we are trying to provide, is a sort of financial backing, which if the students take, they will be able to come in the higher education ecosystem, earn a much higher thing, because the return on investment for higher education is much higher than whatever they are investing. So two things. One is scholarship. The quantum of scholarship is limited, and therefore the number of students who get scholarship is quite small. But the other part is the education loan, and particularly if a student is getting admission in a good quality institution, from the central government side, we are trying to ensure that the student comes, joins the educational institution, because they have already having certain merit, and therefore they need to stay in the higher education ecosystem. And for that, we are trying to provide education loan, also give credit guarantee, and for more deserving, I mean more the students who are having some more problem with respect to means, we are also providing interest subvention on the education loan which they are taking. So one of the things So one of the things which we have launched very recently, that is last year 6th November, is the PM Vidyalakshmi scheme. And in this scheme, for top quality higher education institutions, we are providing collateral-free, guarantor-free education loan for all the students who are getting admission, merit-based admission in these higher education institutions. And most importantly, all the central universities, the vice chancellors who are present here, you might be knowing you are actually included, your institution is actually included in this list of quality higher education institutions. And therefore, all the degree diploma courses which are being run by the central universities, the students who are getting merit-based admission there are eligible to get the PM Vidyalakshmi education loan. And subject to annual income criteria, that is 8 lakh rupees. If the student's family income is less than 8 lakh rupees, they are also eligible to get 3% interest subvention. And you probably know that prior to this, there were other schemes, scholarship as well as interest subvention, which we were running. Now, 2 scholarship schemes which we are running, one is central sector scholarship for college and university student. There a student gets 12,000 rupees per annum for undergraduate, postgraduate, both the courses put together. The duration up to 5 years it can go. But the student should be in the top 20 percentile in their higher secondary board. And the slots available is only 82,000. So there we have at the all India level slot that is distributed to different states. And then in the state again it is distributed to SC, ST, OBC, EWS, PWD as per the central government reservation policy. So the number per se is not that big. There is a special scholarship scheme for Jammu Kashmir and Ladakh, that is for students of Jammu Kashmir who go to other universities to pursue higher education. And the AICTE has a particular portal where they invite all the institutions. For this, AICTE has actually in their manual approved to create supernumerary seats. Per course maximum 2 seats can be created, so that students from Jammu Kashmir and Ladakh can join in those courses and get these scholarships. So the institutions get the institutional fee and the students get 10,000 rupees per month. The scholarship amount is quite lucrative here. And if some of you particularly in your technical and professional courses which are self-financing type, if you are creating supernumerary seats and filling it up in the AICTE portal, students of Jammu Kashmir and Ladakh can benefit from that. And the central sector interest subsidy scheme, it is also running for quite some time, but it is applicable only for the professional and technical courses. Here, students up to annual income 4.5 lakh get full interest subvention. So, for when a student is entering into a course, from for that particular course up to course period plus 1 year, we call it a moratorium period. For moratorium period, the student neither have to pay principal nor have to pay interest, and there is no interest on interest for this moratorium period. So therefore, the student, suppose a student is in BTech, the student will not pay anything for 5 years essentially, and for all these first 5 years, whatever principal he has borrowed, on that amount the interest is coming, and bank is directly claiming the interest to us. We pay the interest to the bank, that means to the student's loan account. That way it operates. And there is a credit guarantee fund scheme for education loan. All education loan up to 7.5 lakh rupees. The students don't have to pay any collateral. The central government gives the collateral, and that collateral provides the banks a comfort up to 75% of outstanding credit. So and that happens for the entire lifetime of the education loan. So even if a student is unable to pay, say, after 5 years, that and he defaults, then government will be paying 75% of the outstanding default. So that is how this particular scheme operates. And in the last year, 2024 itself, more than 8,500 crore of credit guarantee we have given. PM Vidya Lakshmi you already know. Now what I will directly go the expectations which we have from you. One is please make PM Vidya Lakshmi a part of the student admission offer letter itself. So in your admission brochure as well as in your admission offer letter, mention to the student that they are eligible for this PM Vidya Lakshmi education loan and they can get this collateral free and guarantor free loan if whenever, as per their wish. The second thing is that designate 2 senior level employees of your institution. Their job will be to upload, first of all, course-wise, whatever courses you are running, for every course, they will upload the course name and the fee structure for that course. One person will be doing it, the other person will be verifying it, so that the banks know that this is a authentic information coming from the institution. When a student applies for education loan, banks do a number of verification. And when they get this particular information, loan amount is the most important decision which the bank has to take. And when the information goes in an authenticated manner from the institution, the banks are satisfied and they don't harass the student. So that is why we have requested all institutions to make 2 nodal officers. One we are calling them maker, other one is checker. So you one will create the data and the other will verify the data. Then we disseminate the scheme information. Already in the PM Vidya Lakshmi portal, we have created pamphlets at multiple languages. As of now, in 12 different languages it is available. Nobody has to log in. Simply you go to the website, the pamphlet is there. You can actually see this is the first screen of the presentation which you prepared. There is a student leaflet on top you can see, and these are the different languages under which this leaflet is available. And the maker and checker which I was telling just now, in the login you are having an option of institute login, and in this institute login your maker and checker, once you provide the details, their login IDs are being created. Then the other part is, that is also very important, that is issue necessary certificate to the students. The students provide their secondary certificate, higher secondary certificate, caste certificate, income certificate, all this during admission process. And if the banks are again asking for this, then it is an additional task for the student. So what we have told is, whatever certificate the institutions are issuing, they can simply take all of them, make a single one-pager certification and give it to the student. The student can will give it to the bank, and bank will accept the institute certificate as the bona fide certificate for all these things together. This part you probably already know. So selection process and all, I am not elaborating on that. So now I will go to the next scheme of ours. Sorry, before that I would just inform you about 1 or 2 things. So far, you know that in November PM Vidya Lakshmi has been launched. Almost 13,300 loan applications have been sanctioned so far, and Average is about 17 lakh. The loan applications which we have got, the loan amount average is about 17 lakhs. And more than 320 crore actually disbursement also has happened. So this portal is working. Banks are working for this. Earlier the turnaround time was around more than 30 days. That we have brought down to below 11 days now. So you please try to disseminate this information among the students so that we get more and more applications. For One Nation, One Subscription, I understand that all of you have already subscribed and are using. So the participating publishers, etc., I will not go into that. The advantage of ONOS is that now you have more than 13,000 journal titles, and earlier when you were a part of Ishots Hindu, you were not having all these 30 publishers. Particularly Elsevier, very few institutes were having their subscription. Now you have them. Then similarly, Walters Kluwer, earlier it was the forte of only the medical institutions. Now you are having that. So for multidisciplinary education, you can start using, tell your faculty to use more and more of these things. One important thing what we have found, this is the present status. More than 1100 institutions are there who have their IP and using from their fixed IP. But, and as of today, almost 3 crore downloads have happened, full text article downloads. But what does it mean? Usually as an individual user, when we try to download an article, we have to pay between 30 to 35 US dollar. Perhaps you know that. And whatever we have paid at the central government level in total, around 1500 crore, if I consider this number of downloads and presume that at the same rate the download happens, that means we are now paying only about 300 rupees for every article download. So that is the power of this ONOS, and if you can be the torch bearer for the other institutions of your state, we can even improve this usage. For example, Central University of Rajasthan VC was there. Central University of Rajasthan is using ONOS. But if we consider all the institutions of Rajasthan, government institutions, what we found is that more than 60% of the institutions have actually not started using it. So the Central University probably can arrange for sessions through which the other government institutions, state government institutions particularly, can be nudged. They can be told, because they need not pay anything. They simply need to register and start using. So if some handholding is done by the central universities, all the states and the larger ecosystem of researchers, students and faculties will actually benefit. So that's all which I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I thank all the SM speakers for their presentations. Now the floor is open for discussions. If you wish, you may please ask questions to our panelists.
Thank you. I think this session was one of the best ones. Being an economist, I was really impressed in terms of the efforts that have been made by government to take out the policy thrust that is needed. Those of you who are following Economist must have seen in the recent issue of Economist, there is a huge story on how students' loan has become world's biggest loan in the US, $1.4 trillion. And the recovery is happening through their parents and all the counter guarantors. So it has become one of the biggest crises in the education sector in the US. And on the contrary, the measures that are taken by India, the measures that are taken by the department and by the ecosystem that has been created, I think it's an amazing story. On all the three speakers have done it fantastically well. I also would like to congratulate the ministry for picking up this theme for presentation. That secretary is sitting here and also the additional secretary. I would just like to suggest that next year when India hosts the BRICS summit, this should be one of the themes I would suggest India should project. In the G20, you have already seen Brazil raise the issue of cost of access, but that was more in context of cost of patents and exclusion. But I think this is an amazing story. Congratulations to the ministry and all the three speakers. Very important points. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. If we do not have any other question, and with this we'd like to end this session here. Again, we would like to thank all the contributor universities, the speakers and experts, and all those who are present here. Thank you once again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Meghina Shekhar Sharma, for steering the deliberation of the session. And dear all, we are baking here for the high tea, and the high tea has been arranged at the Direva, the dining hall, in front of the hall. And we shall assemble here for the last thematic session at 4:45. Thank you all.
गुजरात केंद्रीय विश्वविद्यालय का शिलान्यास 18 जून 2022 को माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के कर कमलों द्वारा एवं मुख्यमंत्री गुजरात श्री भूपेंद्र पटेल जी की गरिमामय उपस्थिति में संपन्न हुआ।
नवी शिक्षण नीति ने अनुरूप होलिस्टिक एज्युकेशन एप्रोच थी गुजराते शिक्षण क्षेत्रे हरणभार भरी है। वडाप्रधान श्री રૂપિયા 743 કરોડના ખર્ચે બનનારી સેન્ટ્રલ યુનિવર્સિટી અને રૂપિયા 571 કરોડના ખર્ચે નિર્માણ થનાર ભારતીય ગતિશક્તિ વિશ્વવિદ્યાલય બિલ્ડિંગના ખાતમુહૂર્ત પણ કરશે। આ બે ભવનો ગુજરાતની સેક્ટરલ યુનિવર્સિટીના વિશાળ માળખામાં ઉમેરો કરશે।
આજે વડોદરા ખાતેથી મધ્ય ગુજરાતના 5 જિલ્લાઓને પ્રધાનમંત્રી શહેરી અને ગ્રામીણ આવાસ યોજના, રેલવે પ્રોજેક્ટ્સ, ગુજરાત કેન્દ્રીય યુનિવર્સિટી અને અન્ય વિકાસ કાર્યોની ભેટ મળી રહી છે। પુનઃ આપશ્રીને સાદર વિનંતી કરીએ છીએ કે આપ રિમોટનું બટન દબાવી વિવિધ વિકાસ કાર્યોની તકતીનું અનાવરણ કરશો।
આજે મને દેશનું મોડલ સ્ટેટ માને છે બધા, પણ એ કાંઈ એમનેમ નથી થયું। એની પાછળ વડાપ્રધાન નરેન્દ્રભાઈ મોદીની મહેનત, એમની દીર્ઘદ્રષ્ટિ અને એમનું સમર્પણ છે સાહેબ।
વિકાસ સર્વાંગીણ હોય, વિકાસ સર્વસ્પર્શી હોય, વિકાસ સર્વદૂર હોય, વિકાસ બધા ક્ષેત્રોને આંબી જનારો હોય, એ દિશામાં અમે કામ કરી રહ્યા છીએ।
તો વડોદરાનું ગતિશક્તિ વિશ્વવિદ્યાલય રેલ રોડ ટ્રાન્સપોર્ટ સિસ્ટમ અને રિસર્ચને પૂરું પાડશે પ્રોત્સાહન અને ડભોઈ તાલુકાના કુંઢેલા ગામે 100 એકડમાં આકાર લઈ રહેલી સેન્ટ્રલ યુનિવર્સિટીથી 2500 વિદ્યાર્થીઓને મળશે સ્ટેટ ઓફ ધી આર્ટ એજ્યુકેશન એન્વાયરમેન્ટ ગૌરવ અભિયાન.
સર્વાંગીણ વિકાસનું અવિરત ચાલતું અભિયાન એટલે गुजरात गौरव अभियान. खूब खूब आभार प्रधानमंत्री श्री. आप भेंट आपवा माटे आइए जोरदार तालियों के गर्जन के साथ आमंत्रित करते हैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी को अपने प्रेरणादायी मार्गदर्शन के लिए.
भाइयों बहनों, આપણા વડોદરાની પહેચાન એટલે શિક્ષણના ક્ષેત્રે મોટું નામ. આપણી MS યુનિવર્સિટીનો ડંકો વાગતો હોય અને હવે તો શિક્ષા, સાયન્સ, સ્પોર્ટ એમાં પણ આપણે આગળ વધી રહ્યા છે. ગયા વર્ષોમાં એજ્યુકેશન સ્કિલ ડેવલપમેન્ટ હબ એના માટે વડોદરાની ઓળખ ઊભી થઈ. એટલું જ નહીં, ટ્રિપલ IT, સ્વર્ણિમ ગુજરાત સ્પોર્ટ્સ યુનિવર્સિટી, સેન્ટ્રલ યુનિવર્સિટી, આ બધું ગુજરાતને આંગણે વડોદરામાં. મારા વડોદરાની છાતી ફૂલે સ્વાભાવિક છે.
गुजरात केंद्रीय विश्वविद्यालय का शिलान्यास 18 जून 2022 को माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के कर कमलों द्वारा एवं मुख्यमंत्री
ठीक है ना, ठीक है, घंटी मूर्ति
परम पावन अति मन भावन यह विश्व ज्ञान का कुंज हमारा.
परम पावन अति मन भावन यह विश्व ज्ञान का कुंज हमारा.
इस भूमि से राष्ट्रपिता ने विश्व शांति संदेश दिया. शारीरिक बौद्धिक नैतिक विकास को शिक्षा का आदर्श किया. सदाचार को नित संकल्पित सत्य शिक्षा का कुंज हमारा.
परम पावन अति मन भावन यह विश्व ज्ञान का कुंज हमारा.
भूमि लौह पुरुष की जिससे एकीकृत हुआ भारत महान. चिंतन हेमचंद्र दयानंद का लोथल से हुई सभ्यता महान. साबरमती नर्मदा से सिंचित सामाजिक ज्ञान का कुंज हमारा.
परम पावन अति मन भावन यह विश्व ज्ञान का कुंज हमारा.
द्वारिकाधीश पर गर्व करे हम, गीता का जिसने ज्ञान दिया. कर्म भक्ति और ज्ञान ज्योति से मानव का उत्थान किया. उनके दिव्य दर्शन से प्रेरित कर्म ज्ञान का कुंज हमारा.
परम पावन अति मन भावन यह विश्व ज्ञान का कुंज हमारा.
भाषा शिक्षा रसायन प्रबंधन विविध ज्ञान विज्ञान समागम. नवाचार से विश्वविद्यालय में जहाँ शोधरत हर जन मन नई विधा में शोध वशिक्षण ज्ञान सृजन का कुंज हमारा
परम पावन अति मन भावन यह विश्व ज्ञान का कुंज हमारा परम पावन अति मन भावन
गुजरात केंद्रीय विश्वविद्यालय का शिलान्यास 18 जून 2022 को माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के कर कमलों द्वारा एवं मुख्यमंत्री गुजरात श्री भूपेंद्र पटेल जी की गरिमामय उपस्थिति में संपन्न हुआ।
नवी शिक्षण नीति ने अनुरूप होलिस्टिक एज्युकेशन एप्रोच थी गुजराते शिक्षण क्षेत्रे हरणभार भरी है। वडाप्रधान श्री રૂપિયા 743 કરોડના ખર્ચે બનનારી સેન્ટ્રલ યુનિવર્સિટી અને રૂપિયા 571 કરોડના ખર્ચે નિર્માણ થનાર ભારતીય ગતિશક્તિ વિશ્વવિદ્યાલય બિલ્ડિંગના ખાતમુહૂર્ત પણ કરશે। આ બે ભવનો ગુજરાતની સેક્ટરલ યુનિવર્સિટીના વિશાળ માળખામાં ઉમેરો કરશે।
આજે વડોદરા ખાતેથી મધ્ય ગુજરાતના 5 જિલ્લાઓને પ્રધાનમંત્રી શહેરી અને ગ્રામીણ આવાસ યોજના, રેલવે પ્રોજેક્ટ્સ, ગુજરાત કેન્દ્રીય યુનિવર્સિટી અને અન્ય વિકાસ કાર્યોની ભેટ મળી રહી છે। પુનઃ આપશ્રીને સાદર વિનંતી કરીએ છીએ કે આપ રિમોટનો બટન દબાવી વિવિધ વિકાસ કાર્યોની તકતીનું અનાવરણ કરશો।
આજે મને દેશનું મોડેલ સ્ટેટ માને છે બધા, પણ એ કાંઈ એમનેમ નથી થયું। એની પાછળ વડાપ્રધાન નરેન્દ્રભાઈ મોદીની મહેનત, એમની દીર્ઘ દ્રષ્ટિ અને એમનું સમર્પણ છે સાહેબ।
વિકાસ સર્વાંગીણ હોય, વિકાસ સર્વસ્પર્શી હોય, વિકાસ સર્વદૂર હોય, વિકાસ બધા ક્ષેત્રોને આંબી જનારો હોય, એ દિશામાં અમે કામ કરી રહ્યા છીએ।
તો વડોદરાનું ગતિશક્તિ વિશ્વવિદ્યાલય રેલ રોડ ટ્રાન્સપોર્ટ સિસ્ટમ અને રિસર્ચને પૂરું પાડશે પ્રોત્સાહન। અને ડભોઈ તાલુકાના કુંઢેલા ગામે 100 એકરમાં આકાર લઈ રહેલી સેન્ટ્રલ યુનિવર્સિટીથી 2500 વિદ્યાર્થીઓને મળશે સ્ટેટ ઓફ ધી આર્ટ એજ્યુકેશન એન્વાયરમેન્ટ ગૌરવ અભિયાન।
સર્વાંગીણ વિકાસનું અવિરત ચાલતું અભિયાન એટલે गुजरात गौरव अभियान। खूब खूब आभार प्रधानमंत्री श्री, आप भेंट आपवा माटे। आइए जोरदार तालियों के गर्जन के साथ आमंत्रित करते हैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी को अपने प्रेरणादायी मार्गदर्शन के लिए।
भाइयों बहनों, अपना वडोदरानी पहचान એટલે શિક્ષણના ક્ષેત્રે મોટું નામ, આપણી એમએસ યુનિવર્સિટીનો ડંકો વાગતો હોય, અને હવે તો શિક્ષા, સાયન્સ, સ્પોર્ટ્સ એમાં પણ આપણે આગળ વધી રહ્યા છે। ગયા વર્ષોમાં એજ્યુકેશન સ્કિલ ડેવલપમેન્ટ હબ એના માટે વડોદરાની ઓળખ ઊભી થઈ। એટલું જ નહીં, ટ્રિપલ આઈટી, સ્વર્ણિમ ગુજરાત સ્પોર્ટ્સ યુનિવર્સિટી, સેન્ટ્રલ યુનિવર્સિટી, આ બધું ગુજરાતને આંગણે વડોદરામાં। મારા વડોદરાની છાતી ફૂલે સ્વાભાવિક છે।
गुजरात केंद्रीय विश्वविद्यालय का शिलान्यास
नमस्कार। चाय के बाद आप सभी लोगों का पुनः स्वागत है। And friends, we are proceeding for the 6th thematic session of this first day of Vice Chancellors Conference. And the topic of the 6th thematic session is Education in Bhartiya Bhasha and Indian Knowledge System. And for this session, we have two eminent experts, Professor Ganties Murthy, National Coordinator, Indian Knowledge System, Professor Chamu Krishna Sastri, Chairman, Bhartiya Bhasha Samiti, and we have in the university group, Central Sanskrit University, Delhi, National Sanskrit University, Tirupati, Mahatma Gandhi Antarrashtriya Hindi Vishwavidyalaya, Wardha, Vishwabharati, and Nalanda University and Kendriya Hindi Sansthan, Uttar Pradesh. So I would request Professor Ganties Murthy ji, Professor Chamu Krishna Sastri ji, Professor Srinivasa Varkadi ji, Professor GSR Krishna Murthy ji, Professor Kumud Sharma ji, Professor Pravir K. Ghosh ji, Professor Sachin Chaturvedi ji, and Professor Sunil B. Kulkarni ji to come over the stage for the deliberation. And I would also request Dr. Mantha Srinivasu, Joint Secretary, University Grant Commission, for steering the deliberation of this 6th thematic session.
अखंडम सच्चिदानंदम अवांग मानस गोचरम आत्मानम अखिलाधारम आश्रय अभीष्ट सिद्धये। षष्ठम सत्र भारतीय भाषा एवं भारतीय ज्ञान प्रणाली, शिक्षा में भारतीय भाषा एवं भारतीय ज्ञान प्रणाली, इस विषय पर यह सत्र आधारित है, केंद्रित है। इस सत्र के विषय विशेषज्ञ के रूप में पद्मश्री श्री चमू कृष्ण शास्त्री महोदय जी अत्र उपस्थित है। मैं उनको सादर प्रणाम एवं स्वागत करता हूं। और भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा के ऊपर अपना संबोधन देने के लिए आचार्य घंटी मूर्ति महोदय हमारे बीच उपस्थित है। मैं उनको भी सादर प्रणाम एवं स्वागत करते हुए इस शिक्षा में भारतीय भाषा एवं भारतीय ज्ञान प्रणाली के समूह विश्वविद्यालय हैं, 6 विश्वविद्यालय इसमें उपस्थित हैं। इसमें विश्वभारती के कुलपति उपस्थित हैं, प्रोफेसर प्रवीर कुमार घोष जी, नालंदा विश्वविद्यालय के आचार्य सचिन चतुर्वेदी महोदय, महात्मा गांधी अंतर्राष्ट्रीय हिंदी विश्वविद्यालय के आचार्य कुमुद शर्मा महाभागा, केंद्रीय हिंदी संस्थान के निदेशक सुनील बाबूराव कुलकर्णी महोदय जी, राष्ट्रीय संस्कृत विद्यापीठ तिरुपति के आचार्य GSR कृष्णमूर्ति महोदय एवं समन्वयक विश्वविद्यालय के रूप में केंद्रीय संस्कृत विश्वविद्यालय नई दिल्ली के माननीय कुलपति महोदय, मैं आचार्य श्रीनिवास वर्खेड़ी महोदय जी से निवेदन करता हूं कि वो अपना प्रस्तुति प्रस्तुत करें।
आज गुरु पूर्णिमा के शुभ अवसर पर माननीय मंत्री महोदय के सानिध्य में शिक्षा मंथन में उपस्थित सभी गुरुजनों को मेरा प्रणाम। इस सत्र में उपस्थित पद्मश्री चमू कृष्ण शास्त्री जी, डॉक्टर घंटी मूर्ति जी तथा 6 संस्थानों के मेरे सहोद्योगी आचार्य कुलपतिजन तथा महानुभाव। भारतीय भाषा में शिक्षा और शिक्षा में भारतीय ज्ञान प्रणाली, इस संबंध में विचार करने हेतु इस सत्र में मैं 6 संस्थानों का सभी कुलपतियों के समक्ष जो मंथन हुआ है, मंथन को प्रस्तुत करने के लिए मैं उपस्थित हूँ। इसमें यद्यपि हमारे जो प्रेजेंटेशन है वो अंग्रेजी में लिखा हुआ है, लेकिन मैं सोचता हूँ कि हिंदी में हमारा विचार था कि इसके हिंदी में उपस्थापित करना है, क्योंकि भारतीय भाषा में यदि शिक्षा की बात हो रही है तो उसको हिंदी में ही या भारतीय भाषाओं में होना चाहिए। लेकिन कई सज्जन यदि लेकिन अंग्रेजी में भी है तो इसलिए वो पढ़ सकते हैं। तो इसके बैकग्राउंड हम सब समझते हैं। बेसिकली भारतीय ज्ञान प्रणाली ये पुरुषार्थमय जीवन का एक आधार है, और इस दृष्टि से भारतीय ज्ञान प्रणाली को यदि हम शिक्षा में लेके आना चाहते हैं तो भारतीय भाषा अनिवार्य है, क्योंकि भारतीय ज्ञान प्रणाली के लिए भारतीय भाषा आधार है, और भारतीय भाषाओं के द्वारा सर्वसमावेशी शिक्षा संभव है। तो ये भी एक हमारे डेमोक्रेटाइजेशन ऑफ एजुकेशन की जब बात आती है, इंक्लूसिव एजुकेशन की जब बात आती है, तो भारतीय भाषाओं में शिक्षा देना अनिवार्य है। और चौथी बात जो महत्वपूर्ण है, भारत का जो सॉफ्ट पावर अंतःशक्ति के बारे में जब बात करते हैं तो स्वदेशी मूल और वैश्विक शिक्षा, इसके बारे में जब बात होती है तो हमें इन चारों बातों को ध्यान में रखते हुए हमने ये विचार मंथन में कुछ विचार आपके सामने रखते हैं। तो बेसिकली इसमें एक मैं ध्यानाकर्षित करना चाहता हूँ, भर्तृहरि के वाक्यपदीयम का एक वाक्य है, अनुमिद्धमिव ज्ञानम सर्वम शब्देन भासते। हमारे जितने भी ज्ञान है वो शब्द के साथ जुड़ा हुआ है, और लैंग्वेज एंड नॉलेज दे आर इनसेपरेबल एंटिटीज़। जब हम भारतीय ज्ञान प्रणाली के बारे में बात करेंगे तो भारतीय भाषाओं को छोड़कर भारतीय ज्ञान प्रणाली के बारे में बात ही नहीं कर सकते। दे आर द नॉलेज इज एम्बेडेड इन दीज लैंग्वेजेस। तो इसलिए भारतीय भाषा परिवार और भारतीय ज्ञान प्रणाली ये दोनों साथ में ही होंगे। तो इसमें प्रेजेंट सिचुएशन में यदि हम देखेंगे तो हमारे सामने कुछ चैलेंजेस है, कुछ गैप्स है। हमने गैप्स को आइडेंटिफाई किया है, जैसे मीडियम ऑफ इंस्ट्रक्शन, जो माध्यम भाषा आज हायर एजुकेशन में अंग्रेजी है, और इसके द्वारा जो अध्ययन होता है दैट लिमिट्स आवर अंडरस्टैंडिंग ऑफ कल्चरल कॉन्टेक्चुअलाइजेशन। तो भारतीय भाषाओं को यदि देखेंगे तो एकेडमिक डिसएडवांटेजेस है, ऐसा एक प्रथा हमारे स्टूडेंट्स और फैकल्टी में है। और साथ ही फैकल्टी प्रिपेयर्डनेस एंड विलिंगनेस, ये दोनों आज हम यदि देखेंगे तो बहुत हमारे सामने बहुत चुनौतियां हैं, और इसका डिटेल्स मैं नहीं कहूँगा, तो आप सब जानते हैं। और करिकुलम इंटीग्रेशन, आज भी IKS को हम इंट्रोडक्टरी लेवल में जानते हैं। सो व्हेनेवर वी डिस्कस अबाउट IKS कोर्सेज, वी जस्ट add a module or add a course in introductory level, informatory level. That would not definitely serve the purpose. तो करिकुलम इंटीग्रेशन ठीक से होना जरूरी है। और डॉक्टरल स्टडीज़ अंग्रेजी में होता है, उसका रिसर्च आउटपुट भी अंग्रेजी में होता है। और आज यदि देखेंगे तो लेस देन 10% एकेडमिक पब्लिकेशंस आर अवेलेबल इन इंडियन लैंग्वेजेस। तो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर यदि देखेंगे तो भारतीय भाषाओं के लिए आज डिजिटल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर काफ़ी अवेलेबल है, फिर भी हमारे इंस्टीट्यूशन में उसका अवेलेबिलिटी नहीं है या तो अवेयरनेस नहीं है। दीज आर द चैलेंजेस। लेकिन भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा के बारे में जितनी प्रतिबद्धता हमारी संस्थाओं में है, इंक्लूडिंग IITs एंड IIMs, लेकिन अंग्रेजी के साथ हम जुड़े हुए हैं, IKS के बारे में बात करते हैं। तो मैं हमेशा बोलता हूँ कि पानी पात्र के बिना, पानी चाहिए लेकिन पात्र नहीं चाहिए, ऐसा हो ही नहीं सकता है। तो पानी चाहिए तो पात्र के साथ ही आएगा। तो इसलिए IKS अलॉन्ग विथ इंडियन लैंग्वेजेस। तो मैं इसमें हमारे शास्त्र परंपरा में 4 प्रश्नों से शुरू होता है। जब भी हम शुरू करेंगे मीमांसा में किंग कार्यम, केन कार्यम, किमर्थम कार्यम, कथं कार्यम। तो किंग कार्यम, क्या हमें करना है? इस सत्र में माननीय शिक्षा मंत्री जी को मैं सादर स्वागत करता हूं। तो किंग कार्यम, हमारे सामने आत्मनिर्भर भारत बनाने का एक स्वप्न है, और हम कॉलोनियल बर्डन्स के साथ जा रहे तो ये आत्मनिर्भर भारत हम अचीव नहीं कर सकते। और इंक्लूसिव एजुकेशन एंड नॉलेज इकोनॉमी तभी बनेगा तो नेटिव नॉलेज को ग्लोबल टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ हम यदि जोड़ेंगे, तो ये हमारे सामने करने का कार्य है। लेकिन केन कार्यम, तो इसलिए टूल के रूप में हम हमारे मातृभाषा और रीजनल लैंग्वेजेस इनको मीडियम के रूप में हमें लाना चाहिए, और मेन स्ट्रीमिंग IKS अक्रॉस ऑल डिसिप्लिन्स, जितने भी साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ जितने भी हमारे क्षेत्र है, अध्ययन क्षेत्र है, सभी अध्ययन क्षेत्र में केवल इंट्रोडक्टरी लेवल में नहीं अपितु उनके इंटीग्रेट करने के लेवल में IKS को लाना चाहिए। तो इसलिए मल्टीलिंगुअल रिसर्च एंड पेडागॉजी एम्पावरिंग लोकल लैंग्वेजेस। तो इस दृष्टि से आज हमारे सामने जो भारतीय विद्याएं उपलब्ध होते हैं वो किमर्थम कार्यम, इसके विषय में ज़्यादा चर्चा करने की ज़रूरत नहीं है, लेकिन कथं कार्यम ये बहुत बड़ा प्रश्न है। तो इसको प्राचीन भारतीय विद्याओं का यदि स्ट्रक्चर यदि देखेंगे, उनमें त्रयी, वार्ता, दंडनीति, आन्वीक्षिकी, जो प्राचीन अर्थशास्त्रकार ने इसको ऐसे डिफाइन किया है, यदि हम देखेंगे आज भी वही स्कूल्स है, स्कूल ऑफ साइंसेस, स्कूल ऑफ कॉमर्स एंड बिजनेसेस, स्कूल ऑफ पॉलिटिकल साइंस एंड सोशल साइंसेस, स्कूल ऑफ मैथमेटिक्स एंड टेक्नोलॉजी, तो वही प्राचीन काल में यही था। उसको हम यदि मैपिंग करने जा रहे हैं तो हमारे सामने एक बहुत बड़ा चुनौती है। मैं आपको थोड़ा सा मैपिंग का एक विचार आपके सामने रखना चाहते हैं। इंडियन क्लासिफिकेशन ऑफ नॉलेज डिसिप्लिन्स यदि हम देखेंगे तो प्रमाण को केंद्र में रखते हुए हमने क्लासिफाई किया है। उसमें प्रमाण शास्त्र एपिस्टेमोलॉजी है, प्रमेय शास्त्र ऑन्टोलॉजी है, उसके साथ प्रमाता, प्रमेय और प्रमाण, प्रमाता, प्रमेय और प्रमाण, ऑब्जर्वर, ऑब्जर्व्ड एंड ऑब्जर्वेशन, ऑब्जर्विंग, इन तीनों को यदि देखेंगे तो ह्यूमन साइंसेस एंड कॉन्शियसनेस स्टडीज़ जितने भी है, एजुकेशन है, साइकोलॉजी है, सोशल साइंसेस है, लीडरशिप है, एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन, वेलनेस, so all these subject sciences. On the other hand, we have object sciences like physics, life sciences, engineering, technology. तो ये observed sciences, इसको बोलते हैं ज्ञेय शास्त्र। तो तीसरा है प्रमाण शास्त्र, उसमें linguistics है, mathematics है, logic है, knowledge meaning, automation science। so इस तरह के इसको प्राचीन भारत के जितने भी डिसिप्लिन्स के स्ट्रक्चर है उसको हम आधुनिक काल के नीड के अनुसार हम जोड़ सकते हैं। उसका एक मैपिंग हमने कुछ बनाया है। तो इसको यदि हम करेंगे तो आज के जितने भी हमारे नीड्स हैं, चाहे वो गवर्नेंस हो, वेलनेस हो, एस्थेटिक्स हो, इसको इंडिक क्लासिफिकेशन के साथ यदि मॉडलिंग के साथ हम रीस्ट्रक्चर करेंगे तभी इंटरेस्टिंग होगा। नहीं तो केवल प्राचीन ग्रंथों को ट्रांसलेशन करते हुए उसको यदि हमारे छात्रों के सामने इंफॉर्मेशन के रूप में रखेंगे तो उनको समझ में नहीं आएगा। तो इस दृष्टि से नॉलेज को डाइजेस्ट करना है, डाइजेस्टेड नॉलेज को रीस्ट्रक्चर्ड वे में उसको हमारे आधुनिक काल के जितने भी डिसिप्लिन्स के उस डिसिप्लिन में जोड़ना है। ये कार्य बहुत बड़ा कार्य है, इसमें हम सबको लगना चाहिए, ना कि केवल मूल ग्रंथों को या बिट्स ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन को लेकर उसका ट्रांसलेशन करते हुए अंग्रेजी में यदि करेंगे उसका कोई इम्पैक्ट नहीं होने वाला है। कीपिंग दिस इन माइंड, सो वी डिस्कस्ड द इंस्टीट्यूशनल बेस्ट प्रैक्टिस। हम 6 इंस्टीट्यूशन हमारे सामने है। मैं 6 इंस्टीट्यूशन का एक मॉडल हमारे सामने है। एक 100 साल पहले गुरुदेव रविंद्रनाथ टैगोर जी के स्वप्न से जो बना है वो विश्व भारती विश्वविद्यालय, वो गुरुकुल मॉडल इंटीग्रेटेड एजुकेशन इन आश्रम टाइप परंपरा। तो हम इसको देख सकते हैं कि उस काल से आज तक एक 100 साल से हमारे सामने एक IKS एम्बेडेड इंटीग्रेटेड इंस्टीट्यूशन हमारे सामने है। उसको कैसे उसका एक आधुनिक काल में आधुनिक इंस्टीट्यूशंस में उसको उसका प्रतिबिंब कैसे ला सकते हैं उसके बारे में हम अपने आप में सोचना है। ऐसा नहीं है कि उसको रिप्लिका बना दे, नहीं होगा, लेकिन उस मॉडल को हम यदि हमारे इंस्टीट्यूशन में नीड के अनुसार, हमारे इंस्टीट्यूशंस के नेचर के अनुसार हम कर सकते हैं क्या। तो इसमें बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस को हमने यहाँ देखा है। तो 90% IKS इंटीग्रेशन इन म्यूज़िक एंड डांस एंड फाइन आर्ट्स, ये हम विश्व भारती को जानते हैं। और महात्मा गांधी अंतर्राष्ट्रीय हिंदी विश्वविद्यालय, ये 100% मल्टीडिसिप्लिनरी एजुकेशन इन हिंदी एंड रीजनल लैंग्वेज, ये संभावित है। मतलब जब हम भारतीय भाषाओं में मल्टीडिसिप्लिनरी एजुकेशन संभावित है क्या, तो एक मॉडल हमारे सामने है। तीसरा है नालंदा यूनिवर्सिटी। नालंदा यूनिवर्सिटी इज़ रिकंस्ट्रक्टेड यूनिवर्सिटी है। उसका बेस्ट इंट्रोडक्शन इज़ नालंदा ट्रेडिशन मीट्स मॉडर्न साइंस। आधुनिक विज्ञान के साथ प्राचीन तत्वज्ञान को जोड़ेंगे तो कैसे एक विश्वविद्यालय बनेगा, वो नालंदा विश्वविद्यालय हमारे सामने मॉडल है। तो टाइम नहीं है इसलिए मैं आगे जाता हूँ। तीसरा है, हमारे सामने 3 और इंस्टीट्यूशन है जो केंद्रीय हिंदी संगठन, सेंट्रल संस्कृत यूनिवर्सिटी और नेशनल संस्कृत यूनिवर्सिटी तिरुपति। तीनों इंस्टीट्यूशन बीज रक्षा के एक आधार है। मतलब हम जितने भी IKS के बीज रक्षा बात करते हैं, तो बीज रक्षा के मूल शिला के रूप में वह संस्कृत, पाली, प्राकृत इत्यादि भाषाओं का एक मूल अध्ययन के साथ वो काम कर रहे हैं। तो उसको इंटीग्रेट करने की संभावनाएं हैं। केंद्रीय हिंदी संगठन में संस्थान में 16 वॉल्यूम्स ऑफ हिंदी एनसाइक्लोपीडिया और ज्ञानकोश इस तरह के ग्रंथ उपलब्ध है। और बाकी विश्वविद्यालय में भी ट्रेडिशन फॉर इनोवेशन का कई बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस है। तो एक मैं आपके सामने रखना चाहता हूँ, यहाँ माननीय मंत्री महोदय उपस्थित है। माननीय मंत्री महोदय जी के प्रेरणा से हमने एक उपक्रम किया है, पिछले साल ही उसका आरंभ हुआ है। ये सेंटर फॉर इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम एंड एनसाइक्लोपीडिया डिक्शनरी ऑफ संस्कृत ऑफ सेंट्रल संस्कृत यूनिवर्सिटी एस्टैब्लिश्ड एट डेक्कन कॉलेज पुणे। डेक्कन कॉलेज पुणे एक बहुत बड़ा संस्थान है, 200 साल का इतिहास है, जिसमें एक विशिष्ट कोश का कार्य हो रहा है। उसमें इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम के अगले चरण में जाने की दृष्टि से एक सेंटर का आरंभ हुआ है। सो ये जॉइंट सेंटर है डेक्कन कॉलेज और सेंट्रल संस्कृत यूनिवर्सिटी का, इनिशिएटेड 1948 with the support of Government of India and formalized in 1982, covers 1500। हम इंडिविजुअली अभी IKS को ढूंढने के लिए कोई प्रयास हर एक को नहीं करना है। ऑलरेडी हमारे प्राचीन भारत के जितने भी मूल ग्रंथ है 1500 फ्रॉम ऋग्वेदा टू वेरी रिसेंट वर्क, 62 अक्रॉस द 62 डिसिप्लिन्स। हमने एक सभी कॉन्सेप्ट्स का more than 1 crore tokens and headwords and concepts are available in this dictionary. This dictionary is available with 1 crore slips. बहुत बड़ा स्क्रिप्टोरियम वहाँ उपलब्ध है, उसका डिजिटाइजेशन हो चुका है। हमारे टीम अभी काम कर रहा है, ऑलरेडी 35 वॉल्यूम्स आर पब्लिश्ड, बट अभी डिजिटल वे में उसका पब्लिकेशन हो रहा है। ये आपके सामने, वहाँ एक बार आप विजिट करेंगे तो पता चलता है कितना है। तो इसमें बेस्ट क्या है, मोर देन 1500 वर्क्स का रेफरेंस मिलता है, 1012 लाख डेटा रेफरेंसेस, 62 ब्रांचेस ऑफ नॉलेज एंड 150 ईयर्स ऑफ प्रोजेक्ट। ऑलरेडी इसका 75 ईयर्स हम काम कर चुके हैं। तो 36 वॉल्यूम्स आर पब्लिश्ड हियर आफ्टर, ये डिजिटल वे में उपलब्ध होगा। मैं आपको एक ये कोशश्री का जब पब्लिक डोमेन में डिजिटल फॉर्म में पब्लिक पोर्टल में अभी खुल रहा है, इसमें यदि आप कंपैरिजन देखेंगे, ऑक्सफोर्ड डिक्शनरी 132 ईयर्स का काम था, 2,91,500 वर्ड एंट्रीज है। और आप कंपैरिजन देख सकते हैं, जर्मन डिक्शनरी पे एग्जांपल दिया है, मंगोलियन डिक्शनरी 400 साल काम हुआ है, 4,30,000 एंट्रीज है। संस्कृत डिक्शनरी का काम हुआ है, केवल 75 ईयर्स हमने काम किया है। ए वर्ड, ए कॉन्सेप्ट, हाउ इट इज जर्नी थ्रू द हिस्ट्री, 1 crore 20 lakhs एंट्रीज है, 1 crore 12 lakhs रेफरेंसेस है। तो यू कैन इमेजिन द वर्क, वॉल्यूम ऑफ द वर्क। तो ये पब्लिकली अवेलेबल होगा, ये कंट्रीब्यूशन आपको मिलेगा। तो हमारे सामने जो इसको इंटीग्रेट करने की दृष्टि से स्ट्रैटेजिक फ्रेमवर्क फॉर इम्प्लीमेंटेशन 3 भागों में हमने जोड़ा है, गवर्नेंस एंड पॉलिसी मैकेनिज्म्स, एकेडमिक एंड पेडागोगिकल रिफॉर्म एंड बिल्डिंग रिसोर्स इकोसिस्टम्स। समय की दृष्टि से मैं एक्शन प्लान में जाता हूँ। हमारे सामने जो एक्शन प्लान है, मतलब इमीडिएट एक्शन प्लान, 6 एक्शन प्लान हमें बनाना पड़ेगा हर एक इंस्टीट्यूशन को। प्रमोट IKS, भारतीय ज्ञान प्रणाली जीवन दृष्टि जीवन पद्धति है, इसलिए कैंपस में एक लाइफ कल्चर, स्टूडेंट एंगेजमेंट के लिए बहुत काम करना होगा। ये हमारे सामने कुछ मॉडल्स हैं, उस मॉडल्स के आधार पर विश्व भारती भी एक मॉडल है। इंडियन लैंग्वेजेस थ्रू द कैंपस कल्चर एंड स्टूडेंट एंगेजमेंट। सेकंड, क्रिएट IKS एंड इंडियन लैंग्वेज रिसोर्सेज इन लाइब्रेरीज एंड एस्टैब्लिश वाइब्रेंट नॉलेज क्लब्स। इमीडिएटली हमें लाइब्रेरी में रिसोर्स डेवलप करने के लिए हमें कोशिश करना होगा। पिछले बार गुजरात में पुनरुत्थान विद्यापीठ के द्वारा 1000 ग्रंथों का IKS में प्रकाशन हुआ है भारतीय भाषाओं में। कृपया उस सारे पुस्तकों को आप लेके जाइए, उसमें सभी भारतीय ज्ञान का उपलब्ध है। तो बिल्ड कैपेसिटी थ्रू टेक्स्ट बुक ट्रांसलेशन, भारतीय भाषा पुस्तक योजना हमारे सामने है। श्री शास्त्री जी उसके विषय में हमें बोधन करेंगे, उसका लाभ हमें उठाना चाहिए। और एस्टैब्लिश IKS एंड इंडियन नॉलेज लैब्स, इंक्यूबेशन सेंटर्स फॉर इनोवेशन एंड प्रैक्टिस। मैं IIT हैदराबाद और IIT मंडी गया था, दोनों इस संस्थानों में इंक्यूबेशन सेंटर IKS के लिए ब्रिंग द आइडिया एंड क्रिएट द प्रोडक्ट्स, इस विषय में वह काम कर रहे हैं। लैब भी उपलब्ध है, सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटीज़ उस तरह का लैब खड़ा कर सकते हैं। और मॉनिटर IKS करिकुलम इम्प्लीमेंटेशन थ्रू VC लेड, वाइस चांसलर लेड रिव्यू स्कीम, रिव्यू मैकेनिज्म। यदि वाइस चांसलर यदि इस रिव्यू मैकेनिज्म के लीड करेंगे तभी इम्प्लीमेंट होगा, नहीं तो नहीं होगा, इसलिए एक मैकेनिज्म हमें डेवलप करना होगा। प्रोवाइड सीड फंडिंग एंड फाइनेंशियल एड फॉर IKS एंड IL रिसर्च, इंडियन लैंग्वेज रिसर्च, फैकल्टी पार्टिसिपेशन। इसके लिए हमें खुद यूनिवर्सिटी फंड से कुछ उपलब्धि करनी होगी। लेकिन आगे जाकर आई विल स्किप सम ऑफ दिस वन। ये मॉनिटरिंग एवेल्यूएशन मैकेनिज्म का कुछ भाग आपको पेपर में, आपके सामने कुछ पेपर्स रखे हैं, उसको आप देख सकते हैं। डिटेल्ड पेपर इज़ आल्सो सबमिट, ड्राफ्ट पेपर इज़ आल्सो सबमिटेड, आपके सबके सामने उसको रखा गया है, आप देख सकते हैं। तो लास्टली गवर्नमेंटल इंस्टीट्यूशनल इनिशिएटिव्स एंड फंडिंग क्या क्या उपलब्ध है। यदि मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एजुकेशन के अंडर जितने भी इंस्टीट्यूशंस है उसमें स्ट्राइड है, भारतीय ज्ञान संवाद रचना, पुस्तक रचना है, और भारत ज्ञान मिशन है, और स्कीम फॉर प्रोटेक्शन प्रिजर्वेशन एंडेंजर्ड लैंग्वेजेस है। इस तरह अनेक मंत्रालय में हमारे पास फंडिंग उपलब्ध है, इसका लाभ हमें लेना चाहिए। और लास्टली दिस इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट स्लाइड, पाथवे फॉर नेक्स्ट। भारतीय भाषा और IKS इंटीग्रेशन की दृष्टि से एक पाथवे हमने प्रपोज किया है। वन इज़ इंटरनेशनलाइजेशन, इसके लिए हमें एरिया इज़ इंटरनेशनलाइजेशन। 3 एजेंसीज, यूनिवर्सिटी, ICCR एंड फॉरेन पार्टनर्स, उसमें जॉइंट वर्कशॉप्स, MOUs साइंड, स्टूडेंट एक्सचेंजेस, और 1 से 2 साल तक हमें एक टारगेट रख के करना होगा। और दूसरी बात, जॉइंट डिग्रीज एंड डुअल डिग्रीज एंड रिसर्च हब्स एंड ग्लोबल स्कॉलर नेटवर्क्स, ये सेकेंड लेवल में हमें करना होगा। इनोवेशन और स्टार्टअप्स, और इसमें लीड एजेंसीज हैं IKS डिवीज़न एंड इनोवेशन सेल्स। पहले 2 साल में स्टार्टअप बूट कैंप्स एंड आइडिया कॉम्पिटिशन्स, एंड सेकेंड स्टेज में यूनिवर्सिटी बेस्ड IKS स्टार्टअप्स एंड ग्लोबल रीच। द थर्ड पॉइंट इज़ यूथ एंगेजमेंट, उसमें छात्र, अध्यापक एंड क्लब्स एंड NGOs, और IKS हैकाथॉन्स, लैंग्वेज क्लब्स, डिजिटल आर्काइव्स, इसके साथ ही यूथ ड्रिवन IKS मूवमेंट्स एंड मल्टीलिंगुअल एक्टिविज़म। इसको मल्टीलिंगुअल एक्टिविज़म इसलिए बोल रहा हूँ, जो मातृभाषा के लिए हमेशा जागृति रहती है, उस जागृति को लेकर हमें जगाना होगा, और मल्टीलिंगुअल एक्टिविज़म के रूप में उसका एक दिशा देनी होगी। और डिजिटल एक्सेलरेशन, स्वयं, दीक्षा, टेक पार्टनर्स, AI लैब्स, इसके द्वारा हम 2 साल 3 साल में हम कुछ काम कर सकते हैं। तो अंत में जब भारतीय भाषाओं के बारे में जब बात होती है तो ये होता है कि इसमें जॉब कहाँ है, इसको भारत को, इसको कैसे ग्लोबल सिटीजन को हम कैसे बना सकते हैं। लेकिन इंडिया शुड बी डेस्टिनेशन ऑफ एजुकेशन। यदि करना है, हमारे प्राचीन काल में एक सुभाषित है, नक्र स्वस्थानम आसाद्य गजेंद्र अपि कर्षति। एक मगरमच्छ यदि पानी में है, पानी के अंदर है, तो गजेंद्र को भी आकर्षित कर सकता है। यदि पानी से बाहर आ गया, एक छोटा सा कुत्ता भी उसको डरा सकता है। तो इस दृष्टि से हमें IKS IL के आधार पर भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाना होगा। धन्यवाद। एक मैं पॉइंट यहाँ बोलना चाहता हूँ, ये पूर्ण रूप से एक डिजिटल टूल का एक स्पेशलिटी आपको दिखाना चाहता हूँ। ये अंग्रेजी में बनाया था, इसका हिंदी अनुवाद हमने मैनुअली नहीं किया है। एक उदाहरण आपको दिखाता हूँ। दिस इज़ एंटायरली मैकेनिकली मशीन ट्रांसलेशन डन बाय अनुवादिनी प्रोजेक्ट। हमने यहाँ जितने भी हमारे, ये आप देख सकते हैं, ये जो अंग्रेजी में बनाया था, टेक्स्ट अंग्रेजी में था, और जितने भी हमारे फॉर्मेट थे, ग्राफिक्स थे, उसके साथ यथावत अनुवादिनी के द्वारा ये हमारे सामने ये पीपीटी अवेलेबल है। तो आप इस तरह का प्रयोग कर सकते हैं, जहां अंग्रेजी के सामग्री है उसको हिंदी में बनाने के लिए, अन्य भाषाओं में बनाने के लिए अनुवादिनी का प्रयोग किया जा सकता है। हमारा फॉर्मेट परिवर्तन नहीं होगा, हमारे कोई भी कंटेंट परिवर्तन, केवल कंटेंट दूसरी भाषा में जाएगा। ये इसका एक सामर्थ्य है। तो डिजिटल टूल्स हमारे लिए उपलब्ध है, थैंक्स टू अनुवादिनी।
धन्यवाद श्रीमान। अब मैं सादर आमंत्रित करता हूँ शिक्षा मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार, भारतीय ज्ञान प्रणाली अनुभाग के राष्ट्रीय समन्वयक आचार्य घंटी सूर्यनारायण मूर्ति महोदय जी से अनुरोध करता हूँ कि वो अपना संबोधन से हमें अनुग्रहित करें।
यही है ना सर?
मातृभ्यो नमः, पितृभ्यो नमः, गुरुभ्यो नमः, सभायै नमः, सभापतिभ्यश्च नमो नमः। सभी को मेरे नमस्कार। Very good afternoon, and I know this is last session of the day, so we'll keep it short. And so इसमें one of the things that we wanted to really talk about today is about how do we integrate Indian knowledge systems into the higher education system. Since morning there have been lot of sessions, हम लोगों ने बहुत सारे बात किया कि भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा को हमारे एजुकेशन सिस्टम में क्यों इंटीग्रेट करना है और इसमें इन्वेस्टमेंट की क्यों ज़रूरत है, क्योंकि देयर इज़ रियली ए genuine paucity of scholarship in this area, and therefore it is the higher education institutions which have to take the leadership position. Otherwise things will remain on the fringes, and then it will be hijacked by all kinds of people. And therefore, to do that, we need to, what kind of strategies do we need to do and things like that, we'll just talk about it. And then NEP talks about this in great detail and talks about multidisciplinary, multilinguistic learning, even on technical subjects as well. तो जब भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा की बात करते हैं, तो we talk a lot about the things, but then what is at the core of this Indian knowledge systems, if we look at it, अगर हम देखते हैं, तो एक ट्रायड हमको दिखता है. वो ट्रायड है विज्ञान, ज्ञान और जीवन दर्शन. विज्ञान एसेंशियली, क्योंकि कोई भी भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा को भारतीय क्यों बोलते हैं, अगर इफ वी रियली लुक इनटू दैट टर्म, what makes that jnana parampara or the knowledge system Indian is that triad that we see here: vijnana, jnana and the जीवन दर्शन. That is not unique to Bharat. वो दूसरे जगह पे भी है, लेकिन जो एक्सपीरियंसेस है, जो हमारे भारत के लोगों के हज़ारों सालों से हमारे एक्सपीरियंसेस है, जो विज्ञान से ज्ञान का मेंटल मॉडल्स जो हमने बनाया था, प्रैक्टिकल एक्सपीरियंसेस विद द नेचर एंड एनवायरनमेंट, वी मेड मेंटल मॉडल्स ऑफ इट, दैट एसेंशियली बिकम्स द ज्ञाना. व्हेन दैट इज डिस्टिल्ड, इट बिकम्स अ लाइफ फिलॉसफी, जीवन दर्शन बन जाता है. एंड दिस इन्फॉर्म्स अगेन द ज्ञाना एंड देन द विज्ञाना प्रैक्टिसेस दैट वी पुट इनटू प्लेस. एंड दिस इज रिफ्लेक्टेड इन एवरी डिसिप्लिन एज द भारतीय दृष्टि, and that knowledge is transmitted as through the parampara and then for a prayojana. So this is the thing how it will get manifested. And then when we talk about this Bharatiya Jnana Parampara sabhi Bharatiya bhashaon mein hai, sabhi classical languages mein, specifically classical languages mein bahut sara hai, and it is not just limited to textual traditions. Much of the Bharat's Jnana Parampara is in the oral and artistic traditions as well, and उन सबको हमको लेकर चलना है. And then this is something that has been rigorously practiced, rigorously tested, validated. That is the kind of the distilled wisdom that we are talking about when we talk about Bharatiya Jnana Parampara. So again, I want to emphasize, because this is a conference where education leaders are coming in, so I want to emphasize a little bit on the parampara part. Whenever we talk about parampara, that is like एक जीव नदी की तरह होती है जो बहते रहती है. जब वो बहता है तो there is no stagnancy there. And then that component, that parampara has 3 subcomponents in it. The first one that we typically talk about is the preservation. And most of our conversations are centered around the preservation of the knowledge system. And typically उसमें भी हम लोग digitization of manuscripts इन सब की बात करते हैं. But then there is a core element that is very very important. And वो होता है भारतीय दृष्टि. जो भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा की जो दृष्टि है, that is the core. Otherwise, what happens is you'll just be left with the paraphernalia without the core kernel that makes this knowledge system Bharatiya. That is the first part of preservation. Then second thing is again, जैसे जीव नदी होगी तो बहते रहती है, past को और फ्यूचर को जोड़ने का काम प्रेजेंट करता है, तो अतीत को और भविष्य को वर्तमान जोड़ता है. तो उस जोड़ने का जो काम है वो हम लोग एजुकेशन सिस्टम के थ्रू करते हैं. एंड दैट ट्रांसमिशन हैज़ टू evolve continuously. अभी जैसे प्रोफेसर वर्खेड़ी जी ने बताया, he was talking about how the transmission methods that were primarily developed earlier were for oral transmission traditions. Now we have much more visual and technological advances that we can use many different ways to transmit that information. So mental models banana hai uska, fir then we can use various tools. So there are transmission methods have to be adapted, but not at the cost of the drishti. So Bharati drishti ko preserve karte hue transmission methods ko adopt with the times. And then it is also about the creation of the knowledge. We cannot say that Indian knowledge system is a stagnant quantity of information. It is something that is continuously regenerated and recreated. And therefore, the third and most important part of any parampara, live parampara, is the creation part of it. And usme, because it is a continuous process of creation, it cannot be historical studies. IKS is not limited to history studies or simply limited to Vedas, Upanishads or things like that. In fact, if you look at the number of manuscripts that we have, 95% of the manuscripts are not about Vedas or Upanishads or Puranas. They are about other things like languages, they are about Ayurveda, they are about Chandas Shastra, mathematics, astronomy, so many, agriculture, so many other things. So it's important that we understand all of this. So I'll emphasize a little bit, I'll keep the thing at a high level and then emphasize a little bit on the drishti part. So let's say we have this. भारत की अवधारणा मान लीजिए एक रस्सी देखा हमने, कोई बाहर से आया और उसने उसके मन में कुछ तो भी प्रॉब्लम था, उसने सांप समझ लिया, अंधेरा था सांप समझ लिया, तो उसका डिस्क्रिप्शन वो कैसे देगा? उसका डिस्क्रिप्शन वो बोलेगा ये विष इसमें है, विष है, ये क्रूर है, जहरीला है, ये भयानक है. And this will be the description that he will give, he or she will give. And then what should our response be? For a long time, our response has been defending that, saying that हम लोग क्रूर नहीं हैं, हम विष रहित नहीं हैं, साधुजीवी हैं, छोटा सा सांप है. लेकिन problem is that we should not be talking about the सांप at all. हमको तो बोलना चाहिए हम सांप है ही नहीं, हम तो रस्सी हैं, दूसरे हैं. It is because of their misconception जो हम लोगों को सांप बोला जा रहा है. This is the difference in the drishti part. So when we actually focus on the drishti, suddenly all of these conflicts that are there go away, melt away. I'll give you a practical example. See this, आपको एक पिक्चर में दिखा रहा हूँ वहाँ पे. आप अगर उसको देखेंगे तो आपको क्या दिख रहा है? ये मार्को पोलो का ट्रैवलॉग से लिया हुआ बुक है. तो आपको इसको देखकर क्या लगता है? कुछ चर्च के नन्स या कुछ इस तरह का वेशभूषा है, उस तरह से लगता है. लेकिन क्या ये आपको मालूम है ये एक मंदिर का डिस्क्रिप्शन है? क्यों ये ऐसा हुआ था? क्योंकि मार्को पोलो ने जब वो मलाबार कोस्ट में आया था, then he went and then gave a description, and when they were really commissioning the travelogue, एक फ्रेंच पेंटर ने जो कभी भारत नहीं आया था, जिसको भारत की दृष्टि नहीं थी, उसने ये पेंटिंग बनाया. क्योंकि उसके एक्सपीरियंसेस में एक चर्च है, एक वहाँ का डिनोमिनेशन है नन्स का, उनका देखकर उसने कुछ बनाया. Then you can see all of that. Nuns are white and then the deity is black. क्योंकि वो सुना था बस. मार्को पोलो ने क्या देखा होगा? ये देखा होगा. अब आप सोचिए, अगर हम भारत को अपनी दृष्टि से नहीं देखेंगे, we will remain a caricature. And it is very important to understand India on Bharat's terms. And इसीलिए वो दृष्टि को preserve करने की ज़रूरत है. And this is not a theoretical concern. This person is James Mill. James Stuart Mill. He wrote 6 volumes of a text called History of British India. And I checked today, unfortunately, this is still taught as a history textbook in our country. And this person never came to India. And you think about it. Do we want to remain caricatures? Or do we want to really look at ourselves through the Western lens? This is the important part that I wanted to, message important, I want to convey. And हम लोग सब लोगों को, we have this pain when we see the anxiety, depression and the student suicides जब भी होता है, we all feel pain as people in the education system. Why is that happening? Primarily because of the single objective for wealth that is described as maximization of money. And that's what students are driven by, packages and everything. Because of that, there are limitations of the capitalism which pursues only pure profit, Shuddha Labh, or communism which says no profit at all, let's communize everything, Shunya Labh, whereas the Bharati view is Shubha Labh. And we also talk about this holistic eightfold wealth creation. If we can bring out these perspectives, so it is not just about theoretical concepts. ये दृष्टि को लेकर आने की बात है. जब हम सिर्फ धनलक्ष्मी को ही नहीं, विद्या लक्ष्मी को, विजय लक्ष्मी को, संतान लक्ष्मी को, धैर्य लक्ष्मी को, धान्य लक्ष्मी को सबकी उपासना करना सिखाएंगे. ये भारत की दृष्टि अगर बच्चों में होगा, so they will learn how to balance their lives. And they will actually have a fulfilling lives, and then they will pursue things that will take it forward. Therefore, when we want to integrate IKS, we should be very, very careful about whom we are integrating it for. अभी सुबह मंत्री जी ने बताया था 90 करोड़ लोग हैं, अभी इनको हमको जो शिक्षित करना होगा, upskill करना होगा. These are aspirational. There are aspirations of these youth. We have to make sure that IKS is aspirational. It is not about past, it is about future. उनका problems कैसे solve करेंगे, उनका जीवन कैसे अच्छे करेंगे. And for this, आज तो गुरु पूर्णिमा भी है, और it's very important to nurture faculty capacity. And as education leaders in the education system, you can facilitate that. We have to create learning resources, all of these things. But finally, we have to focus on the holistic development that we are talking about. One-dimensional development matrices or metrics or pursuit of only one part of the entire human side of development is going to lead to disasters. Therefore, that समग्र विकास जो बोलते हैं, हमको वो करना होगा. And for this, Ministry of Education has developed this kind of a comprehensive plan where we are intervening at every part of the education system. Because for a country like ours, the education system is so large, you cannot have drastic changes. We have to bring in changes in a slow way, gradual way, and such that the entire system changes. And for this, we have another 10 years. 1835 में Macaulay ने अपना minute बनाया था to basically colonize essentially Indian education system. We have 10 years to decolonize it. Why is that date important? Of course, 200 years हो जाते हैं. दूसरा, अगर हम लोग 2047 तक विकसित भारत चाहते हैं, तो हमको अपना education system भारतीय बनाना होगा, जिससे कि 12 साल बाद जो बच्चा फर्स्ट क्लास में एंट्री करेगा 2035 में, वो 2047 तक 12वीं पास कर जाएगा with a भारतीय दृष्टि. And then, how should we integrate? So currently, there are practices where we are creating standalone IKS departments or master's programs in IKS or some low-hanging fruits in IKS like courses in some management and things like that. Perhaps we should go away from it. We should really do the strong, lay the strong foundations, do the hard work. And that means we have to make sure that the faculty are trained in their own domains. Chemistry ka professor agar Bharatiya Rasayan Shastra janega, so they will have a better appreciation. Similarly, mathematics professor will have a better appreciation for mathematics courses. This is not just about languages also. It is important that we should know the language, but we should also know the technical content in this. So therefore, interdisciplinary courses that span multiple disciplines must be developed. And because we have to make this aspirational, we should think about creating IKS minors where students can take one course a semester, and by the end of their 4-year undergrad degree, they will have a additional minor in a subdomain of the Bharatiya Jnana Parampara along with their major degree. This way, their employability and employment will also be brighter. And then encourage and support genuine scholars, work with genuine scholars, and please do encourage STEM education also in Bhartiya Bhashas. And you'll be very happy to know that in collaboration with UGC. UGC has already come up with the guidelines for teacher training, and there is a rule that 5% of the total credits must be related to Bharatiya Jnana Parampara. And then faculty training, we are very happy to let you know that we are collaborating with UGC to we have already trained about 1,000 people last year. This year we are going to train another 10,000 people. In addition to that, the protection of intellectual properties is a big deal. So we are working with CSIR's TKDL, Traditional Knowledge Digital Library, and trained more than 3,500 faculty to sensitize them into all these traditional practices, healing practices. Because हमारे लिए वो एक छोटा सा knowledge हो सकता है जो एक पेपर में आ जाएगा, लेकिन उसके लिए पूरा जीवन है. So we have to be very careful about it. And we'll be very happy, you'll all be very happy to know that we are going to introduce 14 specialized minors in various sub-disciplines of IKS, and we'll put that on Swayam platform. So this is in addition to any foundational courses that you can all teach. These are special risk courses. So we are planning to do that by end of this academic year. Therefore, that will be something that all our students can take. It will also meet our NEP guidelines that 40% of the courses should be taken up online. We are planning to create high quality textbooks in various disciplines of IKS. In addition to that, we are encouraging students. We already, ministry has funded 6,500 person months of student internships. So student aata hai lecture mein, sunta hai, and then they will have a question and then say, iske baad mujhe kya karna hai? We fund them and then take them, give them internships where they can go and learn from some of the best experts. Similarly, we are creating that entire pipeline of PhDs, postdoctoral scholars, and we are also thinking of a faculty exchange program, sabbaticals and things like that. We are doing that in school curriculum, doing some outreach, participating in some of the largest Olympiads, science Olympiads, and then promoting several languages. In fact, we are very proud to say that Ministry of Education's IKS division is perhaps only one of those divisions where you can write research proposals, scientific research proposals in your Bharatiya Bhashas. And we have to date received proposals in more than 13 Bharatiya Bhashas. And we enable high quality research. More things are going on in this direction. And in the schemes that are coming out, IKS centers, we are planning to open many more IKS centers in addition to the 51 that we have opened. The call is open. July 31st is the deadline, and then textbook and course material writing is also something that call is open till the end of the month. Request you and your faculty members to take a lead in all of this. And there are many, many schemes. You'll find all of this information in IKS division's website. We'll be very happy to send that to you later so that you don't have to go through all of these things. And then in terms of when you engage with the IKS division, we'll provide all of these resources to you. There are more than 250 pages worth of lecture notes created from faculty development programs, videos that will last over a month. That is the level of videos that are available to you for free. Anybody who wants to get started, they can get started in these things. And then all the slides from the FDP are also presented, put up there. Similarly, we have many online interaction sessions. We organize talks by experts periodically. Discipline-specific FDPs are conducted by the IKS division, all of these things, and then we also try to promote the networking thing because Kalau Sangha Shakti. So, and then you're all institutional heads. So I wanted to, we recently, I was asked by somebody who said, how do I contribute to IKS if I want to? Then that led a thought process and then said, we create a document and then said, if I'm a PhD student, if I'm a bachelor student, if I'm a faculty member, if I'm a dean, if I'm an institution head, what are the things I can do? So here are 8 things that you can do as an institution head. The very first thing that you can do is perhaps recruit some dedicated faculty to teach those foundational courses in IKS. Then ensure proper faculty training. So please give permissions to your faculty members who want to attend these UGC courses. And introduce that mandatory 5% of the courses. Will help you. We've already put up 43 courses on our website with syllabus and all the information with references. And incentivize faculty. Because young faculty, one of the things that they always worry about is their APIs and career progression. If you can please incentivize that research, even with small grants or even just saying that your promotion mein tumhara kaam aa jayega, that will lead to a lot of assurance from a leader like you will really help. Then think of making your institution a center of excellence in a particular domain. Just like you cannot have center of excellence in IKS. You can have a center of excellence in Bharatiya Ganita or similar sub-disciplines. Perhaps we should really think about that. And also incentivize transdisciplinary research. Perhaps spend 5% of your research funds for this kind of research in IKS. And support organization of IKS competitions and workshops in your institution. And create knowledge repositories. There's a wealth of knowledge, oral traditions, artistic traditions, all of these things are real living libraries. We need to bring them to the laboratories. Let's do that. And these are the things that you can very, very easily create. I listed all of these because they don't really require crores of money. They require will to work, and you're all really capable of doing this. And at a personal level, how can you contribute? Please read at least one primary text in your domain, at least one or two translated primary sources, and then discuss this thing with informally whenever you are with your colleagues, and encourage them, because your encouragement means a lot to younger faculty members. And life is not all about serious things. Play at least 2 Bharatiya board games and in the next 1 month, because for us to become acharyas, today is Guru Purnima too. It says in Apastambha Dharma Sutra that Achinote Shastrardhans Acharaya Sthapayatyapi Swayamacharate Yasmad Acharyas Tena Cha Uchyate. One who takes all of this knowledge, collects all of it, and embodies that knowledge is called Acharya. And you're all Acharyas. So the mission of IKS division is to create Acharyas out of Shikshakas. And then this is one of the game that I was talking about. As you see this, you may have seen resemblance to snakes and ladders. That is a deracinated, that is a caricature of the original version. This is the original which we got from a 14th century manuscript in Odisha. And you can see this is available in 8 Bhartiya Bhashas. And I'll ensure you that you'll get a physical copy of this in next few weeks from our division, so that you can play these games. And with that, again, today morning, basically we were discussing about the karma theory. So the Nishkama karma and Swadharma will, for the Loka Sangraha, will lead to the Chaturtha Purushartha as well. With those few words, namaste, and thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Namaste.
धन्यवाद महोदय। मैं अभी श्रद्धापूर्वक माननीय सम्माननीय आज पद्मश्री चमू कृष्ण शास्त्री महोदय से अनुरोध करता हूं जैसे कि वो हमें अपने उद्बोधन से अनुग्रहित करें।
भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा भारतीय भाषा में है, अंग्रेजी में नहीं है। हम जानते हैं अंग्रेजी में तो सेकेंडरी सोर्सेस, अब हम सेकेंडरी सोर्स से ही भारतीय ज्ञान को प्राप्त कर रहे हैं। इस संदर्भ में भारतीय भाषा और भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा, इस संदर्भ में दोनों वक्ताओं ने बहुत अद्भुत प्रस्तुति किया। मेरा इतना इस प्रकार का नहीं होगा, फिर भी मैं दूसरे संदर्भ में अब प्रस्तुति करने जा रहा हूं। अब ये जो माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी तो बार बार बोलते हैं कि टेक्निकल एजुकेशन, मेडिकल एजुकेशन इत्यादि सभी प्रोफेशनल एजुकेशन भारतीय भाषा में होना चाहिए। ऐसे कई विचार उन्होंने हमारे सामने रखते हैं। आज सुबह हमें मार्गदर्शन करते हुए माननीय शिक्षा मंत्री जी ने भी विकसित भारत के लिए जो 5-6 आधार दिए थे, उनमें 2 आधार भारतीय भाषा और भारतीय मॉडल, ये 2 आधार बताए। तो उसके लिए शिक्षा में भी भारतीय मॉडल चाहिए, भारतीय भाषा चाहिए। तो उस संदर्भ में और इसके साथ जुड़े हुए और कई विषय है, जैसे विकसित भारत 2047 अगर 2047 को अगर देखते हैं, उसमें 2 स्टेज होगा। पहला 2035 जहाँ मेकाले एजुकेशन सिस्टम का 200 ईयर्स होगा, उससे पहले डीकोलोनाइजेशन काम पूरा करना चाहिए, ऐसी अपेक्षा है। तो फिर 2047 तक। अभी ये जो यहाँ सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी के सीयू के वाइस चांसलर्स के सामने इस विषय विशेष रूप से रखने के लिए मेरा प्रस्ताव ये है कि देखिए, जो INIs हैं, ऑल इंडिया नेचर के इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं, वहाँ अंग्रेजी माध्यम अनिवार्य है। ये एक टेकन फॉर ग्रांटेड एक विचार है, तत्व है, क्योंकि छात्र पूरे देश से आते हैं, प्राध्यापक पूरे देश से आते हैं, इसलिए एक भारतीय भाषा हो ही नहीं सकता, ये विचार चल रहा है। सभी सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटीज में 12 भाषा के छात्र हैं, 12 भाषाओं के प्राध्यापक हैं, तो कैसे होगा भारतीय भाषा में? नहीं हो सकता। भगवान जब समस्या निर्माण करते हैं तो ताला निर्माण करते समय कुंची के बिना ताल निर्माण नहीं होता है। हर एक समस्या का ताल के साथ कुंची भी निर्माण भगवान किया है। ये यहाँ इसलिए भी हम स्टेप बाय स्टेप कर सकते हैं। तो अंग्रेजी माध्यम शिक्षा रहेगा, जिनको अंग्रेजी माध्यम शिक्षा चाहिए वो अंग्रेजी माध्यम में पढ़े, नो इश्यू। लेकिन उसके साथ साथ भारतीय भाषा माध्यम की शिक्षा की व्यवस्था भी होना चाहिए, ये हमारा संकल्प है। स्कूल शिक्षा से उच्च शिक्षा तक भारतीय विकल्प भी देना चाहिए। और उसके लिए last year a policy decision was taken. It has been decided that the textbooks and study material of every course being offered in India at all levels of education will be made available to students in local language also, any of the 8 scheduled languages, along with the existing study material through digital platform by the universities, INIs and other HIIs within the next 3 years. This is the policy decision. अब इसका ये पहला सोपान है, ये लास्ट चरण नहीं है, पहला फर्स्ट स्टेप। लेकिन इससे एक स्टेप से क्या क्या फायदा होगा मैं बाद में बताता हूं। इसका क्रियान्वयन के लिए कुछ एक्शन प्लान चाहिए ना। इस बार बजट अनाउंसमेंट हुआ, वो ये है कि वी प्रपोज टू इम्प्लीमेंट ए भारतीय भाषा पुस्तक स्कीम टू प्रोवाइड डिजिटल फॉर्म Indian language books for school and higher education. This aims to help students understand their subjects better. This, aims to help students understand their subject better. हमारे में ही बहुत लोग ये होंगे कि 11th, 10th, 11th, 12th तक भारतीय भाषा माध्यम से पढ़े, बाद में अंग्रेजी माध्यम में पढ़ाई शुरू किया। तब एकदम अंग्रेजी माध्यम से पढ़ते समय कठिनाई होती थी। बहुत लोग मार्केट जाके उसी का हिंदी या मातृभाषा माध्यम पुस्तक लाके, स्कूल में अंग्रेजी माध्यम रहता था, घर में भारतीय भाषा पुस्तक पढ़ के विषय समझते थे। विषय समझने के लिए माध्यम भाषा कोई भी हो तो छात्रों को हमें उनकी भाषा में ये देना चाहिए। तो ये पुस्तक परियोजना में हम 3 लाख पुस्तक, हाई क्वालिटी पुस्तक, भारतीय भाषा में अंग्रेजी में जिस क्वालिटी का पुस्तक है उसी क्वालिटी का पुस्तक हमें भारतीय भाषा में भी देना चाहिए। So high quality digital books in 22 scheduled languages of all the courses offered in school and higher education at every level to be made available through dedicated portal already developed by Inflibinet and mobile app. ये योजना है, इसका क्रियान्वयन पूरे देश में होगा, लेकिन पूरे देश को एक रोल मॉडल के नाते हमें सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी में आदर्श रूप से इसको क्रिया रूप में लाके हमें दिखाना है। इसके कुछ 10 मुख्य बातें मैं रखता हूं, शेष आगे आपको बताया जाएगा या प्रश्नोत्तर में। पुस्तक यानी स्टडी मटेरियल होगा, अगर माइनर कोर्स है तो 2 क्रेडिट, 1 क्रेडिट, 4 क्रेडिट कुछ होगा तो उसमें छोटा स्टडी मटेरियल होगा, स्टडी मटेरियल के रूप में, या टेक्स्ट बुक हायर एजुकेशन में नहीं बोलते हैं, फिर भी टेक्स्ट बुक या रेफरेंस बुक, जो पुस्तक 2-3 सेमेस्टर में चल सकता है। तो इस प्रकार के 3 प्रकार के पुस्तकें होंगी। पुस्तक निर्माण करने के लिए 2 अप्रोचेस होंगे। ओरिजिनल राइटिंग होगा विच इज प्रिफर्ड, हम वही चाहते हैं, उद्देश्य भी है इसमें। ट्रांसलेशन भी होगा। उसका ये कारण भी है, 12 भाषाओं में विपुल मात्रा में पूरे देश में विश्वविद्यालय में पाठ्यक्रम 12 भाषा क्षेत्र में 12 भाषा क्षेत्र में विपुल मात्रा में विश्वविद्यालय हैं। 90% ऑफ द स्टूडेंट्स आर फ्रॉम 12 लैंग्वेज लिंग्विस्टिक एरियाज। बाकी 10 भाषाएं जो हैं, जैसे कोंकणी, सिंधी, डोगरी, कश्मीरी, संस्कृत, संताली, मणिपुरी, नेपाली इत्यादि 10 भाषाओं में, बोडो इत्यादि इत्यादि 10 भाषाओं में छात्र संख्या भी कम है और इंस्टीट्यूशंस भी कम है, इसलिए वो लेखक भी वहाँ कम होंगे। उन 10 भाषाओं में अनुवाद का ज़्यादा हो सकता है और कुछ अच्छे पुस्तकें, रेप्यूटेड ऑथर्स के पुस्तकें, भारतीय ऑथर्स के पुस्तकों का अनुवाद भी हो सकता है। इसलिए 2 प्रोविजन हम रखे हैं। लेकिन जब अनुवाद करते हैं भारतीय लेखक और भारतीय प्रकाशक, बट एट द सेम टाइम हाई क्वालिटी पॉपुलर बुक्स, ऐसे पुस्तकों का हम फिर अनुवाद करेंगे। पुस्तक जितने भी कोर्सेस ऑफर किए जाएंगे, जैसे सेंट्रल सीयूस में, मैं जहाँ तक थोड़ा 10-20 विश्वविद्यालयों का ये देखा हूँ, कितने प्रोग्राम्स का बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ मैं, कोर्सेस का बात कर रहा हूँ। 1000-1500 कोर्सेस से लेके 10,000 कोर्स तक सीयूस में पाठ्यक्रम है। तो अपेक्षा ये है कि हर केंद्रीय विश्वविद्यालय अपने विश्वविद्यालय में जितने भी पाठ्यक्रम पढ़ाते हैं, कोर्सेस ऑफर करते हैं, हर कोर्स का पाठ्यपुस्तक भारतीय भाषा में बनाना चाहिए, यह अपेक्षा है। ऑफ कोर्स लैंग्वेज बुक्स, लैंग्वेज कोर्सेस के बुक्स उस भाषा में, भारतीय भाषा में ही रहता है। उसके अलावा उसमें भी सोशल साइंस की पुस्तक लिखना आसान रहता है, कॉमर्स का और कठिनाई रहता है, साइंस एंड प्रोफेशनल इसका और कठिनाई रहता है। वो भी ध्यान में रखते हुए हमने, इसलिए सिंस प्रोफेशनल कोर्सेस आर एस्पिरेशनल कोर्सेस, भारतीय भाषाओं को अगर एस्पिरेशनल बनाना है तो रोजगार से जोड़ना, एस्पिरेशनल बनाने के लिए क्या क्या करना हम अलग से सोच रहे हैं। एंटायर भारतीय भाषा अब सब जगह, सब डोमेन्स ऑफ लैंग्वेज यूज में इंग्लिश इकोसिस्टम है, तो इंग्लिश सेंटर्ड इकोसिस्टम है, तो हम स्लोली स्टेप बाय स्टेप भारतीय भाषा इकोसिस्टम भी क्रिएट करेंगे। तो रोजगार से भी भारतीय भाषा माध्यम से जो पढ़ते हैं उनको, उनके रोजगार से भी जोड़ेंगे। तो एस्पिरेशनल बनाने के लिए और भी कई स्टेप्स लिया जाएंगे। लेकिन एस्पिरेशनल कोर्सेस जो हैं, एस्पिरेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशंस जहां हैं, वहां इन कोर्सेस को प्रिफरेबली पहले हमें भारतीय भाषाओं में करने के लिए प्रयास शुरू करना चाहिए। उसके लिए थोड़ा समय भी ज़्यादा लगेगा। सोशल साइंस पुस्तक जल्दी बनेगा, लेकिन आपको टेक्नोलॉजी का या साइंस का पुस्तक बनाने के लिए 1-2 साल लगेंगे। तो एवरी बुक शुड बी बेस्ड ऑन लर्निंग आउटकम करिकुलम फ्रेमवर्क बेस्ड होना चाहिए। हर यूनिट में पहले येलो CF वहाँ बताना चाहिए, इत्यादि इत्यादि। फिर पुस्तक को टेक्नोलॉजी के माध्यम से इंटरैक्टिव करना चाहिए। इंटरैक्टिव करना यानी क्या? तो जहाँ जहाँ कुछ कॉन्सेप्ट है उसके लिए कहीं स्वयं प्लेटफॉर्म में या और कहीं वीडियोस अवेलेबल है, उसका लिंक देना क्यूआर कोड से, या प्रोबेबल हर यूनिट के बाद प्रोबेबल क्वेश्चंस एंड आंसर्स ये हो सकता है, कुछ क्विज हो सकता है, ऐसे एडिशनल इंफॉर्मेशंस का ये लिंक देना इत्यादि इत्यादि। फिर हर एक पुस्तक में दो बातें होना चाहिए। आईकेएस इंटीग्रेशन होना चाहिए। आईकेएस इंटीग्रेशन यानी मान लीजिए ऑर्गेनिक केमिस्ट्री का पुस्तक है, ऑर्गेनिक केमिस्ट्री, इंडियन फिलॉसफी ऑफ ऑर्गेनिक केमिस्ट्री, ऑर्गेनिक केमिस्ट्री के संदर्भ में भारतीय जीवन दृष्टि क्या है, वो पुस्तक के प्रारंभ में हमें इंट्रोडक्शन के रूप में देना है। फिर उस संदर्भ में उस टेक्स्ट बुक के जितने भी यूनिट्स हैं, उस यूनिट्स के बारे में भारतीय प्राचीन भारतीय साहित्य में कहीं कुछ उल्लेख मिलता है, हिस्ट्री, इंडियन हिस्ट्री ऑफ दैट सब्जेक्ट should also be integrated along with that wherever possible, as much as possible. ये आईकेएस इंटीग्रेशन हो गया। ये जो नए पुस्तकें लिखे जाएंगे इसका यूनिक फीचर वही है, LOCF आधारित है NEP के, फिर आईकेएस इंटीग्रेशन है। तीसरा, सभी भारतीय भाषाओं में जितना मात्रा में संभव है उतना मात्रा में टर्मिनोलॉजी थोड़ा यूनिफॉर्म रहे, इसके लिए भी कुछ योजना चल रही है। बातचीत बाद में हम विस्तार से बाद में चर्चा करेंगे। और हर एक पुस्तक का क्वालिटी रक्षा करने के लिए हर विश्वविद्यालय एक बुक क्वालिटी एश्योरेंस कमिटी रचना करना चाहिए, और पुस्तक बुक एश्योरेंस क्वालिटी कमिटी के द्वारा प्रस्तावित ही अपलोड होगा डिजिटली। द बुक प्रोडक्शन प्रोसेस विल बी, पहले बुक राइटिंग, उस बुक राइटिंग करना है तो ऑथर्स आइडेंटिफाई करना। ऑथर्स कौन होंगे? आपके विश्वविद्यालय के प्राध्यापक हो सकते हैं या अन्य विश्वविद्यालय के प्राध्यापक हो सकते हैं, आपके विश्वविद्यालय के ही 2-3 प्राध्यापक मिलके भी कर सकते हैं, या विश्वविद्यालय से बाहर कोई साइंस के, इसरो में बहुत अच्छा साइंटिस्ट है, वो अपनी मातृभाषा में बहुत अच्छा लिखते हैं, तो वो भी पुस्तक लिख सकते हैं। किसी को भी यूनिवर्सिटी कैन एंगेज एनी गुड ऑथर। सो ऑथर आइडेंटिफाई करना, फिर ऑथर्स के लिए वर्कशॉप भी कर सकते हैं, करना चाहिए ओरिएंटेशन के लिए क्या क्या। फिर ऑथर लिखने के बाद एक सब्जेक्ट एक्सपर्ट इसका रिव्यू करेगा, एक लैंग्वेज एक्सपर्ट रिव्यू करेगा, बाद में एक एडिटर या वेटिंग अच्छा एक्सपर्ट इसको फाइनली इसको वेटिंग करेंगे, बाद में इसका फॉर्मेटिंग, डिजाइनिंग एंड इंटरैक्टिव करना, ये सब होगा। तो इस प्रोसेस में देखिए, एक पुस्तक बनना है तो कम से कम 5-6 प्राध्यापक इन्वॉल्व होंगे या एक्सपर्ट्स, 5-6 लोग एक पुस्तक बनाने के लिए। तो इससे क्या होगा, आप आपके विश्वविद्यालय में 3000 पुस्तक अगर बनाते हैं, 300 पुस्तक बनाते हैं, 150 या 50 पुस्तक भी बनाते हैं, मान लीजिए 50 पुस्तक बनाएंगे तो 250 विद्वान लोग इसमें जुड़ेंगे इस प्रोसेस में। इससे क्या होगा आप सोचिए, पूरे देश में हम 3 लाख पुस्तक अगले 3 साल में निर्माण करेंगे, प्रकाशित करेंगे। 3 लाख पुस्तक बनाने में 15 लाख प्राध्यापक इस प्रोसेस में इन्वॉल्व होंगे। इसका मतलब है 15 लाख प्राध्यापक भारतीय भाषा में अपस्किलिंग होगा उनका, भारतीय भाषा में भविष्य में पढ़ाने के लिए भी वो तैयार हो जाएंगे, और पूरे देश में सभी के बीच में इसके बारे में बहुत चर्चा होगी। भाषा के बारे में, विषय के बारे में, शब्दों के बारे में बहुत बड़ा एकेडमिक चर्निंग होगा, समुद्र मंथन होगा। भारत में शैक्षिक समुद्र मंथन होगा और इसके वस्तुतः इसके द्वारा एक ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन आएगा, एकेडमिक ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन आएगा पूरे देश में। शिक्षा क्षेत्र में फिर से चैतन्य निर्माण होगा। ऐसा ये एक केवल देखने के लिए 3 लाख पुस्तक प्रोडक्शन, बट एक्चुअली परिणामतः ये पूरा ट्रांसफॉर्मेटिव स्कीम है। ये पूरा शिक्षा में परिवर्तन लाने का एनईपी का पूर्णतः क्रियान्वयन की ये योजना है। फिर इस प्रकार इन्फ्लिबिनेट इसमें अपलोडिंग होगा और इन्फ्लिबिनेट में ऑलरेडी ये ऑथर्स के लेटर ऑफ एक्सप्रेशन ऑफ इंटेंशन के इससे शुरुआत करके अंतिम उसको थोड़ा जो फाइनेंशियल मैटर्स है वहाँ तक पूरा डैशबोर्ड तैयार हुआ है। एंटायर इसका मैनेजमेंट, मॉनिटरिंग, एवरीथिंग इन्फ्लिबिनेट के द्वारा होगा। इंसेंटिवाइजेशन भी सोचा है, कैश में लेखक को ये मिलेगा और इंस्टीट्यूशन नैक एक्रेडिशन में मैच्योरिटी लेवल पे इसको कंसिडर किया जाएगा। इसके साथ साथ हर एक पुस्तक के लिए कुछ ग्रांट की अभी चल रही है, फाइनेंस मिनिस्ट्री में है। लेखक को 1 लाख प्लस कुछ बजट का, फिर जो रिव्यू करेंगे उनके लिए भी कुछ मानधन होगा, वेटिंग करने वालों को मानधन होगा, फॉर्मेटिंग डिजाइनिंग उसके लिए कुछ धनराशि होगी, और साइंस टेक्स्ट बुक्स में कॉपीराइटेड इमेजेस परचेस करना होगा, उसके लिए कुछ फाइनेंस की व्यवस्था है। और यूनिवर्सिटी को इसको चलाने के लिए कोऑर्डिनेशन के लिए कुछ एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव कॉस्ट होगा, उसके लिए भी है। और इंटरैक्टिव करने के लिए भी कुछ धनराशि चाहिए, उसकी भी व्यवस्था। ये सारे चीज़ें अभी हो रहा है। जैसे ही 1-2 महीने के अंदर ये अनुमति मिलेगी तब आपको बताया जाएगा। तो इसके क्रियान्वयन के लिए हर एक केंद्रीय विश्वविद्यालय अपना कार्य योजना तुरंत शुरू कर सकते हैं। प्रिपरेटरी वर्क अब से अगर हम सोचते हैं तब जैसे ही फाइनेंस मिनिस्ट्री से हमें अप्रूवल मिलेगा वैसे ही तुरंत हम प्रोजेक्ट को लॉन्च कर सकते हैं। अब एक प्रश्न आपके मन में उठेगा। पंजाब विश्वविद्यालय के वीसी से मैं पूछा था, उदाहरण के लिए मैं बता रहा हूँ, कितनी भाषा के छात्र हैं? 12 भाषाओं के छात्र हैं। अध्यापक कितने भाषा क्षेत्र से आए हैं? प्राध्यापक भी 12 क्षेत्र से आए हैं। तो आप किस भाषा में पाठ्यपुस्तक बनाएंगे? ये प्रश्न आपके मन में होगा। एक तो उस प्रांत के प्रांतीय भाषा में, क्योंकि छात्र संख्या ज्यादा उस प्रांत के होंगे, उस प्रांत के भाषा में करना है। एक तो हिंदी में करना है। उसके अलावा जितनी भाषाओं में आप करा सकते हैं उतनी भाषाओं में कराना। 12 भाषाओं में कराने के आपकी सामर्थ्य है, 12 भाषाओं में भी कराइए। लेकिन हर एक प्रोग्राम का पूर्ण सभी, एक प्रोग्राम के लिए अगर 20, एक प्रोग्राम में 20 कोर्सेस हैं या 30 कोर्सेस हैं, 30 कोर्स के लिए 20 पुस्तक चाहिए, तो जिस भाषा में कराएंगे उस भाषा में 20 पुस्तकें भी कराना चाहिए। तो इस प्रकार आप कितने प्रोग्राम्स को लेंगे, कितनी भाषाओं में कराएंगे, इसका अगर प्लानिंग करते हैं और हम तुरंत काम शुरू कर सकते हैं। जैसे मैंने कहा, अंत में एक ही निवेदन करना चाहता हूं। यह एक भारतीय भाषा पुस्तक परियोजना ये जो है, ये केवल भारतीय भाषाओं में पुस्तक तैयार करने की योजना नहीं, इस पुस्तक निर्माण के द्वारा भविष्य भारत का हमें निर्माण चाहिए, करना चाहिए। भविष्य भारत में जो भव्य भारत का, विकसित भारत का हम संकल्पना करते हैं, वो भारतीय भाषाओं के आधार पे होगा, भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा के आधार पे होगा, भारतीयता के आधार पर होगा, भारतीय मॉडल के आधार पर होगा, तो उसके लिए भारतीय भाषा में शिक्षित लोग चाहिए हमें। बहुभाषी एक व्यक्ति बहुभाषा में, भारतीय भाषा में सामर्थ्यवान लोग चाहिए, भारतीय भाषा में सोचने वाले लोग चाहिए, भारतीय भाषा में सोचने वाले ऐसे युवाओं को हम इस योजना के माध्यम से निर्माण करेंगे। ऐसे एक श्रेष्ठ विकसित भारत का, नव भारत का पुनर्निर्माण करेंगे। इस निवेदन के साथ मैं विराम लेता हूं।
धन्यवाद श्रीमान। अभी प्रश्नोत्तर काल है। कृपया आप अपना परिचय के साथ विद्वानों के समक्ष अपना प्रश्न प्रस्तुत करें।
Thank you very much. I am Professor Hassan, Vice Chancellor Maulana Azad National Urdu University. I must congratulate all three speakers. They presented wonderfully and really very interestingly. Now, let me tell you that in Maulana Azad National University, we have already created a center for Bhartiya Bhasha Samiti. So I wish Dr. Shastri please visit our university once and see how we have developed. And we have already submitted 4 books, and now 50 another books are almost ready in 3 months' time. Now coming to conception and misconceptions, very interesting. Now there are misconceptions, but there are conceptions also. Misconceptions I have read in several books. Foreigners have written, land India, it is land of snake charmers. Is it true? India is the land of snake charmers? No, not at all. In museums also we have seen, you see, this snake is brought from India. So that's how you see the foreigners have created wrong impression about India. This is the time to correct it, and for correction there are certain mechanisms also. You know, you presented about Ludo, you say that this was created during ancient time in India. But chess was also created. It was Chaturang, not Shatranj. The Arabs made it Shatranj. And then when it went to Europe, they called it chess. Well, it was created in India only. Similarly, Indian diaspora, if you go to whether Europe or Central Asia or America, you will find plenty of Indian diaspora. Do we have this intention to create a hub of diasporic studies? Because I have seen beneath, after Hiroshima and Nagasaki, beneath the statue of Einstein, who was really perturbed with the idea of bombing Hiroshima and Nagasaki. He was dead against it. And then when he died, he wrote something. And then finally, beneath the statue of Einstein in New Jersey, in Princeton University, you go and see, I have seen all Sanskrit shlokas are written for peacemaking and for considering value of human life. These lessons are taken from India. None other place but India. So therefore, the need of our is that please, if you have not included, please include diasporic studies also, because India has a large number of diaspora. And नई बस्तियों में जो हिंदी जा रही है, उसके बारे में आपने नहीं सोचा है. उन बस्तियों को भी involve करना पड़ेगा. If you think, well, this is the need of the hour, then of course, please, my proposal is such that you please include this diasporic studies. Thank you very much.
धन्यवाद श्रीमान।
मैं प्रोफेसर नीलिमा गुप्ता, कुलगुरु डॉक्टर हरि सिंह गौर केंद्रीय विश्वविद्यालय सागर मध्य प्रदेश। सबसे पहले तो मैं अपने तीनों स्पीकर्स जिन्होंने आज अपना वक्तव्य दिया, वरखेड़ी जी, मूर्ति जी और चमू कृष्ण शास्त्री जी, उन सभी को बहुत बधाई देती हूँ कि आपने एक जोश हम सभी में लेकर आए कि हमें कैसे भारतीय भाषाओं को प्रमोट करना है। इसी के साथ जिन विश्वविद्यालयों का उदाहरण दिया गया था, जैसे विश्व भारती विश्वविद्यालय, महात्मा गांधी अंतर्राष्ट्रीय हिंदी विश्वविद्यालय, नालंदा विश्वविद्यालय, केंद्रीय हिंदी संस्थान, सेंट्रल संस्कृत यूनिवर्सिटी, नेशनल संस्कृत यूनिवर्सिटी, मुझे लगता है ये तो सच्ची में बहुत अच्छा काम कर रही हैं। लेकिन सवाल ये उठता है कि बाकी की जो विश्वविद्यालय हैं जो बेसिकली लैंग्वेज पर केंद्रित नहीं हैं, वो भाषाओं को कैसे प्रमोट करें। तो डॉक्टर हरि सिंह गौर विश्वविद्यालय में इस समय 25 राज्यों के, आप राज्यों की बात कर रहे थे, 25 राज्यों के छात्र छात्राएं पढ़ रहे हैं और 20 राज्यों के शिक्षक पढ़ा रहे हैं। ये स्टैटिस्टिक्स है। हमने जब ये निकाला तो हमने सोचा कि हम इनके लैंग्वेज क्लब्स बनाएं। तो इस समय विश्वविद्यालय में 15 लैंग्वेज क्लब्स बने हुए हैं और इन लैंग्वेज क्लब्स में एक एक टीचर उसी लैंग्वेज का उसका नेतृत्व करते हैं और बाकी के छात्र उसमें आते हैं और एक दूसरे से और भाषाएं भी सीखने का वो लोग प्रयास करते हैं। हमारा प्रयास रहता है कि एक छात्र जो 2 या 3 भाषा सीख कर आता है, वो 5 या 6 कम से कम भाषाएं वहाँ से सीख कर निकले। इसको नंबर से कोई मतलब नहीं है, कोई हम डिग्री नहीं देते हैं, ये एक प्रयोग किया गया है। तो अब भाषाओं को हमें प्रमोट करने के लिए जो पुस्तकों की बात आपने कही, तो पुस्तक जब फॉर्मर चेयरमैन यूजीसी के यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं, जब ये एनईपी शुरू हुई थी उसके बाद 100 पुस्तकें माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने रिलीज़ की थी। उस समय हमने बार बार बैठक करके अपने शिक्षकों को प्रेरित किया और जैसा आपने कहा कि हम लैंग्वेज में तो पुस्तक लिख सकते हैं या लैंग्वेज में हम उसके बारे में ट्रांसलेट कर सकते हैं, लेकिन जो विषय है हमें चाहिए भाषा और विषय का कैसे ज्ञान आएगा। तो हमने ये जो प्रयोग किया, 12 जो पुस्तकें दी, जो जिस विषय के शिक्षक थे उन्हीं से हमने ट्रांसलेट कराई और बहुत सुंदर पुस्तकें मुझसे निकल कर आई। तो इसीलिए हमारे यहाँ जो भी शिक्षक हैं अलग अलग भाषाओं के, यदि हमें उन्हें हम प्रोत्साहित करें कि आप अपनी भाषा में अपने ही विषय का लिखिए, तो मुझे लगता है कि हमें रिजल्ट्स ज़्यादा अच्छे मिलेंगे। हम सभी ये करने में हम सक्षम हैं। राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति इंटरप्रिटेशन और ट्रांसलेशन सेंटर्स की बात करती है। मुझे लगता है इनमें हमें थोड़ा सा और ध्यान देना चाहिए, जिससे कि हम इस प्रयोग को हम और आगे ले जाएं। और अवश्य ही यदि हम इस तरह से एक प्रयोग करते हैं तो हम भारतीय भाषाओं का एक इकोसिस्टम बनाने में अवश्य ही सफल होंगे। ये मेरे थोड़े से सुझाव थे। धन्यवाद।
जो 22 भाषा के छात्र हैं वो अलग अलग क्लास आप करा रहे हैं, उसमें एक अंश जोड़िए। जो कोई छात्र एक नई भाषा, 1-2 भाषा सीखते हैं ना, उनको अभिनंदन कराइए। उनका नई भाषा और एक भारतीय भाषा सीखना एक अभिमान का, आनंद का, गौरव का, स्वाभिमान का विषय बनाना चाहिए। मैं उदाहरण बताता हूँ। सबसे पहले कलकत्ता में जो MA अंग्रेजी में MA पास किया, उसको हाथी के ऊपर बिठाकर पूरा कलकत्ता में शोभा यात्रा किए थे। नागपुर में सबसे पहले जो अंग्रेजी में BA किया था, उसको पब्लिक फंक्शन में सम्मान किए थे। ऐसी परंपरा से वो अंग्रेजी प्रेस्टीज का विषय बना। अब भारतीय भाषा में बोलना, भारतीय भाषा सीखना फैशन का, नए क्रेज का, युवाओं का आकर्षण का आनंद विषय बनाना चाहिए।
जी, यही हमने आपको बता दूं, एक भी प्रयोग इसी में यही किया था कि एनुअल फंक्शन भारतीय भाषा प्रकोष्ठ की वजह से रीजनल लैंग्वेजेस में पूरा प्रोग्राम किया और कल्चरल प्रोग्राम भी किया, उन छात्रों को पुरस्कृत भी किया। थैंक यू
जी। अंतिम एक सवाल लेंगे, लास्ट।
Can I ask two short questions? High quality books require high quality authors. How will we produce high quality authors in Bharatiya Bhasha? Number 1. Number 2, how do we generate passion for Bharatiya Bhasha studies in our aspirational youth?
ऐसे ऑथर्स को हमें ही आइडेंटिफाई करना है और एक ऑथर के अच्छे ऐसे हाई क्वालिटी वो अंग्रेजी भारतीय भाषा में नहीं लिख सकता है, लेकिन अंग्रेजी में लिखता है, उसके साथ और 2 भारतीय भाषा में लिख सके ऐसे लोगों को जोड़िए, टीम बनाइए, ऐसे कुछ उपाय ढूंढना होगा। पहला क्वेश्चन के लिए उत्तर। दूसरा क्या था?
एस्पिरेशनल यूथ में
हाँ,
भारतीय भाषा के प्रति
अभी इसके लिए एक वातावरण बनाना है। भाषा को एस्पिरेशनल बनाना कैसे, वो आगे और विषय आएगा, वो तो उसके लिए। लेकिन अभी ऑथर्स कब लिखते हैं? एक पूरे देश में एक वायुमंडल अगर बनता है, भारतीय भाषा में पाठ्यपुस्तक लिखना चाहिए, इस स्कीम को, भारतीय भाषा पुस्तक स्कीम को अगर हम बहुत बड़ा प्रचार देते हैं, इसका लॉन्चिंग उसके बाद बनेगा, तब उस वायुमंडल में सभी पुस्तक लिखेंगे। जिस प्रकार स्वातंत्र संग्राम के समय एक आजादी के लिए काम करने का एक वातावरण था, उसी प्रकार का ये शैक्षिक सांस्कृतिक पुनरुत्थान का एक वातावरण अगर हम बनाएंगे देश में, अवश्य लाखों प्राध्यापक इस काम में जुड़ेंगे।
Sir, this is YL Srinivas sir from Sammaka Saraka Central Tribal University. Can I? Yeah. Congratulate all of you for making wonderful, very eloquent presentations. Just add one point to whatever you said. In addition to the 22 languages that we are talking about, the Indian languages, wherever possible, we can translate these texts into tribal languages. Wherever possible. That also, bring in 2 things. One, inclusivity, and also empower the tribals, to pursue education in their own language. Thank you, sir.
आज अभी भारतीय भाषाओं की बात हो रही है, तो कम से कम अगर हम लोग ये कर सकें कि जिस राज्य में हमारे केंद्रीय विश्वविद्यालय हैं, वहाँ उस राज्य की भाषा में कम से कम अपने जो हमारी वेबसाइट है, जिसके माध्यम से हमारा बेसिक कनेक्ट पब्लिक से हो रहा है, कम से कम अपनी पूरी वेबसाइट को उस राज्य की भाषा में एज अ फर्स्ट पॉइंट टू स्टार्ट, इफ यू कैन डू इट इमीडिएटली, आई थिंक दैट विल बी अ फर्स्ट स्टेप, करेक्ट स्टेप इन दिस डायरेक्शन।
धन्यवाद सचिव महोदय जी का अपने मार्गदर्शन के लिए। अब
नमस्कार। इस सेशन में ने बहुत उत्साह भर दिया है भारतीय भाषाओं को लेकर सबके मन में। मैं सिर्फ एक सूचना आपके साथ साझा करना चाहती हूँ महात्मा गांधी अंतर्राष्ट्रीय हिंदी विश्वविद्यालय की। 2018 में वहाँ अनुवाद संघ बनाया गया था, जिसमें कि 1800 ट्रांसलेटर्स ने रजिस्टर किया था अपने को, और उसमें 66 जो है वो भारतीय भाषाएं और बोलियां थीं जिसके ट्रांसलेटर उसमें रजिस्टर्ड हैं। इसके अलावा फॉरेन लैंग्वेजेस भी हैं। तो इस समय वो एक्टिव नहीं है, लेकिन उसमें उन्होंने काफ़ी विश्वविद्यालय के लोगों को जोड़ा था, और मैं चाहती हूँ कि उसको मैं फिर से एक्टिव कर सकूँ। तो ये इसलिए मैं सूचना साझा की है आपके साथ। आप सबका सहयोग रहेगा तो उसको मैं आगे ले जाना चाहूँगी। जी
सर ने जो ट्राइबल लैंग्वेज की बात की है, तो केवल जानकारी के लिए बता रहा हूँ कि केंद्रीय हिंदी संस्थान आगरा ने लगभग 65 लैंग्वेज, ट्राइबल लैंग्वेज भी उसमें इंक्लूड है, 16 आदिवासी भाषाएं हैं जिसकी लर्निंग डिक्शनरीज तैयार की है। तो वो आपको बहुत मददगार इसके लिए हो सकती है। और उसके अलावा लगभग 125 भाषाओं के लोक साहित्य कोश केंद्रीय हिंदी संस्थान आगरा तैयार कर रहा है, जिसमें लोकगीत है, लोक कथा है, लोक नृत्य है और बाकी सारी लोक संस्कृति है।
धन्यवाद सभी को। इस सत्र के विषय विशेषज्ञ एवं सभी विश्वविद्यालय के कुलपतियों को सभी को धन्यवाद करते हुए, आप सभी से प्रणाम करते हुए इस सत्र का समापन की घोषणा कर रहा हूँ। धन्यवाद।
We are extremely thankful to Professor Gantiya Smurti ji, Professor Chamu Krishna ji,
प्रोफेसर श्रीनिवास वरकड़ी जी, प्रोफेसर GSR कृष्णमूर्ति जी, प्रोफेसर कुमुद शर्मा जी,